Chapter 857. The Real Legacy. You have a favor to ask? Is this the price to pay for accepting the legacy? Wang Tung asked. It's just a request from me. Since you're going to accept my legacy, you're my successor. It's not too much to ask a favor from you, right? Of course, it will be within your means. I won't force you. The man in the white robe smiled calmly. Won't I seem a little selfish if I don't agree with you? Go ahead. The man smiled again and continued. Besides my knowledge, skills, and wealth, my legacy also consists of the Baron status in the Great Qian Empire. What? Wang Tung's expression changed. Yes, it's true. This is a heredity rank. Besides my descendants, my successors will also possess the right to inherit my rank, the man in the white robe said. Why didn't you pass your position to your descendants? You have lived for a long time, so you should have plenty of descendants, right? I don't have any descendants, the man in the white gown replied calmly. Sorry. Wang Tung laughed awkwardly. But I have a disciple, the man in the white robe said softly. Do you have to pause between your sentences? Wang Tung felt speechless. He rolled his eyes angrily and continued. Why are you saying this to me when you have a disciple? My disciple was one of the people that persuaded me to chase after Agulus, the man in the white robe answered. However, the information they gave me was fake. You were fooled and died because of it. Wang Tung was astounded. That's right. You were tricked by your disciple? How tragic. You have bad eyesight, Wang Tung complained. The man in the white robe. Cough. Anyway, it has been 1,000,000 years. Your disciple is either dead or has become a Cosmo-stage martial warrior like you. Are you planning to ask me to take revenge? Wang Tung coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. That's why I said you can wait until you have the ability. You won't have a chance now. Although you're saying the truth, it's still heartbreaking, Wang Tung said helplessly. Ha ha. I didn't know you can feel frightened too. The man in the white robe laughed. No, I'm not. Why would I be afraid? Wang Tung shook his head. The man in the white robe smiled and said, So, will you accept my request? Of course, why not? I'm receiving your legacy. Unfortunately, I don't like to owe people favors, so I will help you complete your request. This is my way of repaying you. Wang Tung touched his chin and said. The title of the Baron attracted Wang Tung's attention the most. Since he wanted to enter the universe, he needed an identity and a stepping board. Nothing was better than the Baron status of an ancient empire. Based on the other alien martial warriors' attitudes, he knew that this Baron status was noble and powerful. If they knew that this Baron status was within his grasp, would they turn green with envy? Wang Tung wasn't worried about facing a Cosmo-stage martial warrior. Mind you, he had a bug. Since you don't like to owe people favors, you don't have to accept my legacy, the man teased him. Wang Tung choked. He almost stopped breathing for a moment. He stared at the man in the white robe strangely. This holy-looking figure was quite good at teasing people. He was always the one teasing others, but now, someone managed to refute him. The man in the white robe looked at his constipated expression and laughed. All right, I've finished everything I wanted to say. After you receive the legacy, you'll get my token. Your identity will be recognized when you bring this token to the Great Qian Empire. You can decide when you want to go. I won't speak anymore. Good luck to you. This is all I have for you. The man in the white robe looked intently at Wang Tung before his body scattered into droplets of light. A mysterious mark made of runes floated at the spot where he disappeared. It hung in midair quietly. A few attribute bubbles were dropped around the mark. Pick them all. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He picked up the attribute bubbles first. Planetary Realm Spirit * 381 Planetary Realm Spirit * 420. It looks like he really is gone, Wang Tung murmured to himself. He controlled his body and floated towards the mark. Stretching out his hand, he touched it. Boom! The instant he made contact with the rune mark, glaring light shot out. The rune mark exploded and turned into numerous mysterious runes. They spun around Wang Tung's spiritual form like stars in the universe. Very soon, the runes transformed into rune chains. They gave off a golden glow and seemed exceptionally divine. Suddenly, the rune chains dashed towards Wang Tung's head and merged into his forehead. The entire process took only a few breaths. All the rune chains disappeared within a few seconds. At the same time, a complicated rune appeared in the middle of Wang Tung's forehead. He touched his forehead and felt the mark. His mind felt refreshed. He waved his hand, and the golden palace Agulus used to trick him appeared in front of him. Although this was the legacy palace, the real legacy mark was the mark he had just touched. It wasn't some legacy key. Wang Ting shook his head and moved his thoughts. The door of the legacy palace opened, and he strolled in directly. It was still the same shining and magnificent palace with books piled on the bookshelves along the walls. The collection of a Cosmo-stage martial warrior over countless years must be incredible. With a wave of his hand, a few books flew down, floating in front of him. The Essentials of a Divine Spirit Master, Controlling Your Spiritual Power, Spiritual Illusion Techniques. Ancient Language of the Great Qian Empire, Common Universal Language, Ancient God Language. Wang Tung was surprised when he scanned the titles of the books. He just chose a few books at random, but they were all extremely useful. The Essentials of a Divine Spirit Master, Controlling Your Spiritual Power, and Spiritual Illusion Techniques were all Divine Spirit Masters books. One after receiving the legacy mark, Wang Tung also received some memories. The man in white robe was called Nan Gongyu. Besides being a Cosmo-stage martial warrior, he was also a Cosmo-stage Divine Spirit Master. Thus, it was normal for such books to appear in his legacy palace. Chapter 858. Mr. Examiner Wang Tung flipped through the books. The Essentials of a Divine Spirit Master introduced the basics of a Divine Spirit Master. There were a lot of things Wang Tung didn't know, so this book was a great help to him. The Controlling Your Spiritual Power and Spiritual Illusion Techniques talked about how to control your spiritual power and the theory of illusion. The detailed cultivation description could help Wang Tung improve his spiritual power skills greatly. His grasp of spiritual power was too rough, so he wasn't able to release its entire potential. As for the language books, Wang Tung placed them back on the shelves after briefly looking through them. This gave him a headache. Why did he need to learn so many languages? He just needed to learn the ones he needed to use. Besides, he could learn them through collecting attribute bubbles. He didn't need to spend time learning. If the Baron knew that Wang Tung laid aside and neglected all the language books he had prepared, he might jump out of his coffin. The Great Qian Empire was an empire with many years of history and a strong foundation. Ability wasn't the only thing a Baron needed to possess. He also had to have the relevant knowledge and demeanor. Languages and etiquettes were must-learn for a Baron. A Baron without these two would become the joke of the entire empire. However, Wang Tung didn't appreciate his kindness. But one of the book's ancient god language attracted his attention. This ancient god language was talking about the language of the powerful ancient god's body that Wang Tung possessed. He didn't think that he would find the language of the ancient god's race here. After all, the ancient god's race was rare and extremely mysterious. Understanding and grasping their language was a difficult task. Once again, Wang Tung felt the power of the Great Qian Empire. Besides these books, there were many other kinds of books in the Legacy Palace. They were classified systematically into different genres, waiting for Wang Tung to pick them. He had to admit that this legacy was very useful. After all, not everything could be gained by collecting attribute bubbles. Collecting attribute bubbles relied heavily on luck too. If Wang Tung entered the universe and met something he didn't know, he could look for it in this legacy palace. This might be the greatest use of this legacy palace. After some time, Wang Tung walked out of the legacy palace. The palace disappeared. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. The labyrinth appeared before him. The spiritual labyrinth belonged to the Baron too. Its master was dead, so it landed in his hands now. He would be able to control it by practicing the special spiritual skills which were part of the legacy. He could even use it for other means. Agulus wasn't a divine spirit master. He only managed to use this labyrinth because his soul was powerful. Wang Tung looked down at the labyrinth and saw the Star Beast souls chasing after the martial warriors. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Of course, the martial warriors couldn't see him. Wang Tung saw the double-headed dog too. He reached out, grabbing the double-headed dog. It disappeared from the labyrinth and appeared beside him. The double-headed dog was in a daze when it first appeared. It glanced around it vigilantly. When it saw Wang Tung, it rushed over and rubbed its head against Wang Tung's leg while whining. It was sucking up to Wang Tung. It didn't need anyone to teach him how to flatter someone. All right, you'll follow me from now on. Be obedient and you'll have your benefits. Wang Tung patted the dog's heads and said, I have an order for you. Listen carefully. The double-headed dog nodded its head fervently. It lifted its ears and gave an attentive look. After you go back to the spiritual labyrinth, ask the star beast souls to continue fighting with the humans. You don't have to kill them, but you must make sure they can't stop. Chase them around the labyrinth. Wang Tung squinted as he said. The double-headed dog stared at Wang Tung as if he were a devil. It felt that its new master was vicious. The ones trapped in the labyrinth were the spirits. How tiring would it be if they continued running? If they were careless, their spirit would turn extremely weak, and they would be exhausted to death. Even if they weren't, they would enter deep sleep. Once the spirit entered deep sleep, it could remain unconscious for hundreds or thousands of years. In serious cases, they could even sleep for tens of thousands of years until the physical body disappeared. They would never be able to wake up. No matter which result it was, these talented martial warriors wouldn't be able to accept it. If they lost 10 years of their time, they could be caught up by others and their positions would be gone. The double-headed dog suddenly felt that its new master was an evil man. Indeed, it was better to be an obedient pet. The double-headed dog received the order and started playing the eagle-catch-chick game with the martial warriors in the labyrinth. The poor aliens didn't know that Wang Tung had received the legacy and was making a fool of them. After some thought, Wang Tung decided to pull Biluo out. They had worked together in the past. It would be a little unreasonable if he trapped her inside too. Fortunately, she was a beauty, so Wang Tung felt that he should treat her a little better. Biluo felt the world around her spinning. Then, she appeared before Wang Tung. After a moment of surprise, she understood what had happened. She said in a complicated tone, It looks like you've succeeded. I was lucky. Wang Tung smiled. It's not about luck. You're able to go through the exit and get the legacy. This means that you're stronger than all of us. Biluo was straightforward. She shook her head. However, she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. In that case, let's return to our bodies, Wang Tung replied. What about them? Biluo glanced at the labyrinth below and asked after some hesitation. They will need to rely on their fate. Biluo, rely on their fate? Seriously, aren't you the one who decides if they can come out? But she didn't dare to say anything. She felt fortunate to get pulled out by Wang Tung. She was worried that he would throw her back if the other martial warriors said anything to offend him. They were the ones who offended Wang Tung. It had nothing to do with her. I have no other intention. I just want to give them a chance to train their spirit. Wang Tung shook his head. Do you think I believe what you've said? Biluo glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. The two of them left the labyrinth. In the command room, Wang Tung opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. He glanced around him. Some distance away from him, there were two figures in long robes. Mr. Examiner. 1. Chapter 859. Agree. Mr. Examiner. While Wang Tung was attracted by two figures, he heard Biluo exclaiming beside him. Examiner? Wang Tung was stunned. Then, he realized their identity. After experiencing many sudden changes, he almost forgot that this was a trial. Hence, there would definitely be examiners. He knew that there were instructors from the Saint Star Pagoda watching over the entire planet. It must be these two. But the sudden appearance of the two examiners didn't give him much time to think. Biluo stepped forward and greeted the two examiners. She was extremely respectful. You did well. We saw your performance during this trial. Ma Dayuan nodded slightly with a look of approval. Thank you for your compliment. Biluo was elated. The words from the examiners meant that she got a position in the Saint Star Pagoda. It was confirmed. You must be Wang Tung, right? You should know about this trial too. The other examiner, Ning Hong Lang, glanced at Wang Tung and said sternly. Wang Tung nodded. He didn't speak. You're a martial warrior from Earth. This planet is the trial ground, so we set aside 3 slots for the locals. Your performance allows you to get one of the slots, Ning Honglang said calmly as he glanced at Wang Teng's face secretly. To his disappointment, Wang Teng didn't show any signs of excitement. His composure didn't seem like that of a young martial warrior from an underdeveloped planet. Ning Honglang and Ma Dayuan glanced at one another. Do you know the status of Saint Star Pagoda in the Olin Federation? Ma Dayuan asked. I do. It's the most famous academy in the Olin Federation. Wang Ting nodded indifferently. Biluo, one arrogant fellow. He didn't even seem to think much of the Saint Star Pagoda. Ma Dayuan coughed awkwardly when he saw Wang Teng's nonchalant expression. He turned to Biluo and said, Biluo, please leave for a moment. We have some things to speak to Wang Teng personally. Biluo was surprised. She wondered what the 2 examiners wanted to say to Wang Teng. She remembered that Wang Teng was a genius that managed to get the Baron's legacy. These 2 examiners would probably try to rope him in with some special treatment. Biluo didn't dare to be slow. She nodded quickly and walked out of the command room. Ma Dayuan waved his hand and closed the door. Releasing the force in his body, he formed a soundproof wall around them. Then he looked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng, you've already gotten the legacy from the Baron of the Great Qian Empire, right? The examiners exchanged glances with each other before Ning Honglang opened his mouth. Wang Teng sneaked a peek at the soundproof wall. Many thoughts flew into his mind. He nodded slowly. Wang Teng, you don't understand how dangerous the universe is. The news that you have received, the legacy, wasn't concealed, so it will spread soon. At that time, many beings will come and snatch the legacy from you. You're just a planetary stage martial warrior. To put it bluntly, there's an abundance of planetary stage martial warriors in the universe. Even celestial stage martial warriors like us aren't rare. You don't have the ability to protect your legacy, and it might even endanger your life, Ning Honglang said seriously. That's right. The legacy of a baron from the Great Qian Empire is extremely tempting. Even Cosmo stage martial warriors might not be able to resist the temptation. Dia nodded and agreed. Do you have any suggestions? Wang Teng's expression changed. He appeared frightened and sought help from the examiners. The 2 examiners looked at each other with an undetectable smile in the corner of their eyes. It's simple. You just have to pass the legacy to us, and we'll bring it back to the Saint Star Pagoda. No one will dare to do anything to you. The Saint Star Pagoda is the biggest academy in the Olin Federation. We groom numerous formidable martial warriors, including Cosmo stage martial warriors. If an ordinary Cosmo stage martial warrior wants to snatch it, they will have to weigh their power first. You will also gain the protection of the Saint Star Pagoda. Of course, the Saint Star Pagoda will give you some compensation. We want to take your legacy for free. Wang Ting gave a look of hesitation when he heard their answer. But in his heart, he was smirking. They wanted to snatch the legacy, but they beautified their intentions with pretty words. The Saint Star Pagoda also wanted to get the Baron's legacy. Wait, this might be the examiner's personal intentions. They might just be using the Saint Star Pagoda to disguise their greed. To them, Wang Teng was just a martial warrior from an underdeveloped planet. He had no knowledge of the universe, so they could fool him however they wanted once he passed them the legacy. At that time, they could just compensate randomly, and no one would say that they were thieves. What a great plan they had. Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's head. His mind worked furiously as he tried to find a solution. It wasn't hard to tell that these 2 examiners were celestial stage martial warriors. That level was still a little hard for Wang Teng to deal with. If they were at the first level or second level of the celestial stage, he could have a chance at defeating them with an ultimate move like the Space Tornado and his spiritual power. But the 3rd level celestial stage and above was out of his reach. If I hand over my legacy, what compensation will the Saint Star Pagoda give me? Wang Ting hesitated for a moment before asking. The 2 examiners looked at each other again. There was happiness in their eyes. We can open the top 3 levels of the Saint Star Pagoda library for you free for 3 years. The top 3 levels contain cultivation information and scriptures for the planetary stage to celestial stage martial warriors. You can view them whenever you want. We will also provide you with 50 billion Olent Federation coins, OFC, worth of cultivation resources. These resources are enough for you to reach the peak of the celestial stage. Ma Tian replied to Wang Tung immediately. Wang Tung snorted in his heart when he heard this. 3 years of access to the library and 50 billion OFC worth of cultivation resources? Did they think that he was a beggar? Even if he didn't understand the prices in the universe, he knew that these two examiners were fooling him. Putting aside the 50 billion OFC, the 3 years of free access to the library was a speck of dust when compared to the Legacy Palace. The collection of books in the Legacy Palace consisted of celestial stage and even cosmos stage scriptures. Moreover, he had inherited the wealth left behind by the Baron. This was calculated in Great Qian coins, GQC, not the currency of a low-tier civilization. The difference was vast. Wang Tung turned grim. Just as he was thinking of a way to resolve his situation, a voice sounded in his mind. Agree to them. Chapter 860. You can call me Roundball. Agree to them. Wang Tung was shocked because of the abrupt sound. Oh, he shouted in his mind. I'm an intelligent life form left by my master. Since you have inherited his legacy, you're my new master now, the voice replied. Intelligent life form? Wang Tung was stunned. Yes, I'm an intelligence with a life, the voice explained calmly. Why did you ask me to agree to them? Wang Tung contemplated before asking. Agree and let them put down their guards. Let me handle the rest, the voice replied. Are you sure? Wang Tung hesitated. It felt a little unreliable to believe this intelligent life form he had never seen. You won't lose anything by trying. You don't have a better idea anyway. All right, you make sense. They'll leave it to you. Wang Tung answered the voice in his mind. His eyes shimmered. Okay. The voice sounded satisfied. Wang Tung didn't open his mouth. This conversation occurred in his mind, and it only lasted for a few seconds. Thinking that Wang Tung was in a dilemma, the two examiners didn't rush him. Wang Tung seemed to have made a decision. He gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, I'll pass the legacy to you. Please ensure my safety. Yes, no problem. Mata Yuan and Ning Honglang couldn't control their happiness. They nodded and agreed immediately. Wang Tung took a deep breath. A rune mark slowly appeared on his forehead. Then it solidified and floated out. Very good. Ma Yuan and Ning Honglang stopped suppressing their joy. They laughed as they flew towards the rune mark. Swoosh! At this moment, an extremely faint sound was heard. It was almost unnoticeable. 2 beams of light shot out behind Wang Tung. He was standing right in front of the corpse with 3 eyes. The beams of light came from the back of the seat he was sitting on. The 2 beams of light were as thin as needles. They shot toward Mata Yuan and Ning Honglang's foreheads at a fast speed. They were attracted by the rune mark, so by the time they noticed the beam of light, it was too late. They were dumbstruck, their pupils constricted, and they felt the danger of death. This needle-thin beam of light was powerful enough to kill a celestial stage martial warrior. No! Their angry cries were filled with unwillingness, but it was futile. Splurt! Splurt! The light beams pierced through their heads. Their bodies froze on the spot. Red blood seeped out from their foreheads. Then, they crashed onto the ground and lost all signs of life. Wang Tung was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. These 2 celestial stage warriors were killed so easily. This was unbelievable. Haha, are you shocked? The voice of the intelligent life form sounded again. It seemed a little proud of itself. Where are you? Wang Tung took a deep breath and asked. Here. A figure gradually appeared before Wang Tung. This was a strange, white, and fat living creature that had the height of a 4-year-old child. It had fat arms and legs, and its head was round like a ball. 2 pitch-black eyes were etched on the head. There were also 2 curly tentacles on the top of its head. It wasn't wearing any clothes, and it was snow white. It was quite cute and strange. You can call me Roundball. The intelligent life form floated in front of Wang Tung and chuckled. Roundball. Wang Tung's expression turned weird. He asked curiously, Who gave you that name? Master Nangong gave it to me. I think it's really nice. Don't you think so? The intelligent life form tilted its head and asked Wang Tong, as long as you like it. In his heart, Wang Tong was complaining about Nangong Yu's naming ability. Round ball. Why don't you call it round and fat instead? But he had no right to complain about others. His naming ability wasn't good either. He called a black crow little white. No one else would do that. Both of them had the same naming ability. Well, they did have some similarities. They're dead. Wang Tong stared at the corpses of the two celestial stage martial warriors on the ground. He had used his eyes of essence to confirm that their vitality and souls were gone, but he still asked uncontrollably. Yes. Round ball nodded calmly. What were the two beams of light? Wang Tong asked as he controlled the astonishment in his heart. It's a spiritual attack left by Master Nangong. It's stored using a special technique, waiting to be activated at the right time. He had predicted this situation, Round Ball said proudly. But as it spoke, it started to feel sad. Are you all right? Wang Tong was surprised. How could an intelligent being have human emotions? It's all right. Thinking about it, Master Nangong has been dead for 1,000,000 years. I have accepted this truth. Round Ball shook its head and said. It looked at Wang Tong's expression and asked, Your expression is weird. Yes, a little. Do you have human emotions? Wang Tong asked carefully. Although I'm an intelligence, we have different levels too. The logic programs on your planet are known as intelligence too, but they're too low level. In the universe, we only label something as an intelligence if it can think like a human. I might be an intelligence, but I have risen above that level and am called an intelligent life form. I'm a life form just like you humans. I have emotions and can cultivate too, Roundball explained. Amazing, Wang Tong exclaimed. The universe is vast. Anything can happen. Roundball said proudly, intelligent life forms like me are rare. Even those eternal stage martial warriors might not possess intelligent life forms like me. Wang Tong took a deep breath. He felt extremely lucky. This intelligent life form sounded impressive. Even eternal stage martial warriors might not have one. What was the eternal stage? After the cosmos stage, there was the heaven stage, the universe stage, and then the eternal stage. Cosmos stage martial warriors could live for 3,000,000 years. Heaven stage martial warriors could live for 10,000,000 years. And universe stage martial warriors could live for 100,000,000 years. But they would still die. Even though a universe stage martial warrior had a lifespan of 100,000,000 years, they would slowly decay and reach their death as time progressed. One could only escape the barriers of death by reaching the eternal stage. The eternal stage was also known as the God of Eternity. The martial warriors here were like real immortals. Their lives never ended and they never died. Thus, intelligent life forms were indeed rare, since even they might not have them. It looked like Nangong Yu left many good things for him. It was worth the dangers of inheriting the legacy. Chapter 861, QY, E-63 Spacecraft. In a command room, Wang Tong and Roundball chatted for a while before looking at the corpses of the two St. Star Pagoda instructors. As they died, 10 attribute bubbles emerged from their bodies. Wang Tong's eyes flashed, and he picked them up straight away. Constellation Force, Earth, asterisk 21500, Emperor Level, Earth Talent, asterisk 260 Planetary Realm Spirit, asterisk 850 Planetary Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 885 Dark Origin, asterisk 100 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 25600 Emperor Level Fire Talent, asterisk 320 Planetary Realm Spirit, asterisk 1200 Planetary Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 1080 Sunblaze, asterisk 220 Wang Tong was overjoyed when the attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind. There were more than 20,000 points of Constellation Earth Force and Constellation Fire Force. In an instant, the pure and abundant Constellation Force circulated in his body, merging into the Constellation Force in the Sea of Nihility. Boom! The Sea of Nihility shook as his fire and earth force underwent a transformation, and another constellation was gradually formed. It slowly emerged like it was undergoing cell division. In the end, 2 more constellations appeared in the Sea of Nihility, one fire constellation, and one earth constellation. Now, there were 7 constellations. Planetary stage level 2. Moreover, the fire and earth force had reached level 2 of the planetary stage. Constellation Fire Force 14500/20,000, planetary stage 2nd level. Constellation Earth Force 13600/20,000, planetary stage 2nd level. It wasn't just that. With the changes, the two forces were only a few thousand points away from the next level. Wang Ting took a deep breath and continued looking at the other changes to his attributes. This time, he managed to obtain 2050 Planetary Realm Spirit and 1965 Planetary Realm Enlightenment attribute points, greatly enhancing his spirit and enlightenment. Previously, when he was in the spiritual labyrinth, he had improved his spirit. Now, he was very close to hitting the celestial realm. Enlightenment. 8715/10,000 Planetary Realm Spirit. 9600/10,000 Planetary Realm. Wang Ting couldn't believe himself when he saw the changes. He had just reached the planetary realm not too long ago and was already this close to the celestial realm. Celestial Realm Spirit. Only Cosmo Stage martial warriors could ever reach that stage, and Wang Ting was only a few hundred attribute points away. However, he knew that such an opportunity was rare to come by. A spiritual labyrinth that a Cosmo Stage martial warrior left behind, and the deaths of 2 Celestial Stage martial warriors were not common encounters. Wang Ting quickly calmed himself down. Otherwise, he might not have another chance to do so. Next, he looked at the 2 scriptures. Celestial Stage Middle Rank Scripture, Dark Origin. Celestial Stage Advanced Rank Scripture, Sunblaze. Both were Celestial Stage scriptures. At this time, a memory formed in his mind and enlightened Wang Ting. This was an unexpected surprise. Although Nangong Yu had left behind many Celestial Stage scriptures, no one would ignore these advanced rank scriptures. Now, Wang Ting knew that in the universe, inheritance was extremely important. Most people couldn't afford Celestial Stage scriptures, which meant that their cultivation speed would be very slow. Even if Wang Ting didn't use the scriptures and sold them, he would be able to make a huge windfall. What he didn't know was that the 2 scriptures were actually secrets from the Saint Star Pagoda. Only Celestial Stage instructors and some disciples would be eligible to obtain them. Moreover, once they got them, they were not allowed to share them with other people. Otherwise, they would be disciplined severely by the Saint Star Pagoda. They would be stripped of their abilities and cultivation or even killed. However, Wang Ting didn't care about any of these. He already had a feud with the Saint Star Pagoda. This wouldn't matter much. Wang Ting only spent a short time picking up the attribute bubbles. He then looked at the 2 corpses and sighed. 2 Celestial Stage martial warriors were lying there motionless. It was heartbreaking. However, Wang Ting didn't sympathize with them. If he didn't do that, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Once their talk went sideways, they would have killed him immediately and seized the inheritance. Wang Ting had always assumed the worst of people. He was not a saint and was even a little selfish. He was just an ordinary person. If someone crossed the line, he wouldn't mind being ruthless. If they were greedy, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Since the martial arts era, martial warriors have been fighting for resources in order to improve their abilities. They were not as friendly as they appear to be. Wang Ting had seen many of these things and was not surprised. However, he was a bit conflicted on how to handle this situation now. 2 Celestial Stage martial warriors were now dead on Earth, and they were even from the Saint Star Pagoda. They were not just some ordinary folks that no one cared about. Wang Ting was certain that their deaths would attract other warriors from the Saint Star Pagoda. Are you worried that the Saint Star Pagoda will avenge them? Roundball seemed to know what he was thinking and probed. Do you have any ideas? Asked Wang Ting. If you go to the Great Qian Empire and successfully inherit the title of Baron, Saint Star Pagoda wouldn't be able to do anything about it even if 2 of their Celestial Stage martial warriors were killed, Roundball suggested. You might as well have kept quiet. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. If you go to the Great Qian Empire as the inheritor of Nangong, at the very least, they won't be able to do anything to you on the surface. They can only resort to assassinations, traps, or shady things like that. Round Ball stroked its bare chin. Wang Tung was speechless. You make it sound so easy. I almost thought that this was a play. Hee hee, it depends on whether you are afraid, Round Ball replied. Why do I feel that you really want me to go back to Great Qian Empire to inherit the title? Wang Tung was curious. Cough, that's not it. I'm just giving you suggestions. The decision is yours to make, Round Ball said again, like it had nothing to do with it. Let me think about it again. Wang Tung shook his head. Yes. Round Ball nodded and didn't say anything else. All right. How long will it take for me to go to the Great Qian Empire? Wang Tung suddenly thought of something and asked. If we use the QY-E63 spacecraft that was left behind, we can reach the capital planet of Great Qian Empire in 36 days. A light flashed across Round Ball's eyes. QY-E63 spacecraft. Hee hee, we're already in the QY-E63 spacecraft. Chapter 862. Are you telling me that this entire historical site is the QY-E63 spacecraft? Wang Tung was astounded. No, only the center part is the spacecraft. Round Ball shook its head. Our spacecraft has been on Earth for many years. To ensure that it has enough energy supply, I sent it into hibernation. I also asked the previous human civilization on this planet to build a civilization around it to provide the spacecraft with endless energy so that it can set sail again one day. The entire historical site is an energy absorption device. Wang Tung was in awe. He couldn't speak for some time. The previous human civilization and this entire historical site was an energy absorption device. Did the spacecraft need such a frightening amount of energy? Don't underestimate the energy needed to travel in the universe. Even though I've let the spacecraft enter hibernation mode, the energy it absorbed is only enough for you to fly to the Great Qian Galaxy. It might break down if any accidents happen along the way, Round Ball said. Seriously? That's troublesome. Wang Tung was speechless. What do you think? This QY-E63 spacecraft has been on the Earth for 1,000,000 years. You can still use it because I maintain it well and had foresight. If I didn't save up enough energy for this spacecraft, you won't be able to do anything with it. Other intelligences aren't as smart as me, Round Ball said proudly with its hands on its hips as it glared at Wang Tung. All right, you're the smartest. I have to thank you for ensuring that the spacecraft can still be used. Wang Tung consoled it hurriedly. Round Ball was an intelligent life form with incredible abilities and high intelligence, but it had the temper of a kid. This is better. Round Ball snorted. Wait, the alien candidates have their own spacecraft too. There are many spacecraft here now. They should have reserve energy, right? Wang Tung suddenly remembered the alien spacecraft. Yes, quick, bring me there instantly. Round Ball's eyes lit up. It said excitedly, the QY-E63 has many spoiled parts. We can use the materials on the other spacecraft to repair it, making the journey safer. Huh? The QY-E63 spacecraft is damaged? Why didn't you say that earlier? Wang Tung's face turned black. For some reason, he felt that Round Ball wasn't reliable. What if an accident happened when he was traveling in the universe? He wouldn't even have a place to cry. This fellow was making things difficult for him. Haha, I didn't have the time to mention it. Round Ball touched its round head and said in embarrassment. Wang Tung almost vomited blood out of frustration. He said angrily, why don't we use the other alien spacecraft? Why must we repair this QY-E63? It's a 1,000,000-year-old antique. I feel scared to travel in it. What do you know? Round Ball shouted. I dare to promise that none of the alien candidates' spacecraft can be compared to this one. Why is that so? Wang Tung asked curiously. He had to admit that Round Ball knew more than him. Round Ball thought for a moment before showing off the spacecraft. In the universe, based on the level of importance to a formidable martial warrior, we have scriptures, battle techniques, weapons, battle armors, and finally universe spacecraft. He'll share the first four with you when we see them. Let's talk about spacecraft first. It might be the last on the list, but it's extremely important since it can be listed along with the first four items. The universe is vast. If you want to travel across it, You need the help of a universe spacecraft. Even universe stage or eternal stage martial warriors need it. If not, you will need to spend a few hundred years traveling. No one is willing to waste this time. Wang Ting nodded as he listened. Round Ball continued. Now, we can talk about the different classes of spacecraft. The higher the class, the faster the speed. A good spacecraft might need 10 days to travel tens of light years, but an ordinary spacecraft would need tens of years to do that. High-quality materials and high-level craftsmanship are required to build a high-class spacecraft. This QY E63 is an extremely high-class universe spacecraft in many galaxies. Only a small portion of Cosmos stage martial warriors or people with powerful backgrounds can afford it. Coincidentally, Master Nangong has both the ability and the background. The material used to make this spacecraft is a rare or called star sand metal. A Cosmos stage martial warrior will need to use much force if he wants to damage the body of this spacecraft. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. This is also extremely expensive. A ton of it cost 3,000 GQC. An entire QY E63 weighs 56 million tons. Just the ore will cost more than 68 billion GQC. That's GQC, not some coins of low-tier civilizations like the Olan Federation. Based on the official exchange rate, the currency of a high-level civilization is 1,000 times that of a middle-tier civilization. A middle-tier civilization's currency is 1,000 times more than that of a low-tier civilization. Think about it. How much does this QY63 cost? This is a luxury product. Round Ball stared at Wang Tung intently after it finished speaking. It was anticipating his astounded reaction after he heard the astronomical figure. After all, he came from an underdeveloped planet. It wasn't looking down on Wang Tung. It just wanted to tease him. However, Wang Tung remained composed. Are you telling me that this spacecraft is expensive? What else? Round Ball widened its eyes in surprise when it saw his reaction. That's all. Round Ball jumped up. Shouldn't you give a reaction after knowing how amazing this spacecraft is? What reaction do you want from me? Wang Tung felt speechless. Astonishment, excitement. Don't you feel anything after hearing that you own such an impressive spacecraft? Round Ball went mad. Well, a little. Wang Ting nodded indifferently. A little. Round Ball was disappointed. It felt like a deflated balloon as it spoke dejectedly. I feel no sense of achievement at all. Wang Tung chuckled in his heart. Honestly, he was shocked. However, he didn't want to see Round Ball gloating, so he maintained a calm expression on his face. All right. Since you need to repair the spacecraft, let's quickly bring the other spacecraft back and dismantle them. We'll use their parts to fix this QY E63. Wang Tung waved his hand and made the decision. That sounds good. Round Ball gathered his thoughts and nodded in satisfaction. Wang Tung touched his chin. He kept the two corpses on the ground and executed the darkness clone technique. Two balls of black light flew out from his body and gradually transformed into two figures. They looked exactly like the two instructors from the Saint Star Pagoda. F***K. You possess a clone technique? Even Master Nangong didn't have it. Round Ball was thunderstruck. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 863. Wang Tung smiled at Round Ball's astonishment. He didn't explain himself. This fellow was so proud and arrogant right from the start. If he didn't show it his power, it might think that he was a weakling. Wang Tung looked at Round Ball and asked, "Will you stay on the spacecraft or come with me?" "I'll come with you, of course. I need to see what parts the spacecraft have. Do you think you can do it without me?" Round Ball found his confidence again and said proudly. Round Ball flipped its hand. A crystal-clear, white, diamond-shaped gem appeared on its palm. This is a life energy stone. It's extremely rare. It can allow me to stay in it for a long time. I'll be able to leave with you when you bring it along, Round Ball explained. Life energy stone. Wang Tung was surprised. He felt that the universe was full of surprises. Even amazing stone like this existed. All right, I think this crystal skull can store souls too. Wang Tung took out the crystal skull in his space. Yes, I made this specially and released it to the outside world to grab people's attention. I mixed some life energy stone powder in it, so it can store souls temporarily. However, the soul will dissipate after some time. Round Ball glanced at the crystal skull in Wang Tung's hand and replied nonchalantly, "What about the map inside?" Wang Tung asked. "I drew it casually. It's the map showing the way to the great Qian Empire." Round Ball sniggered. Wang Tung suddenly felt as if he was tricked. F***K. He thought that it was a treasure map, but in the end, it was just a map showing the way to the great Qian Empire. You can collect all the crystal skulls and sell them. They should be able to fetch a good price. They have life energy stone powder mixed in them, so they possess some traits of the life energy stone. For instance, they can increase low-rank spiritual power to a certain extent. Of course, they are useless to you, Round Ball said. Wang Tung immediately looked at the alien candidates sitting around them. He remembered that the crystal skulls were on them. Taking off their space items, he turned his spiritual power into spiritual thorns and destroyed the spiritual mark inside. At the same time, the alien candidates in the labyrinth suffered serious injuries. All their expressions changed. "Who touched my space ring?" Argus' expression turned ugly. He was infuriated. The other three alien candidates' faces were as black as charcoal too. They were being chased by the star beast souls around the labyrinth. After escaping here and there, they were already very weak. This huge stimulation almost crumbled their spirits. "If this continues, our soul will enter hibernation," Argus said grimly. It must be Wang Tung. He must have inherited the legacy and gained control of the labyrinth. "We're all stuck inside," Poulin said hurriedly. His gaze flickered. "Damn it, what an evil fellow," Kathu cursed. Anger shot out of his eyes. Argus and Poulin felt exasperated. They were the talents from the Olan Federation. They still remembered how much they looked down on Wang Tung in the past. Yet now, Wang Tung had inherited the legacy of the Baron from the great Qian Empire while they were being chased around like disowned dogs. This was a huge stimulation to them. Their hearts were burning with envy. Mind you, this was the legacy of a Baron from a high-tier civilization. To think that Earthling got it, they couldn't wait to replace him. "What do we do now?" Another martial warrior broke the silence and asked them with a pale face. Along with a bellow was heard. Loud explosions occurred behind them. The Star Beast souls had caught up. They seemed to be walking their pets. They would run for a moment and rest for some time. They weren't really chasing after the martial warriors. "Oh my, what else can we do?" "Run." Kath's expression changed, and he dashed forward. The others could only follow after him and start running wildly. In the real world, Wang Tung kept the alien candidates' space items without any hesitation. There were many good items inside. He kept them happily. He didn't kill them because they had fought the dark apparitions with him. Sigh, he couldn't help it. He was too kind. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. But Wang Tung wasn't as kind toward the dark apparitions. He turned around and saw the unconscious devil lords. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. This was a great opportunity. It would be a pity if he didn't kill them. Spiritual power surged out of Wang Tung's forehead. A few flying daggers flew out of his space ring and turned into sharp beams of light. They slit across the throats of the devil lords. With the help of the planetary realm's spiritual power, the flying daggers shot across the air at the speed of lightning and chopped off the heads of the devil lords. However, the flying daggers cracked and shattered too. They turned into scrap. TSK, your control is too rough. You should practice the spiritual power scriptures Master Nangong left behind. Round Ball shook his head and said, "Also your weapon is lousy. You were at the planetary disciple stage in the past, so you can still use them. However, your opponents are all at the planetary stage and above now. Their physical body is extremely strong, so normal weapons can't injure them. You should use weapons used by planetary realm divine spirit masters. I remember that Master Nangong left behind some weapons. You can take a look." "Where are they?" Wang Ting asked. His eyes lit up. "Huh, I didn't pass your Master Nangong's space bracelet?" Round Ball asked in a strange tone. "When did you give it to me?" Wang Tung felt speechless. Oh, I forgot. Round Ball patted its head and took out a bracelet, throwing it at Wang Tung. Some of the items Master used in the past are inside. Take a look when you're free. Wang Tung was elated. He nodded and kept the bracelet. This was a space item of a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. There must be many good things inside, but this wasn't a good time to inspect it. Wang Tung stared at the corpses of the Devil Lords and pondered for some time. He was still a little worried, so he took out his emerald glazed flame and burned the corpses into ashes. Is this a divine fire? Round Ball widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the emerald flame. He felt more astounded than when he saw Wang Tung's cloning technique. You know many things, Wang Tung said. Cloning technique, divine fire. You have many good things. Are you the son of a secret boss? Round Ball twirled around Wang Tung and sized him up carefully with a strange gaze. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 864, Dark Force, Planetary Stage. Wang Tung almost spat in Round Ball's face. What did it mean by the son of some hidden boss? Its imagination was running a little too wild. If he was the son of some boss, he wouldn't need to work so hard to collect attributes to raise his ability. Seriously, Wang Tung glared at Round Ball. Come on, don't be angry. I'm just shocked that a native of this underdeveloped planet possesses so many good things. Even Cosmo Stage martial warriors will be tempted by these things. You can't blame me for being surprised. Round Ball chuckled. It knew that Wang Tung didn't have a powerful background, but it just wanted to tease him because it was caught off guard. Wang Tung was too lazy to explain. Maintaining a level of secrecy would ensure that this little fellow wouldn't look down on him. He was sure that there would be more shocking moments for Round Ball in the future. Round Ball would never think that he was a bug. The Devil Lords turned into ashes as they got burned by the flames. Attribute bubbles floated down. Wang Tung suddenly felt thankful toward the fake Baron. If he hadn't taken care of these Devil Lords, he wouldn't be able to kill them so easily. What a kind man. After a moment of gratefulness, Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Dark, Asterisk 3000 Imperial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 650 Emperor. Level Dark Talent, Asterisk 350 Devil Transformation, Asterisk 30 Constellation Force, Dark, Asterisk 2800 Imperial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 620 Emperor. Level Dark Talent, Asterisk 330 Devil Transformation, Asterisk 25. There were 3 Devil Lords, so they dropped a sizable amount of attribute bubbles after they died. Wang Tung felt as if he was struck with a great fortune. He accumulated more than 20,000 points of Constellation Dark Force. They turned into a stream of pure Constellation Dark Force and gathered in his body. Boom! The stream of Constellation Dark Force surged through Wang Tung's limbs and meridians, giving off a buzzing sound. The reserve of force was huge, so the force nucleus in his body was unable to contain it anymore. The Constellation Dark Force in his body had exceeded the limit of the 13-star general stage. It overflowed. All the Constellation Dark Force spurted out of the force nucleus and spun around Wang Tung's body violently. Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this to happen. He immediately added blank attributes to the Dark Devil scripture he had received in the past. This dark scripture came from a Devil Lord. Wang Tung planned to practice it properly after this battle, but accidents happened without any warning. He had no choice but to use the blank attributes to raise his Dark Devil scripture first. Dark Devil scripture, 10,000/10,000, perfected. He spent more than 30,000 blank attributes before raising this scripture from the well-versed to the perfected stage. Fortunately, he had gained many blank attributes during this battle, or he wouldn't know what to do. He was also lucky that a planetary stage dark scripture had dropped from a Devil Lord. After all, he couldn't make bricks without straws. Wang Tung immediately activated the Dark Devil scripture after it reached the perfected stage. The perfected stage Dark Devil scripture started working furiously. The restless constellation Dark Force in his body calmed down. The normal Dark Force in his body was being converted into Constellation Force. This was an unexpected gain. If he went by the book and cultivated step by step, he would need a long time to convert the normal dark force into constellation dark force. But the vast amount of constellation dark force scattered the normal dark force and merged it into the constellation dark force. The normal dark force was diluted. It was like a small stream merging into a roaring river. It became part of the river. The conversion speed was increased by more than 10 times. Oh my God! Just when Wang Tung was converting the dark force in his body, Round Ball noticed the fluctuation. It stared at Wang Tung in astonishment. What a strange fluctuation. It seems to be suppressed. What is it? Round Ball muttered to himself curiously. He seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. This fellow has many secrets. Round Ball stroked its chin and squinted slightly. It was extremely interested. Then, it waved its hand and created a layer of spiritual shield around them. It didn't tell Wang Tung that it was a divine spirit master too. It was able to use its spiritual kinesis. But its situation was different from a human divine spirit master. The person who created it probably never imagined that it could grow to such a stage. It formed the shield to prevent outsiders from interrupting Wang Tung. Wang Tung was its master now. They were on the same boat, so it didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Boom! Wang Tung was at a crucial moment. Boundless constellation dark force formed a black bridge and crossed over the sea of nihility. The remaining dark force merged into the sea of nihility continuously. The silent sea of nihility started churning until all the constellation dark force sunk into the bottom and got compressed and hammered. Thud! 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 Dull thuds rang continuously like the palpitations of the heart. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. The sound suddenly disappeared, and the surface of the sea started to toss and turn. A pure black star rose gradually, seemingly formed by numerous black crystals. It was magnificent. Dark Force, first level planetary stage. His dark force finally reached the planetary stage. Wang Tung opened his eyes slowly. His gaze was profound. He let out a long sigh. Breakthrough. A voice sounded beside him. Wang Tung was stunned. He turned hurriedly and stared at Round Ball. Don't look at me like that. It's just a breakthrough. You're just an ordinary talent. I've seen someone advancing to another stage while eating. Yours is nothing, Round Ball said nonchalantly. Wang Tung. This little thing was so conceited. Just a breakthrough? Do you think it's something as simple as eating and sleeping? It even said that his talent was ordinary. Wang Tung didn't believe that there were many such talents in the universe. Most of the people were probably normal talents. He finally realized that Round Ball liked to boast. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. He didn't want to argue with Round Ball. He looked at his attributes panel and saw that his dark force had indeed reached the planetary stage. He was elated. He achieved a breakthrough after killing these devil lords. How simple. If Round Ball knew how he achieved his breakthrough, it wouldn't have said those words. How could a genius be compared to a bug? What a joke. Chapter 865. Your thinking is too simple. After ascertaining that his condition had stabilized, Wang Tung took a look at the other attribute bubbles. 2,250 points of Imperial Realm Spirit. This could be converted to 225 points of Planetary Realm Spirit. Wang Tang's spirit attribute increased a little again. It was getting close to the upper limit. Spirit, 9825/10,000, Planetary Realm. Damn it, system, are you doing this on purpose? Why can't you push it up a little more? It's almost touching the breakthrough point. Wang Tung screamed in his heart. He almost went mad when he saw the small gap. After complaining for a few seconds, he sighed helplessly and gave up the idea of using his blank attributes to fill up the tiny gap left. Blank attributes were extremely important. The implications might be unthinkable if he didn't have enough blank attributes to raise his Dark Devil scripture to the perfected stage just now. Thus, he didn't want to touch his blank attributes if he didn't need to. He would only use them at crucial moments. He glanced at his attributes panel. Blank attribute, 87655. After a few rounds of usage, he only had 87,655 blank attributes left. It wasn't a small number, but Wang Tung still felt insecure. He was getting stronger and stronger. This number of blank attributes wasn't even enough for him to push a scripture to the perfected stage. This was too difficult. Wang Tung was keenly aware of how poor and helpless he was. This was an evil world. He shifted his gaze away and placed it on his talents. 1680 points of Emperor-level dark talent were added this time. Emperor-level dark talent. 1940/10,000 Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. A matured talent must be an all-rounder. His dark talent mustn't lag behind the others. The last attribute bubble he received was Devil Transformation. There were 125 points of it. With the previous 35 points, it crossed the foundation stage and reached the well-versed stage. Devil Transformation. 50 of 300, well-versed. Wang Tung didn't know what to think about this attribute. It rose to the well-versed stage without much effort, but he didn't want to use it at all. The Devil Lord's devil transformations were all hideous. He couldn't accept it. He was a handsome young man. Devil transformation wasn't suitable for him. Wang Tung shook his head and threw the devil transformation to the back of his mind. It's time to leave. He glanced at the two clones of the instructors and thought for a moment before giving them his order. The two clones understood Wang Tung's intention instantly. They walked out of the command room and left right before Bill Yuo. Fortunately, the two instructors from St. Star Pagoda were smart enough to build a soundproof wall. She didn't know what happened inside. She would never imagine that the two instructors had died silently. Afterward, Wang Tung walked out of the command room while Round Ball hid in the life energy stone. What did the two instructors talk to you about? Bill Yuo leaned forward and asked softly. Nothing. They promised me various benefits like 3 years of access to the library and 50 billion OFC worth of cultivation resources. I said that I don't want to go, but they insisted and persuaded me for a long time. Wang Tung spouted nonsense. 3 years of access to the library, 50 billion OFC worth of cultivation resources? Oh my God. Bill Yuo's eyes turned red. She looked at Wang Tung as if he was a piece of treasure. Her eyes were shimmering as she said, Wang Tung, we're friends, right? We worked together before, so do remember me after we get into the St. Star Pagoda? She was blinded by the benefits that Wang Tung told her and automatically disregarded the brutal truth that he had rejected St. Star Pagoda's offer. Wang Tung stared at her strangely. Beautiful lady, your image changed suddenly. You were a cold and distant beauty a moment ago. How did you become greedy and funny in the next moment? Indeed, no beauties could reject the money. I'm such an amiable and handsome young man. Even a pretty lady like her can't reject me. Wang Tung touched his chin and thought to himself happily. Wait, did you say that you rejected the instructor's offer? Bill Yuo suddenly regained her senses and widened her eyes in surprise. Yes, you're right. Wang Tung nodded indifferently. Are you kidding me? Bill Yuo was in disbelief. How can you reject such a good offer? You must be lying. You agreed, right? She went berserk. Your thinking is too simple. Wang Tung looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Bill Yuo almost choked on her own breath. She pointed at herself and asked, My thinking is too simple? Yes, I'm talking about you. Wang Tung started walking away. Bill Yuo was stunned for a moment. Then, she caught up with him hurriedly and asked, Are you going to the Great Qian Empire? What do you think? Wang Tung chuckled. He didn't explain it to her. Bill Yuo's expression turned complicated. She felt inferior. Wang Tung must have rejected St. Star Pagoda's offer because he got a better choice. Was there a need to guess? He must be heading to the Great Qian Empire. That was a high-tier civilization many times more powerful than the Olent Federation. Within a few seconds, Wang Tung had climbed to a height where she needed to look up at him. A few moments ago, she was the one with a higher status. Now their positions swapped, and he was above her. Things changed over time. She thought that the Baron's legacy consisted of an identity for Wang Tung in the Great Qian Empire, so that he could study in an academy there. The thought that Wang Tung would become a Baron of the Great Qian Empire never crossed her mind. The two of them walked out of the historical site. Due to Round Ball's presence, they left the building successfully without suffering any attacks. On the outskirts of the central continent, the battlecraft from the various nations were still present. All the important figures were waiting impatiently. They yearned to explore the relics below, but no one dared to. They were getting grumpy. When Wang Tung and Biluo walked out, everyone saw them. Boom! At this moment, the huge building in the middle of the historical site sunk below the ground gradually. The ground closed up, and the building disappeared. An empty patch of land was left in the center. This building was the shell of the E-63 spacecraft. Roundball kept it using a special method after it sunk down. No one knew where the spacecraft went. However, the other historical buildings weren't connected to the spacecraft, so they remained behind. Based on what Roundball said, there was nothing especially worthy here. Wang Ting shouldn't waste his time exploring this place. Wang Ting contacted the leader of martial arts and asked them to arrange for manpower to explore the historical site. Chapter 866. Let's put an end to them once and for all. Country Xia's battlecraft landed nearby. The leader of martial arts and the other martial warriors came out to welcome Wang Tung. The other countries noticed Country Xia's movement. After some hesitation, they ordered their battlecraft to land too. Wang Tung, the leader of martial arts, came forward. "You're here." Wang Ting nodded. "Why are there only two of you? Where are the others?" The leader of martial arts pondered before asking. "They can't come out," Wang Tung replied lightheartedly. "Can't come out." They were shocked and elated. The important figures from the other nations glanced at one another in astonishment when they heard his reply. "The Devil Lords?" someone asked agitatedly. "Not a speck of them is left," Wang Tung said indifferently. His gaze turned sharp. Gasp! Everyone was dumbfounded. All the important figures of the various countries stared at Wang Tung in awe and disbelief. He came out, yet the alien candidates and the dark apparitions didn't. This meant something. They had to believe it, even if it seemed impossible. Also, the attitude of the only alien candidate who came out with him was worth contemplating. She didn't stand beside Wang Tung. Instead, she stood half a step behind him. All right, this was the only female alien candidate, right? She was beautiful too. All the leaders seemed to realize the crux of the problem. Their ambiguous gazes went back and forth between Wang Tung and Biluo. However, I didn't dare to stare too long. They were planetary stage martial warriors, so they couldn't afford to offend them. They thought that they found something Wang Tung was interested in and decided to flatter him, so as to build a closer relationship with him. After the invasion of the dark apparitions, he had undeniably become the most powerful martial warrior on Earth. Their policy decisions changed when it came to how they should treat Wang Tung and Country Xia. What about those dark apparitions? Someone looked up at the pitch-black sky and finally asked the question everyone had in mind. This was the head of state of Country Star. He was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Biluo looked up and frowned slightly. These dark apparitions won't pose any threat. However, there are too many of them, so it will be hard to finish them off quickly. It will be devastating if they land on the planet. She was speaking using her consciousness, so Earthlings couldn't understand. But Wang Tung could. He nodded, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Let's put an end to them once and for all. To him, these dark apparitions didn't just represent a disaster. There were countless attribute bubbles, too. He would never let them go. Without the Devil Lords, the dark apparitions were like an army without a general. It wouldn't be hard for Wang Tung to take care of them. What are you planning to do? Biluo asked. Wang Tung didn't reply to her. His body rose into the air slowly. His black hair danced even when there wasn't any wind. An invisible and strange fluctuation spread out from his body, sweeping through the sky above the central continent like circles of airwaves. Space fluctuation, Biluo exclaimed in shock. She never expected Wang Tung to possess space talent. He had never used his space talent when they were fighting. This fellow concealed himself well. Biluo felt bitter. She finally understood that the talents from the Olent Federation were nothing in front of Wang Tung. To think that they felt superior to him in the past. In reality, Wang Tung's talent was much higher than theirs. At the same time, Roundball, who was inside the life energy stone, exclaimed, "Wang Tung, You possess space talent. This is an extremely rare talent in the universe. Only 1 in 100 million talents will be born with it. Yet you have it. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. How is this possible? Is this really an underdeveloped planet that just welcomed the martial arts era? Why are you here? Round Ball started to question its life. Wang Tung gave it too many surprises. It never thought that he had such a rare talent. At first, it felt grateful if Wang Tung could become a Cosmos stage martial warrior like Nan Gongyu. Now, it believed that his accomplishments would be even higher. He could advance to the heaven stage or the universe stage. It was possible. What's Wang Tung doing? Is he going to destroy the dark apparitions? What will he do? The commander from the White Eagle Nation and the other leaders of the various countries raised their heads and stared at Wang Tung. They had witnessed how powerful he was, but they still wondered if he could get rid of the numerous dark apparitions. Many powerful martial warriors felt the sudden space fluctuation. They were dumbstruck. They didn't know what Wang Tung's move was. Some people suddenly remembered the space tornado technique Wang Tung used during Donghai's Sea Beast riot. Is he going to use that move? The leader of martial arts wondered in disbelief. Quick, this is the last battle. We must send the images back to Country Xia and let everyone see the battle. He suddenly remembered the live broadcast and gave his order immediately. The other leaders glanced at each other silently and chose to follow Country Xia. Everyone was panicking because of this calamity. Earth needed a hero. Their battle with the dark apparitions some time ago was broadcasted to the rest of the world. Wang Tung's performance was extremely eye-catching. He had killed several devil lords, and everyone was heartened. If they saw him annihilating all the dark apparitions alone, it would definitely ignite everyone's desire and belief to live. In an instant, all the cameras in the battlecraft turned to Wang Tung and the endless dark clouds in the sky. This image was displayed to the rest of the world through the internet. Many 13-star general stage dark apparitions lowered their heads and looked down at Wang Tung from the clouds. He appeared exceptionally small amid the huge patch of dark clouds like an ant. However, none of these 13-star general stage dark apparitions dared to underestimate him. They couldn't forget the moment when Wang Tung turned into a rock giant and beat up the devil lords. He was merciless and powerful. They could only see his face, but they already felt fearful. What's he doing? Why didn't the lords come out? Why are there only 2 humans? What happened inside? Have all the lords died? That's impossible. The 13-star general stage dark apparitions frowned. They glared at Wang Tung in anger and astonishment. Boom! Suddenly, the air trembled violently. A loud buzzing sound resounded in the sky. Visible airwaves spread out continuously. Chapter 867. The Final Storm. Central Continent. At this moment, the continent was the focus of everyone's attention. The continent was scarred and devastated. There were sword marks everywhere, and ravines were carved on the ground. An ancient ruin appeared in the ravines. It proved that a terrifying war had happened there. And right above the mainland, a dark cloud shrouded and obscured the sky as if the end of the world was imminent. People trembled in fear. This meant that the war was not over yet. However, a figure stood there in the air, just under the dark cloud. Just one person was facing the sky that was covered by dark apparitions. The scene was shown all over the world and was witnessed by the eyes of ordinary people. Everyone knew who Wang Tung was. He had killed several devil lords alone in the previous battle, inspiring everyone. Many youths regarded him as their idol, and even more people viewed him as a hero of the humans. Now, Wang Tung was standing under the dark cloud and facing the dark apparitions alone. As they were seeing it via screens, no one knew what he was going to do. Country Xia, Grandpa Wang, Wang Shenghua, and other members of the Wang family were all clustered around the screen. They were all worried and anxious as they looked at the figure. Although Wang Tung had already killed multiple devil lords, he was facing so many dark apparitions alone now. Was he really going to make it? The dark apparitions were clustered so densely that it made people's scalp tingle just by looking at them, let alone dealing with them. Li Zayumi's whole body was tense, as she clutched Wang Shengguo's arm tightly. Her face was pale, but she didn't make a sound. She knew that her son was saving the planet and that he was a hero. She couldn't say anything. She could only hope that he would return safely. Wang Shengguo patted Li Ziyumi's hand and consoled her. Although he was worried as well, he had to stay strong as a man to support his wife. Over at the side, Lin Shuhan and Lin Shuxiao were holding their hands tightly together as they stared at Wang Teng on the screen with worry. At the first university, Ji Xiaoming, Run Qingcong, and the others were watching as well. Their faces were filled with complicated emotions: worry, nervousness, envy, and jealousy. They used to stand on the same starting line as Wang Teng, but now he had already left them far behind. The planetary stage. They already knew about that. That was a stage beyond the boundaries of a planet. Wang Teng was already at that stage, while they had only just reached the general stage. They were still so far away from the planetary stage. A gap like this made them feel powerless. They were called prodigies since young. When faced with such a huge gap, they felt extremely bitter, doubting if they were even talented to begin with. Over at Donghai, Su Jie and Bai Wei were also staring at the screen. Brother Wang Teng, you will be fine. Bai Wei bit her lip and muttered to herself. Come on, Brother Teng. Su Jie and Yu Hao's eyes were red as they clenched their fists. At the White Eagle Nation, Shuan and the others had already returned from the central continent. They were fighting against the star beasts that were ravaging the human cities. In the cities that were full of ruins, there were still undamaged screens that were showing what was happening over on the central continent. While fighting, they looked up and watched, feeling complicated inside. Their former opponent had grown so much, yet they were still struggling at the general stage. They didn't know when they would catch up again. Kill! Shuan's heart trembled, and his eyes were focused. He fought the star beasts even more ferociously. At the same time, in Country Bat, Country Boar, and the other countries, everyone who was familiar with Wang Teng was paying attention to the battle. In the sky above the central continent. Crack! As the spatial fluctuations continued to spread, the space around Wang Teng suddenly made a crisp noise like the sound of glass shattering. He heard the sound and suddenly increased the output of his force. The space shook violently. At a certain moment, the space around Wang Teng suddenly split into deep and dark rifts, into a bottomless abyss. These rifts were not the same as the space tornado that Wang Teng used at Donghai. Every rift that appeared was as thick as an arm. Even 13-star general stage martial warriors would be ripped apart if they approached them. After the rifts appeared, a gust of wind from the void gushed out and surrounded Wang Teng as if it was manipulated by a certain force. The speed of the wind changed from slow to fast and instantly turned into a violent wind, making a piercing sound like an eagle's cry. It spun rapidly, tearing apart the surrounding space, forming a terrifying piece of the void. The storm was coming. The expressions of the dark apparitions changed as they looked down in horror. Run! Run! A 13-star general stage dark apparition shouted. Don't wait for the Devil Lords. If we wait any longer, we will all die here. Another 13-star general stage vampire dark apparition yelled frantically. The 13-star general stage dark apparitions were commanders of the dark apparitions and could take the lead and control the dark apparitions. With the order, there was a commotion. All the dark apparitions wanted to escape far away. Thinking of running away, Wang Teng's cold voice resounded throughout the sky. His figure had vanished in the eye of the tornado. However, everyone stared at the storm that enveloped the sky and was terrified. Boom! As the tornado swept over ferociously, a devastating suction force broke out. The dark apparitions who were trying to escape lost control of their bodies and flew towards the tornado. Countless dark apparitions were thrown into the space tornado and had their bodies twisted and crushed into powder. They were then sent into the abyss. Roar! The dark apparitions screamed and roared as they tried to break free from the suction of the space tornado. But it was all in vain. With Wang Teng's current strength and at such a distance, the dark apparitions had no chance of escaping the space tornado. Even the 13-star general stage dark apparitions couldn't escape from the space tornado. They struggled desperately, using up every ounce of their dark force as their bodies were shrouded in black light. However, they were still slowly dragged into the space tornado. At this moment, the sky was a spectacular sight. A terrible tornado hovered over the central continent as countless deep and dark rifts appeared in its surroundings, casting darkness over the sky. The endless dark clouds poured downwards like water flowing down a funnel into the tornado. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The dark apparitions that seemed unending disappeared from the world. The leaders of the countries were all shocked and speechless as they looked up at the sky. They even forgot to blink. People all over the world who saw this scene also fell into silence. Chapter 868. Up and rising dawn high, he defeated an entire army of dark apparitions alone. In the past, no one would believe that this was possible, but everyone in the world saw it personally. Countless dark apparitions wailed in despair. They were sucked into the space tornado like ants. Then, they were mutilated before they died. The terrifying dark apparitions' army disappeared before everyone's eyes, little by little. Time passed slowly. The dark clouds draping over the central continent dissipated gradually, and sunlight finally shone down. Peace seemed to have been restored. The end. The battle that would decide the fate of the human race had ended on this note. The dark apparitions were annihilated, and the humans gained the victory. This was all thanks to the figure floating above the central continent. Wang Tung, the hero of humans. The humans started cheering from around the globe. Some kneeled on the ground and cried tears of joy. They shouted Wang Tang's name with all their might. Ji Xiaoming, Rin Xingcong, Shuan, Yoke, Valeria, Gerald. All these martial warriors that had interacted with Wang Tang before watched his rise and growth. They were witnesses of him becoming the human's hero. Country Xia Wang family. The Wang family finally heaved a sigh of relief. Li Xiaomei cried in joy. They were all staring at the figure on the screen proudly. The younger children even started cheering. Dong Hai, we won, we won. Su Jia, Bai Wei, and their friends exchanged glances with one another and screamed with happiness. The same scene was occurring everywhere. Central continent. Wang Tang floated down slowly from the sky. His face was a little pale. Pervert, you're a pervert. How can you possess such a terrifying space technique? How did you come up with it? Round Ball's voice sounded in Wang Tung's mind. It kept muttering to itself without stopping. One could tell how thunderstruck it was. Wang Tung ignored it and automatically filtered out its voice. But when he glanced around him, he realized that everyone was looking at him as if he were a monster. He had destroyed the entire army of dark apparitions alone. This was such an incredible feat, frightening. All the leaders of the various nations were dumbfounded. Wang Tung's position in their hearts rose again. They must never become enemies with this scary monster. Are you a monster? Biluo looked at Wang Tung and asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. You'll get used to it, Wang Tung replied calmly. Biluo was stunned. Then, she gave him a speechless look. What do you mean by that? This fellow isn't humble at all. Praise him, and he will accept it readily. Wang Tung turned away and looked at the leaders of the different nations. Although the dark apparitions have been annihilated, dimensional rifts leading to the Darkland have appeared in many parts of the world. We must find them quickly and seal them up to prevent them from invading us again. Okay, I will send my men to inspect every area thoroughly. Commander Cromwell from the White Eagle Nation nodded and agreed immediately. The other leaders cursed at him in their hearts when they heard him replying so quickly. What a sly old fox with no dignity. They hurriedly replied to Wang Tung too. No problem. They'll give my order immediately. Yes, we must inspect our country carefully and find all the dimensional rifts linking to the Darkland. At first, the leaders were all afraid of the dark apparitions, so they would speak about them with care. But after seeing Wang Tung's ability, they found their confidence and agreed almost instantly. The leader of martial arts expression turned weird. He didn't know what to say when he glanced at the other leaders. He felt that they were students fighting to get praised by their teacher. Wang Tung was that teacher. This scene seemed a little funny, but the leader of martial arts didn't laugh. He was a mature and professional guy. He must maintain his composure at a time like this. Wang Tung felt the change in the way everyone treated him and shook his head. He opened his mouth again. I suggest holding a global union conference. A new era is dawning. We need to build a community to face the universe. The leader's expressions changed when they heard this. Then, they nodded one after another. They knew that building a global union was a must. This would happen sooner or later. Going by the original timeline, the different countries would build a global union after going through a certain period of development. The alien invasion had hastened this entire process. We'll hold it in Donghai 5 days later. Is there any problem with that? Wang Tung glanced around him. Okay, no problem. The leaders of the various countries nodded and left quickly. But all of them sent some martial warriors to stay in the central continent. Since they were going to form a global union, everyone would naturally have a share of exploring this historical site. Donghai. The next day, the Wang family had returned to Donghai. Donghai had finished its reconstruction. High-rise buildings stood in great numbers, and the streets were back to their bustling state. The city seemed more prosperous than before. Wang Tung had created a rune array around the city, so Donghai didn't suffer much from the Sea Beast riot. It was one of the few cities that remained intact. After the reconstruction, Donghai became more beautiful and advanced. After all, with Wang Tung's support, the city had ample funds for its rebuilding project. Hence, the quantity and quality of buildings increased. You could say that Donghai was one of the top 3 most advanced cities in the country now. It was on par with capital Xia, Jinlin, and the other cities in the south. The cities in the north weren't as lucky as Donghai. They were the first to bear the brunt of the Sea Beast riot and suffered catastrophic damage. After the reconstruction of Donghai, many other wealthy and powerful families came to buy properties here. Everyone knew how powerful Wang Tung was. This was the safest city in the country. Within 3 days, Donghai's housing prices skyrocketed to a frightening height. Despite that, most of the properties were snatched almost instantly. If Donghai didn't impose property purchasing limitations immediately, the situation could have gotten worse. This would never have happened during peaceful times. The housing prices were regulated, so they would never soar up like a rocket. People who were not registered in the city wouldn't be able to buy too many properties in that city. But still happened. These wealthy people and elite families had ways to buy the properties. No one could stop them. This proved Wang Tung's status in the country and the rise of Donghai. When the news of Donghai holding the Global Union Conference spread, Donghai's position climbed even higher. Chapter 869, Power of the Wang Family. Donghai, Wang Residence. The Wang Residence was no doubt the most extravagant residential building in the entire Donghai. Donghai was able to rebuild itself quickly due to Wang Tung's sponsorship. Hence, the Wang family was given a large piece of land. They hired a renowned architect to design their home with an antique flavor. It gave off a classic and elegant beauty. There is a symphony of pavilions and terraces as the modern and ancient styles merged harmoniously. A landscape of lakes and greenery added radiance and beauty to each other. It was mesmerizing. There were also villas constructed around their residence. They were properly distributed like the myriad of stars surrounding the moon. They created stunning scenery. The Wang family didn't build these villas. Rather, they were constructed by the other powerful and wealthy families and figures. They didn't come for the Wang family. They built their villas here because of Wang Tung, the most powerful martial warrior on Earth. What was safer than being neighbors with the most powerful martial warrior on the planet? There were 2 days left until the Global Union Conference, but many people had already arrived in Donghai. Foreign faces could be roaming the streets every day. Country Xia sent a large troop to Donghai to guard and enforce the order. Suddenly, a beam of light rose from a certain area in Donghai. This thick and dense pillar of yellow light shot into the sky. Both the citizens of Donghai and the visitors were attracted by the pillar of light. That's the Wang Residence. Look, that's Wang Tung in the air. He's laying down an array. A few sharp-eyed martial warriors saw the figure above the Wang residence and recognized the person immediately. Hence, they guessed what he was doing. The figure disappeared quickly after the momentary appearance. Everyone was in awe. Wang Tung made an array for the Wang residence personally. Ever since he got crowned the title of the strongest martial warrior on Earth, Wang Tung got famous. His past achievements were dug out too. Now, many people knew that he was an array master and a rune master. Thus, no one was surprised that he formed an array for the Wang residence. Instead, they were envious. Wang Tung had guided the rune masters in creating the defense array for Donghai. The Sea Beast's riot proved the powerful defense ability of the array. They were astounded by Wang Tung's array mastery and started exaggerating his skills. After seeing him in action, some people started to have other thoughts. If they could invite Wang Tung to form an array for them around their house, they would be able to rest in peace even when there was a Star Beast riot. This thought appeared in many people's minds. Within 2 hours, the doors of the Wang residence almost cracked because of the number of visitors. Wang Tung was welcoming an ordinary-looking middle-aged man into his residence. The sofa in the living room was made using precious wood from the Xingwu continent, the purple essence wood. Wang Tung was sitting opposite the middle-aged man. Very soon, a robot dressed as a servant served them Longjing Tio-1. The robot looked almost like a real human. The outer shell was made using the most advanced simulated biochemical skin, so it looked similar to a human. This was Round Ball's work of art. These robots came from the QY E-63 spacecraft. Many of them were damaged by Wang Tung, so Round Ball used its advanced technology to repair them and dress them up in simulated skin. They became the security guards of the Wang residence and could even serve drinks and cook meals. They were extremely useful. However, Wang Tung still allowed them to preserve some traits of a robot to differentiate them from the real humans. Mr. Wang Tung, these robots are not from the Earth, right? The middle-aged man was surprised. Haha, Mr. Ma, you have good eyesight. I got these robots from the historical site. Wang Tung smiled. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man was an extremely renowned entrepreneur of country Xia. He was also widely known internationally, so Wang Tung came to welcome him personally. Of course, Mr. Ma was flattered when Wang Tung came to see him personally. Mind you, he had a high status now. He was giving him ample respect by meeting him in person. Wang Tung felt emotional as he looked at the excited middle-aged man in front of him. When he just came to this world, he wanted to use this famous person's business idea and earn himself a reputation too. However, the world had changed, so Mr. Ma had already started his business journey. He didn't give him any chance. Wang Tung had no choice but to take the martial arts path, walking grudgingly to this position. The world was unpredictable. No one knew what would happen in the future. Is it the historical site found on the central continent? Mr. Ma exclaimed. That's right. Wang Tung nodded. As expected, there are many good things in the historical site. If we study these robots, the technology of our planet will rise to an all-new height. Mr. Ma was a smart guy. He immediately thought of many possibilities. His eyes lit up, and he asked in a cautious tone, How many robots do you have? Can you spare one for me? I have sent some robots to the military, and they're studying them. They will probably release their findings soon. Wang Tung smiled. As for the ones in my house, I kept them to protect my family. I don't mind gifting one to you. One, I thought so too, but I just had to ask. Mr. Ma shook his head with a dejected smile. Mr. Ma, what brought you here today? Wang Tung asked. Mr. Wang Tung, your name has spread all over the world as a master of runes. Many people want to seek your help in forming rune arrays for them. I'm no exception. I have bought a property near the Wang residence and plan to stay here in the future and be your neighbor. I wanted to ask for your help to arrange an array for me. Mr. Ma rubbed his hands and gave an embarrassed smile. Ha ha ha. I won't have agreed to others, but since Mr. Ma came to ask me personally, I guess I'll have to lend a hand. Wang Tung smiled. Really? Thank you so much. Mr. Ma felt extremely content when he heard Wang Tung's reply. He beamed with happiness. But there's no hurry. You can come over when you're free. Wang Tung nodded in agreement, and they set a time for him to go over to create the array. He'll not disturb you anymore. Mr. Ma bade farewell. After Mr. Ma left, Wang Tung shook his head and walked into the room. He saw Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengwu coming out. Grandpa Wang, Dad, if anyone else comes to find me, tell them I'm cultivating and can't be disturbed, he said in a helpless tone. Haha, other people yearn to meet them, but you seem reluctant to even see them, Grandpa Wang teased him. It's too troublesome. I'm leaving. Wang Ting shook his head and ran away. Chapter 870. I'll kill you today. Visitors like Mr. Ma were not few and rare. Most of them were big shots who had great influence around the world. Wang Ting wasn't afraid of offending them, but humans were social animals. Favors were inevitable. Furthermore, the Wang family could not be separated from society. They would need to rely on society to survive. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave and let Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengwu greet them. He secretly told them to agree to those who were more important and always have been friends with the Wang family. They could ignore the rest. There were still 2 days before the Global Union Conference. Wang Tung was bored and left on high for Beijing. Where are we going? Biluo asked as she followed him. There's a dimensional rift at Beijing. I'm going to destroy it, Wang Tung replied. He knew that once there were dimensional rifts on Earth, it meant that the dark apparitions knew the space coordinates of Earth. It would be much easier for them to relocate here. However, the existing dimensional rifts could not be left untouched. Otherwise, the dark apparitions would invade directly. With Earth's current defenses, it wouldn't stand a chance. Biluo's gaze flickered, but she didn't probe further. She was very curious about his space talent, which was why she tagged along. By the way, when will you be willing to let me go? Biluo asked indifferently while flying. When I'm done dealing with the matters on Earth, I'll naturally let you go. Soon, they arrived at the dimensional rift in Beijing. Young Master Wang, the military generals stationed there welcomed him immediately. The leaders of the military and martial arts didn't give him a higher rank since such ranks were meaningless to Wang Tung. All the military generals simply called him Young Master Wang when they saw him. Wang Ting nodded. I'm here to destroy the dimensional rift. There will be spatial fluctuations. To avoid any friendly fire, get the martial warriors over there to come back. Yes. The military generals were all elated and quickly responded. In less than 15 minutes, all the martial warriors who received the order rushed back. Wang Tung said no more and headed straight to the dimensional rift. Boom! Not long after, a deafening noise came from the dimensional rift, which sounded like thunder. Everyone witnessed the dimensional rift collapsing inward and forming a void. It then seemed to shrink until it became the size of a pinhole and vanished. It's gone. Ha! The dimensional rift has vanished. The martial warriors were full of joy and cheered. Wang Ting looked down and smiled. He didn't stop and left the area. He then traveled all over the world to destroy the dimensional rifts. He also managed to accumulate blank attributes by quelling a wave of star beasts. In 2 days, Wang Tung managed to destroy all the dimensional rifts. This way, Earth would not be invaded by dark apparitions for a short period. After all, it wasn't easy to come up with a space tunnel. Even if the dark apparitions had obtained the space coordinates for Earth, they would need some time and resources to open another space tunnel. It would be great if you knew the secret space technique of covering up space coordinates. Once you enter the dark universe and cover up the space coordinates of Earth, the dark apparitions would no longer be able to lock onto this planet by using the current coordinates, Roundball said. A secret space technique that covers up the space coordinates? There was dazzling light in Wang Tung's eyes. He then said quickly, "You must know where I can obtain it. Tell me quick." The Great Qian Empire has it. However, you will need a huge amount of wealth to get your hands on it. Secret techniques are very valuable, even more so for secret space techniques. They are rare as well. A secret space technique would demand at least 100 billion Great Qian coins, Roundball explained nonchalantly. 100 billion Great Qian coins. Wang Tung's eyes widened as he cursed. F***K. That's daylight robbery. Of course. Roundball snickered. Let me tell you, the most profitable industry in this world is not the slave trade nor spacecraft technology. It's scriptures and secret techniques. Wang Tung was stunned for a moment before he suddenly thought of something. Scriptures and secret techniques. He had loads of them. In the future, when he traveled in the universe, he could obtain other people's scriptures and secret techniques by collecting attribute bubbles and then reselling them. Wasn't this perfect? Especially for advanced rank scriptures and rare secret techniques. They're all worth tens or hundreds of billions. In fact, a single scripture or secret technique can be sold to multiple people. Those who create or master these scriptures and secret techniques are simply sitting on a treasure trove. They can have a steady stream of wealth. The inheritors of scriptures and secret techniques are all rich magnates in the universe, Round Ball added enviously. However, many of these scriptures and secret techniques are well guarded by people, and they wouldn't be easily sold. Round Ball cautioned. Round Ball looked at Wang Tung with contempt. That's why the inheritance is so important in the universe. For a martial warrior like you, who comes from a backward planet, you are extremely fortunate to obtain the inheritance of a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Wang Tung didn't bother to argue with it. If it knew that he could generate scriptures and secret techniques continuously, an intelligent life form like it might just shut down in horror. He started harboring evil thoughts. It looks like I will have to make a trip to the great Qian Empire, Wang Tung said thoughtfully. That's for sure. Don't think about it anymore. If you want to become stronger, you'll have to take risks. Be more decisive. They'll finish repairing the spacecraft soon, and we'll be able to head to the great Qian Empire. Wang Tung shook his head and changed the subject. Have you found that guy? Yes, I did. He's just in the sea below you. Round Ball pouted and nodded. Why didn't you say so earlier? We almost flew past it. Wang Tung snarled. Couldn't this Round Ball be more reliable? It was late at night, and Wang Tung was in the depths of the ocean, finding the windstorm giant ape from back then. With Round Ball's help, Wang Tung would be able to locate it even in the vast ocean. Of course, he was going to kill it once he found him. It was best to not have any powerful star beasts on Earth. They were like time bombs, and no one would know when they would become set off. Moreover, the windstorm giant ape was a huge attribute bubble generator. Wang Tung was not going to let him off. Without any hesitation, he headed straight into the depths of the ocean and rushed towards the seabed. There wasn't a difference between being on land or at sea when he activated deep-sea breathing. Even without deep-sea breathing, with his current strength, entering the ocean was not a challenge for him. However, deep-sea breathing was a convenient skill. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Round Ball noticed it and was in admiration. That's a good skill. If you sell it, it could fetch a good price on the planets with more seawater. I don't know how you managed to have so many weird skills. I couldn't find any similar skills when I hacked into the Earth's network. It was a little confused and was wondering if Wang Tung had inherited other things. Otherwise, it couldn't explain how he got these techniques. Wang Tung ignored him and continued to dive deeper. The pressure around him increased and pressed from all directions. His body was strong, and the pressure was just like raindrops to him. It was nothing. However, the deeper he went, the more sea beasts there were. The star beasts were very powerful. According to Earth standards, they would all be above the 8-star level. The star beasts couldn't feel how strong Wang Tung was as he hid his presence. When they saw him, they all rushed towards him with a roar. You're looking for death. He scoffed, and a cold light shot out of his space ring. It turned into a golden blade shaped like a crescent moon, spinning at high speed. Swoosh! The golden blade protected Wang Tung, forming a vacuum around him. The star beasts that surrounded him were all smashed into smithereens and were blocked by the golden blade, making it impossible to approach him. Golden Crescent Blade. This weapon was called Golden Crescent Blade. It worked with spiritual power. Only Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Masters were worthy to use a weapon like this. It was Nangong use item, but was acquired by Wang Tung. It suited him very well. He found out that a weapon like this was worthy of being used by a Cosmos Stage warrior. It was indeed extremely powerful. Round Ball saw Wang Tung using the Golden Crescent Blade to slaughter the star beasts and cursed in his mind. It felt that he was destroying nature. Suddenly, The surroundings went silent. The sea beasts had all disappeared, and a huge ocean trench appeared in front of Wang Tung. Wang Tung stopped and squinted as he looked down. He saw that there was a huge black shadow crawling and resting in the trench. Windstorm giant ape. This bastard was hiding here. Wang Tung sneered and stretched out his hand. The golden crescent blade left behind an afterimage and vanished in front of Wang Tung. The windstorm giant ape suddenly felt danger and woke up. He let out a roar and swung the long rod in its hand. Swoosh! The sturdy long rod was actually sliced by the golden crescent blade, and a third of its length was gone. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! However, the windstorm giant ape also took this opportunity to avoid a blow. It saw Wang Tung, and a piece of memory emerged in its head. It then roared, "Human, it's you. Looks like you remember me." Wang Tung smiled faintly. "He'll kill you today." The golden crescent blade's speed skyrocketed, turning into a streak of bright golden light across the ocean, striking the windstorm giant ape. Chapter 871. Let's make a tornado series in the future. At the bottom of the sea, a gigantic ape was standing in the middle of a sea trench. It was the ruler of the sea and the king among all the powerful sea beasts. On this entire planet, it was at the forefront of evolution. None of the humans was its match. However, at this moment, its huge eyes were filled with seriousness. It was staring intently at the incomparably tiny human figure ahead of it. A ray of gold light traveled towards it at lightning speed. It cut through the sea, ignoring the strong pressure thousands of meters below the sea level, and shot toward windstorm giant ape as though there was no resistance. When the golden light was about 10 meters away from it, the pupils of the windstorm giant ape constricted furiously. Roar! It gave an earth-shaking roar. The sound waves forced away the seawater around it. A long rod appeared in its hand, and it swung it out viciously. There were purple sparks of lightning flickering on the long rod. It struck down like a huge bolt of lightning. Boom! The golden ray of light collided with the purple bolt of lightning. The seawater was pushed outward strongly. An empty area was formed with the two martial warriors in the center. The seawater formed a terrifying undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. It tore down everything in its path. The sand and mud that had remained stationary under the sea for millions of years were swept into the current. Fortunately, there were no other living creatures in this depth of the sea. The powerful undercurrents were strong enough to mutilate a Lord-level star beast. Wang Tung stared at the scene quietly with a calm expression. After some time, peace resumed at the bottom of the sea, revealing the gigantic body of the windstorm giant ape in the trench. It stood there motionlessly. The long rod in its hands had broken into two. Suddenly, the stench of blood floated over. A bloody flower blossomed silently on the forehead of the windstorm giant ape. Swoosh! A beam of gold light pierced through the back of its head and made a U-turn in the seawater before returning to Wang Tung. It twirled around windstorm giant ape like a loyal guard committed to its duty of protecting its master. Wang Tung glanced at the spinning golden crescent blade. There were no signs of blood on its sharp and smooth blade. It was so clean as if it was washed. This is good. A tinge of astonishment floated into Wang Tung's eyes. Of course. Round Ball's unhappy voice appeared in his mind. Pretending not to hear it, he glanced at the windstorm giant ape below and saw many attribute bubbles floating around its body. The king of sea beasts that caused Dong Hai to fall into desperation had been easily killed by Wang Tung. He remained composed. The windstorm giant ape did cause him much trouble in the past. If he hadn't used the ultimate move, Space Tornado, he wouldn't have been able to force it to back down. If he didn't stop the windstorm giant ape, it might have massacred the entire city, sparing no one. But now, Wang Tung had already gone through many things. He even killed a few planetary stage martial warriors, so he was no longer afraid of this windstorm giant ape that hadn't reached the emperor level. He didn't even think much about it. He killed the windstorm giant ape to get rid of future trouble for the human race. Wang Tung glanced at the attribute bubbles below and picked them up. Ultimate Stage Lightning Talent, asterisk 3200 Ultimate Stage Wine Talent, asterisk 2800 Ultimate Stage Water Talent, asterisk 3500 Lightning Force, asterisk 6500 Constellation Force. Lightning, asterisk 1000 Wind Force, asterisk 6300 Constellation Force. Wind, asterisk 800 Water Force, asterisk 7000 Constellation Force. Water, asterisk 1500 Lightning Tornado, asterisk 300 Blank Attribute, asterisk 25,000 Wong Tongue widened his eyes in shock when these attribute bubbles merged into his body. What the F asterisk asterisk K? He couldn't help but curse. This windstorm giant ape dropped amazing loot. Wong Tongue was stunned. He didn't expect the windstorm giant ape to give him such a large amount of attributes. He sensed the ability of the windstorm giant ape and knew that it hadn't reached the emperor level, which was comparable to the planetary stage for humans. Yet the attribute bubbles it dropped were as good as the ones planetary stage martial warriors had. He had to admit that the windstorm giant ape was blessed by nature. It possessed 3 different talents, wind, lightning, and water, and all 3 had reached the ultimate stage. Wong Tongue gained 3,200 points of Ultimate Stage Lightning Talent, 2,800 points of Ultimate Stage Wind Talent, and 3,500 points of Ultimate Stage Water Talent from it directly. These 3 attribute bubbles entered his body and pushed his talents up. Before the addition, all 3 talents hadn't reached the Emperor level. Now, with the help of this windfall, all of them achieved a breakthrough. Emperor level Water Talent, 80/10,000 Emperor level Wind Talent, 15/10,000 Emperor level Lightning Talent, 25/10,000 Wong. Tongue felt extremely lucky when he saw the change on his attributes panel. The Wind and Lightning Talent just barely managed to advance to the Emperor level. If the Windstorm Giant Ape had dropped slightly lesser attributes, his talents wouldn't have advanced. Mind you, lightning and wind were special mutated elements. It was hard to find someone who possessed them, so improving these 2 talents was extremely hard. He was fortunate and managed to raise both to the Emperor level. Wong Tongue wouldn't need to worry about his talents not catching up with his ability for some time. Besides the talents, the ape also dropped other amazing attributes like forces. Besides ordinary forces, there were constellation forces too. Wong Tongue was surprised at the appearance of the constellation forces. The windstorm giant ape didn't receive any legacy and managed to turn ordinary force into constellation force solely with its own effort and talent. This wasn't something an ordinary star beast could do. He believed that if given enough time, the windstorm giant ape would definitely reach the emperor level. At that time, it would be able to dominate the earth with its 3 impressive talents. Of course, that was before Wong Tongue killed it. The 3 forces flowed through Wong Tongue's body. The water force entered the water star while the wind and lightning forces entered the force nucleus. Wong Tongue's wind and lightning force were still at the 13-star general stage. Thus, they hadn't formed their respective 4 stars. There was another attribute bubble containing 25,000 points of blank attributes. Wong Tongue was satisfied with this number. The last attribute bubble contained a special battle technique. It was the Lightning Tornado. Wong Tongue raised his eyebrows when he saw the name of the technique. There was some fate between him and tornado battle techniques. Blade Sword Tornado, Lightning Tornado, Space Tornado. He could make a tornado series in the future. Wong Tongue thought to himself silently. It would be quite interesting. As the Lightning Tornado attribute bubble merged into his body, a huge shadow appeared in his mind. This was a giant ape. Wind force was gushing around its body, creating a tornado. Lightning force turned into terrifying bolts of lightning and merged into the tornado. The 2 of them mixed with each other and reached an intriguing equilibrium. Then, they released a frightening power. After some time, Wong Tongue opened his eyes. He was enlightened. A sharp green glow flashed in one of his eyes while a bolt of purple lightning blinked in his other. It was a mysterious sight. This lightning tornado is interesting, Wong Tongue muttered to himself. He liked this skill. The lightning tornado was definitely not as powerful as the space tornado, but it was still many times more powerful than an ordinary planetary stage battle technique. It could be one of his trump cards. The most important thing was the lightning tornado was easier to execute compared to the space tornado. The strain on his body was smaller. When he executed the space tornado, his body needed to withstand the backlash of the power of space. His body would have been crippled after one execution if it wasn't strong enough. But his body still suffered damage, and his ability was impaired after executing the skill. If he met a powerful opponent at this moment, he would be in grave danger. The lightning tornado was different. Wang Tung's physical body was able to resist the damage by the power of lightning and wind. He wouldn't be hurt when he executed this skill. Overall, it was a good battle technique. If Round Ball knew that Wang Tung marked the lightning tornado as a good battle technique, it would probably start educating him again. In the universe, many powerful martial warriors would fight their way to snatch this battle technique. Even eternal stage martial warriors might get interested. After all, there was no stage restriction for this battle technique. If it was executed by an eternal stage martial warrior, it could release eternal stage power. Such battle techniques were rare even in the universe. After collecting all the attribute bubbles, Wang Tung glanced at the windstorm giant ape and wondered what he should do with the corpse. Round Ball's voice sounded in his mind. "Pass it to me. There's a star core and a star bone in the windstorm giant ape's body. They're good materials for making a battle armor." Battle armor. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. "That's right. I'm going to make a battle armor made of star bones for you." Round Ball chuckled. It sounded excited. "Are you going to make it personally?" Wang Tung pointed out. "Why not? Come on, I was a famous grandmaster blacksmith back in the old days. It's a piece of cake for me to make battle armor for a planetary stage martial warrior like you." "You should feel honored," Round Ball said. "You're a grandmaster blacksmith? You have my respect." Wang Tung rolled his eyes secretly, but he still remained polite. "Oomph. I know you're a master blacksmith, but you're still a distance away from becoming a grandmaster. You can learn from me," Round Ball said proudly. It finally found something it was better at. Wang Tung chuckled to himself. Round Ball didn't know that he could raise his secondary jobs level by collecting attribute bubbles. He didn't need to learn. He might be able to become a grandmaster after watching it a few times. He would surprise it again. Round Ball kept the corpse of the windstorm giant ape. After that, Wang Tung left the deep sea and rushed back to country Xia. Chapter 872. Their mentality is a little weak. Country Xia, Donghai, January 1st, 2011, 8 a.m. When the sun shone brightly and the wind blew softly. On this day, Donghai had become the center of the entire world. A few days ago, Country Xia's troops had entered Donghai and cordoned off the city. Outsiders coming to Donghai wouldn't be rejected, but they would need to undergo careful inspections. Anyone with fishy background would be banned from entering the city. Even so, people flocked to Donghai. All of this was done because Donghai was holding the Global Union Conference today. The Global Union Conference. This was an important conference that would affect the direction of this planet in the future. A few days before the meeting, the news had already spread everywhere. The whole world knew about it. This would impact the future of the planet, so everyone was concerned. Hence, all the influential figures in the world and the business leaders came to visit Donghai. Of course, not everyone was taking part in the Global Union Conference. The ones who came were the politicians who held great power and influence in their countries. They were the leaders of their nations. Many battlecraft were landing on a vast plaza around a skyscraper. This skyscraper was an iconic building after Donghai's reconstruction work. It was 360 meters tall, and there were many facilities inside, including exhibition halls, scriptures and battle techniques library, administrative halls. The highest floor was where the conference would be held. As the battlecraft landed, various heads of states started alighting. They entered the doors of the skyscraper under the protection of powerful martial warriors. All the leaders of the nations had come. No one was absent. A huge crowd gathered around the skyscraper. There was a big commotion. "Oh my God, that's the chief commander and head of state of the White Eagle Nation. The head of state of Country Boar is here too. And the head of state of Country Star. The bystanders started counting the leaders of the various countries while chatting among themselves. A large number of martial warriors guarded the area, blocking the enthusiastic crowd. Governor Jiang and General Chun were standing in the plaza. They felt emotional as they watched the leaders enter the skyscraper. In the past, their positions were much higher than Wang Tung's. Now, he had the ability to gather the world leaders while they could only stand guard outside the building. They glanced at each other in silence. On the highest floor of this skyscraper, the meeting room was lit up brightly with dazzling lights. There was a huge round table in the middle of the room. The leaders were conversing warmly with one another. Leaders from all around the world had gathered in this room, disregarding all racial discrimination and segregation. At 9 p.m., the meeting started. A beam of light lit up in the middle of the huge round table, creating a 3D screen. Everyone's attention was attracted by it. This was a map of the Earth. Everyone. Wang Tung stood up from the host's seat. The leader of martial arts was sitting on his right, and the commander and head of state of the White Eagle Nation was sitting on his left. Everyone switched their gazes from the screen to the map as he spoke. Wang Tung scanned the leaders. It was hard to tell his emotions through his expression. He opened his mouth and said, "I think everyone should know why I gathered all of you here today. Some time ago, aliens invaded our planet, and all the countries fell in their hands. We almost turned into the slaves of these invaders. This time, they came for a trial. They treated our planet as a trial ground and did whatever they wanted here. Everyone, I have only one question for you. Is this what you want?" Wang Tung paused for a moment. All the leaders found it unbearable to recall what had happened when they were in the hands of the alien candidates. There was anger and unwillingness on their faces. To be able to become the head of the state, these leaders were able to control their emotions well. However, they couldn't suppress their anger when they remembered how the alien candidates treated them as slaves. Wang Tung saw their response and continued, "Actually, our plight isn't too bad. They came for the trial, so they weren't planning to enslave our planet. In the universe, enslaving an entire planet is very common. There's a profession in the universe called slave merchants. They are merchants who deal with slave trading. It's a lucrative business. To the aliens, an underdeveloped planet is like an underdeveloped clan. They can enslave us and sell us like items without any worry." Everyone glanced at one another. Their expressions turned stern. Slaves! Turn an entire planet into slaves. This exceeded everyone's imagination. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Suddenly, Wang Tung pointed to the map in the middle of the round table. "I know you guys find it hard to believe, but this is the truth. Look, this is our planet, the Earth. It's just an underdeveloped planet in the universe. Our Earth is one of the millions of life planets in the Milky Way, which is merely one of the 9 galaxies in the Olent Federation. All right, the Olent Federation is the civilization the alien candidates came from." The screen started changing as Wang Tung spoke. It was zoomed out and other planets appeared. Soon, the entire solar system was displayed in front of everyone. But this wasn't the end. The map continued to zoom out until the solar system couldn't be seen. Planets appeared one by one and formed the Milky Way. The Milky Way then became smaller, and the map of the boundless universe was shown. This was the map of the territory of the Olent Federation. Gasp! The leaders were astounded, sucking in a breath of air in surprise. They never knew before, but after comparing, they realized how small and insignificant the Earth was and how frighteningly big the Olent Federation was. It controlled 9 galaxies, and there were tens of thousands of life planets in each galaxy. The Earth was nothing compared to it. Wang Tung didn't expand the map further. He was afraid of scaring them. The Olent Federation was just a low-tier civilization. There was the middle-tier civilization and the high-tier civilization too. Actually, the Olent Federation was just a small figure too. Wang Tung's tone was serious. "Do you realize how insignificant Earth is now? Let's talk about the different martial arts stages in the universe. In the universe, the planetary stage is just the beginning of their martial arts path. It's similar to our martial disciples. We can only run some errands and dig some mines." Another image appeared beside the map. It depicted a scene of a race that looked like chimpanzees digging a mine. The people in this race had great strength. They wielded the iron hammers with immense force. They were planetary stage martial warriors, but they were digging a mine. Round Ball had sent Wang Tung this outline of the universe. He showed it to everyone to increase his credibility. As expected, all the leaders were too shocked to speak. Silence. Dead silence. The planetary stage, martial warriors that could dominate their planet could only dig mines in the universe. They found it incredible and unbelievable. Someone swallowed a mouth of saliva. It sounded exceptionally conspicuous in the deadly silent meeting room. So if someone laid their eyes on our planet, they can just send a celestial stage martial warrior, and we won't be able to resist at all. Mr. Wang Tung, please stop speaking. The head of state of the White Eagle Nation wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Unknowingly, his back was drenched. He looked at Wang Tung with a bitter smile. Wang Tung was stunned. Was he so scared? He raised his head and looked at the other leaders. Their faces were as pale as the leader of the White Eagle Nation. All of them were white and scared stiff. Wang Tung felt a little awkward. He felt that he had restrained himself, but these people still got frightened. Their mentality is a little weak. Wang Tung complained in his heart. Chapter 873. Operation Wandering Earth. The meeting room suddenly fell into an awkward atmosphere. Wang Tung felt bad. He only wanted every country to know the gravity of the matter so that they could put away their differences and work together to form a global union to face the next major challenge. However, he didn't expect that they would be left too shocked and scared. This was understandable, though. After all, the people here had never left Earth and had no idea of the harsh reality of the universe. It was like how people who had lived their lives in the villages visited the city for the first time. They would be clueless about the difficulties of surviving in the urban environment. When they heard about these things, they would definitely panic. It was just like when Wang Tung first heard about these things. He wasn't much better off. Cough. I believe everyone understands better than me why I'm telling you about this. Wang Tung cleared his throat. Mr. Wang Tung, the leader of the White Eagle Nation, stood up, looked around, and said, "We understand what you mean. People from the White Eagle Nation came over to country Xia today and have already let go of all our differences. The White Eagle Nation is the first to agree to the formation of a global union." Everyone's gaze fell onto the leader of the White Eagle Nation. No one would have imagined that the leader of a dominant country would be the first to agree without any hesitation and so simply. The leaders of the other countries followed suit. On behalf of country Xia, I agree to the formation of the global union. The leader of martial arts stood up and said lightly. He was standing beside Wang Tung, which already showed that he firmly supported him. On behalf of country Boer, I agree to the formation of the global union. The leader of country Boer was a strong white man with a firm, thick voice. On behalf of the alliance, I agree to the formation of the global union. The old white leader of the alliance smiled. On behalf of the Eiffel continent, I agree to the formation of the global union. On behalf of country Bat, I agree to the formation of the global union. On behalf of country Inca, I agree to the formation of the global union. The representatives of every country stood up. Although their expressions were different, you could see a trace of resolve and seriousness in their eyes. At this moment, at an important point in history, they had made a decision that would completely change the future of Earth. And this moment was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Great! There was a glimmer in Wang Tung's eyes. Next, in order to deal with the coming challenges, I have two plans which I will now discuss with everyone. Everyone sat down silently, and their eyes focused on Wang Tung again. This first plan is for me to head out to the universe and become a legal citizen. I'll register Earth and become its leader. As for the second plan, Wang Tung suddenly paused. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wang Tung. I have a question. The White Eagle Nation's leader, Chorio, interrupted Wang Tung. Please speak, Mr. Chorio. Wang Tung sat down and gestured. Based on what you have said previously, The galaxy that we are in should belong to the Olent Federation. So, it should be easy for us to become a member of the Olent Federation. Chorio frowned. He suddenly realized that the plan that Wang Tung had described was somewhat inconsistent with what he had illustrated previously. No, even though we are a part of Olent Federation's territory, Earth is an undiscovered and undeveloped planet. To the Olent Federation, we are probably the lowest life form and will not be treated fairly. I believe you saw the candidate's attitude toward us. Wang Tung shook his head. Everyone was enlightened. How do we get the citizenship and establish the sovereignty of Earth? I'm afraid that this plan is not that easy to accomplish. Chorio probed. Indeed, the universe highly values strength and status. Earth has neither. For us to obtain sovereignty is equivalent to a fool's dream. It wouldn't take long for us to be devoured by others, Wang Tung said. That's why we have to become stronger as soon as possible and gain a certain status. The Olent Federation already knows about Earth's existence. Will we have enough time? The Alliance's leader asked worriedly. There's not much time, but I have a plan, Wang Tung replied. What plan? Everyone asked hurriedly. I obtained an inheritance that belongs to a high-tier civilization in the universe. If I can successfully inherit that, it'll have a very high status and Earth would be free of worries, Wang Tung explained. Inheritance. High-tier civilization. When everyone heard this, they were both puzzled and surprised. That's right, a high-tier civilization. Wang Tung nodded and decided to explain further. In the universe, civilizations are categorized into low, medium, and high tiers. In reality, the Olent Federation is just a low-tier civilization. Everyone was too shocked to speak. The powerful Olent Federation was just a low-tier civilization. This was unbelievable. Everyone was dripping with sweat and felt chills all over their bodies. Mr. Wang Tung, I would like to ask just how powerful high-tier civilizations are. Chorio found it hard to swallow his saliva. The other country leaders all looked over as well, full of curiosity. I don't think you want to know. Wang Tung cautioned. In the end, he didn't explain how strong the high-tier civilizations were, but everyone understood. The meeting room fell into dead silence again. Then, Mr. Wang Tung, is the inheritance reliable enough? Chorio asked. He was very envious. Wang Tung managed to obtain the inheritance of a high-tier civilization. What an opportunity! Reliable. Wang Tung nodded. However, there is a great risk. I'm afraid someone would not let me do as I wish. Everyone was shocked. Wang Tung's words implied too many things. Someone refused to let Wang Tung have the inheritance? Who was that? The leaders present were all smart people. They quickly understood the crux of the issue. He would face resistance from either the Olent Federation or the high-tier civilization where the inheritance was from. But no matter which one it was still an insurmountable and terrifying existence to them. That is why I have a second plan. Wang Tung looked at everyone's expression and proposed. What is it? Country Boar's leader asked anxiously. Operation Wandering Earth. Wang Tung's words stunned everyone. Operation Wandering Earth. They couldn't help but repeat it, feeling astounded. Unless, just as you imagined, under drastic circumstances, I plan to let Earth wander the universe and head toward a place out of the Olent Federation's reach, avoiding all our enemies, Wang Tung said solemnly. To be honest, if the circumstances were not drastic enough, he wouldn't be willing to do that. After all, the solar system was where the Earth originated from. This was their homeland. A foreign land couldn't accommodate one's body or soul. No one would be willing to be displaced and live in a foreign galaxy. One day when they were old, they could only tell their children that this was not their homeland. How tragic. Everyone was dead silent. It wasn't only just people from country Xia. People from other countries were reluctant to leave the solar system and drift around in the vast universe. It was too cruel. Moreover, the universe was filled with danger. Even if they wandered around, they might encounter unknown threats. If they were not careful, Earth could face destruction. Mr. Wang Tung, isn't Operation Wandering Earth a bit too hasty? Chorio asked cautiously. I won't do it unless either there's an absolute need for it. Wang Ting nodded. Now that Wang Tong had said that, everyone had nothing else to say. If everyone was at their wits' end, saying anything else would be useless. Death awaited them if they did not wander. Then, how would we go about the task? I'm afraid it's difficult to move an entire planet. Chorio smiled bitterly. Space shift array. Wang Tong said slowly. Space shift array. The crowd was stunned for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. With the power of arrays, it was indeed possible to achieve this goal. They'll set up the array that covers the entire planet and then head toward the space coordinates of a foreign place. If it doesn't work, well, directly move the Earth to that place, Wang Tong explained. An array that covered the entire planet. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at Wang Tong with astonishment. He was courageous and masterful. Had his rune mastery already reached such a level? That was really unimaginable. If that's the case, I have no doubts. Chorio pondered for a moment and said. The other leaders also nodded in agreement. After all, they had no better way. Everything depended on Wang Tong. After the global union is established, he'll disclose the planetary stage scriptures of the 5 elements. Wang Tong changed the topic and presented them with another bomb. Since the global union was going to be established, there was no point hiding it any longer. Otherwise, the combat power of Earth would remain at the planetary disciple stage. They wouldn't be able to stand up against others. Earth's survivability could only increase when its combat power rose. This was the only way. When everyone heard this, they were both surprised and overjoyed. The purpose of forming a global union was to get past the bad blood and tide over challenges together. Wang Tong had undoubtedly accepted them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given them these benefits. Chapter 874. Set Sail Alone. The Global Union Conference lasted all the way until late afternoon. After discussing the details, the leaders of the various nations left country Xia quickly to make arrangements in their countries. The next day, all the leaders held press conferences one after another to explain the policies and details discussed during the Global Union Conference. For instance, Wang Tong became the leader of Earth and Operation Wandering Earth. Everyone on Earth soon knew about the brutal survival laws in the universe, and that all hopes were on Wang Tong. They also learned that Wang Tong was going to make public the planetary stage scriptures for the 5 basic elements to benefit mankind. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was grateful for Wang Tong's contribution. If one walked along the streets, he would be able to hear people singing praises of him. He had become an international idol and hero. One the entire world considered him the sole savior of Earth. No one could talk bad about him. If not, the person would be condemned and looked down upon by everyone. It was hard to imagine that there would be such hero worshipping in modern society. But this was the reality. Wang Tong's reputation reached an unprecedented height. The guy in question didn't participate in this process. He left them to the different heads of states. The policies proceeded in full swing. As for Wang Tong, he started to create the space shift array. He gathered all the rune masters on Earth for this purpose. A large amount of manpower and resources were needed to create an array that covered the entire planet. This space shift array also required a precious material, space stone. Space stones were the main material for forging space rings and other space items. They were also essential in creating space arrays. Wang Tong didn't have a better solution, so he asked the martial warriors from around the world to collect space items and remove the space stones from them. Above the Earth's equator, Wang Tong floated in midair and spoke to the bunch of rune masters. Are you guys clear about the task I assigned to you? Understood. Don't worry, Master Wang. Yes, we won't disappoint you. The rune masters were all 40 years old and above, but they were fighting to perform well in front of Wang Tong. All of them replied to him loudly. Very good. Time is tight. Let's start immediately, Wang Tong said sternly. The group of rune masters immediately left in their battlecraft and headed to the area they were in charge of. Very soon, Wang Tong was the only one left behind. Round Ball's voice appeared in his mind. Getting space stones out from space items is a good idea. How did you come up with it? This is the best method I can think of. Wang Ting paused for a moment before saying, Roundball, thank you. Roundball was the one who came up with the idea of registering Earth and Operation Wandering Earth. It also provided coordinates of the foreign space and the space shift array. Wang Tung had never left his home planet, so he didn't know anything. Now you know my power. Roundball chuckled delightedly. All right, you're amazing. Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears. Roundball was overjoyed. However, it changed its tone and said sternly, but you should settle your issues on Earth quickly and leave this planet. The St. Star Pagoda will discover the strange happenings here very soon and send someone to investigate. The St. Star Pagoda is approximately 850,000 light years away from here. They will need around 2 months to reach Earth, even if they use a Cosmos-level spacecraft to travel through the universe. 2 months. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. I remember you telling me that we only need 36 days to reach the Great Qian Empire. That's right. Master Nangong came here once, so we have the shortest route recorded in our logs. We'll be able to save time if we cross through a few wormholes. The E-63 spacecraft has better features than normal Cosmos-level spacecraft, too. If not, we won't be able to reach the Great Qian planet so quickly. It's far away after all, Roundball explained. That's good. He'll complete the array as soon as I can. Wang Ting nodded. As long as you have a plan, everything will be fine. Roundball stopped speaking. The repair of the QY E-63 spacecraft had almost come to an end. Time passed slowly. 5 days later, the space shift array was completed. In the middle of the night, a dazzling layer of light covered the entire planet, as if it was protected by a mysterious shield. However, only a few people saw this magnificent scene. The next day, in Donghai, the leaders from around the world gathered again. There was a huge spacecraft floating above the skyscraper. Below the building, Wang Tung was bidding farewell to his family. Son, do you have to leave? Li Shumei held Wang Tung's hand. She didn't want to let go. He wasn't going to another part of the country or overseas this time. He wasn't going to the Xingwu continent either. He was heading into the vast universe. Alone. As his mother, Li Shumei didn't feel at ease letting him leave. Mom! Wang Tung called her softly. He couldn't bear to see her like this. All right, let him go. Our son is the hero of mankind. He's leaving for the sake of the entire human race. We should be proud of him. Wang Shenghua pulled Li Shumei into his arms and consoled her gently. I don't care if he's a hero. He's just my son, Li Shumei replied with tears in her eyes. Mom, don't worry. Your son will never do things he isn't confident in. These difficulties won't stop me. It's just the universe. He'll take a little tour and come back safely in 3 months. Wang Tung replied lightheartedly. Biluo rolled her eyes when she heard his words. He sounded extremely arrogant. The universe was vast and mysterious. Even Cosmos-stage martial warriors didn't dare to face the universe with a casual attitude. Yet this guy said that it was just the universe. He who knows not fears not. Of course, she knew that he wanted to comfort his mother. But when she looked at his expression, she felt that he meant what he said. He wasn't worried about the dangers in the universe at all. Wang Tung bade farewell to the rest of the leaders. Be careful. We'll leave the rest to you. Mr. Wang Tung, have a safe trip. Mr. Wang Tung, we'll wait for you to return with good news. The heads of states came forward and shook Wang Tung's hand. Their handshakes were firm, and their gazes were resolute as they looked at him. They seemed to be carving this extremely young hero deep into their minds. No one cared about their race at this moment. All of them only had one identity in their minds. They were an Earthling. The Earth was a united planet. Wang Tung glanced around him. He paused for a few seconds when he saw his family, and then shifted his gaze to Lin Chuan. He looked at her intently with guilt in his eyes. They'll wait for you to come back. Lin Chuan moved her lips and whispered. Wang Ting nodded. He moved his feet and rose into the air slowly. Then, he turned and stepped into the spacecraft. Everyone am leaving. His voice echoed in the air with a hint of lightheartedness. The cabin door closed, and the spacecraft rose into the air swiftly. It turned into a beam of light, vanishing in front of everyone. It left with the hope of the whole Earth. Take care of yourself. The leaders and the people close to Wang Tung raised their heads and prayed for him silently. Yi Jisun stood on the roof of the Jisun Marshall House in Donghai and stared at the ray of light with complex feelings. In the end, all his emotions compressed into 2 words: take care. In another villa in Donghai No. 1 High School, Su Jie, Yu Hao, and Bai Wei sat in the courtyard with a table full of wine. They were laughing and crying as they lifted their cups and offered a toast to the sky. Our best friend is leaving. He's leaving with everyone's hope. Oh my God, we're so useless. We can't offer any help. Brother Tung, take care. Dan Taixian stood on the roof of a tall building in the Huangheim Military Academy with a bottle of wine in her hand. She took a large gulp. She didn't send Wang Ting off, but she was also staring at the spacecraft that had flown away at the speed of light. Little brat, come back alive. A soft voice floated in the air. Dan Taixian had already disappeared. On the field in Huangheim Military Academy, Peng Yuanshan and Tong led a bunch of students and saluted the spacecraft. Everyone, send your senior off, Peng Yuanshan said with red eyes. Yes. The group of military students shouted in unison with admiration in their eyes. Their voices soared through the clouds. Senior, we pray for your victory. 1. Chapter 875, Hyperspace Travel. The universe, vast and boundless. In the darkness, there were faint spots of light. Suddenly, a huge flying saucer-shaped spacecraft flew from a distance and went away, disappearing from everyone's eyes. In the central control room of the QY E-63 spacecraft, the main control room was where the Great Hall was. The corpses inside had been cleared, and the bodies of Argus, Cathu, and the other alien candidates had been moved elsewhere. Wang Tung sat on the main seat. Round Ball's figure emerged, and he said with a smile, Wang Tung, the spacecraft is accelerating now. It will reach the speed of light in about half an hour and proceed with hyperspace travel. Another half an hour? That's slow. Wang Tung frowned. Slow? Round Ball complained. The QY E-63 spacecraft is already quite good. If this were an ordinary spacecraft, it would be much slower. The spacecraft from Olent Federation might be gorgeous, but they are far worse than QY E-63. When those low-class spacecraft accelerate, if the acceleration is too great, the passengers will enter the sleeping cabin or they might lose their lives. Acceleration. Wang Tung was stunned. When accelerating, the gravitational force within the spacecraft would change. Nearing the speed of light, the changes in the gravitational force would be drastic and might even reach tens of thousands of times the gravity of Earth. Even planetary stage martial warriors would not be able to withstand such a terrifying gravitational force and collapse. At the same time, he also thought about the MiG-39-57 spacecraft that he had stored in his space fragment. It was the most ordinary spacecraft. When traveling in space, Plato beings would have to enter their sleeping cabins. Now that he was thinking about it, the Plato beings were a bunch of nobodies. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. He was now a rich man. The MiG-39-57 spacecraft had been dismantled by Round Ball, and the Plato beings were still in deep sleep. He had yet to release them. Our QI E-63 has an automatic gravity adjustment system, and the outer walls are also engraved with a large number of anti-gravity runes. That's why you feel the same as if it was Earth without any discomfort, Round Ball continued. No wonder. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before understanding why. He was walking in the spacecraft as though he was on Earth. His feet were on the ground. When watching space movies in the past, the astronauts would not be walking normally, and they were all in a state of weightlessness. Any movement was extremely inconvenient. Now it seemed that the spacecraft was really impressive. So don't underestimate this QY E-63 spacecraft, Round Ball said with an angry voice. Ha ha, I didn't know about all these. Wang Ting laughed nonchalantly. Ignorance isn't bliss. Round Ball said with contempt and changed the subject. It's your first space voyage. Do you want to see what's going on outside? Of course. Wang Ting nodded. Activate panoramic simulation mode. Round Ball ordered. Suddenly, everything around him changed. His surroundings disappeared and turned into a vast starry sky. Wang Tung stood up from his seat, and the seat gradually vanished as well. At this moment, it was like he was in space itself. High-tech, Wang Tung exclaimed and turned around. The blue planet was slowly getting smaller before it also faded away from his sight. Before he knew it, he had already left the solar system and was headed to an unknown space. Such a lonely environment would naturally make people feel fatigued. Even a divine spirit master like Wang Tung would not be able to hold on for long. Back then, when he was trapped in the dimensional rift for half a year, he was on the verge of breaking down. It was clear how terrifying a void like that was. Roundball, cancel the panorama simulation, Wang Tung said after a while. Okay. The surroundings changed and reverted back to normal. Wang Tung, that Billy Uo is here, it suddenly said. While leaving Earth, Wang Tung took her along as he wouldn't leave her there. He'll go and take a look. Wang Tung walked out of the central control room and met Billy Uo, who was walking from the passage. What's the matter? You said you will let me go when you leave Earth. Billy Uo went straight to the point. Wang Tung hesitated for a while. It wasn't because of other reasons. He was just worried that if she left, she would reveal information about him. Let her go. Roundball's voice sounded in Wang Tung's mind. Even if you don't, someone from the Saint Star Pagoda will go to Earth soon to look for answers. Having her here would at least give us some time. Wang Tung's eyes flashed. It's no use. The Saint Star Pagoda are aware of the death of 2 celestial stage martial warriors. Roundball argued. They already know this. Wang Tung's face turned black. Why didn't you say anything earlier? What's the use of talking about it? If your worries are not resolved, would you leave Earth just like this? Roundball retorted. Wang Tung was speechless. He then said with a gloomy face, No, my parents and my family are back there. I have to go back and take them away. Don't be naive. With their strength, bringing them to wander the universe would probably lead to death instead, Roundball said mercilessly. Wang Tung was enraged, but he had to admit that Roundball was right. The universe was too dangerous. He couldn't even take care of himself now, much less bring his family along to wander the universe. Billy Uo saw that Wang Tung wasn't responding. She thought that he was about to go back on his word and got nervous. This guy wouldn't have any bad thoughts, would he? Otherwise, why wouldn't he kill her or let her go? What was all this for? You can go, Wang Tung finally spoke. Wang Tung, I have a fiancé. It is impossible for us to be together. Billy Uo was a little nervous and couldn't help but clutch her chest as she took a step back. The words in her heart blurted out, but she was stunned in the middle of it. Wait, I can go. Wang Tung had a strange expression. I suddenly don't want you to leave anymore. You have a fiancé, right? I love challenges. I decided to keep you here to help warm my bed. Billy Uo's face turned dark. Can you not joke around? All right, leave quickly before I change my mind. Wang Tung waved his hand. Billy Uo heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to turn and leave when she suddenly stopped and said, I know what you were worried about. You wouldn't be able to gain autonomous control of Earth just by walking into the Olent Federation. Olent Federation will intervene, and many factions will come for Earth. After all, an unknown planet is too valuable. Don't worry, I won't reveal any information about you when I get back. I'll try my best to delay them. At the very least, it'll keep you Earthlings from being enslaved. She was sincere and really wanted to help Wang Tung. Many thanks. Wang Tung was slightly stunned for a moment. He then chuckled. But there are some things that you don't know. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to help. If Billy Uo knew that he had killed 2 Saint Star Pagoda celestial stage instructors, and that the 2 sides were in a feud, she wouldn't say something like this. After all, Saint Star Pagoda's influence in the Olent Federation was too huge. Most of the powerful warriors were from the Saint Star Pagoda. Billy Uo's family was one of the 3 great families of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy. However, it was still small compared to the Saint Star Pagoda. When Billy Uo heard his words, she froze for a moment. Her thoughts were racing as she didn't think that he was trying to scare her. There must be something that she didn't know about. Best of luck. Billy Uo looked at Wang Tung and left her words. She then headed to the back of the spacecraft, where her spacecraft was docked. Wang Tung watched her board her spacecraft when a woman appeared beside Biluo. He was a little surprised. Alay. She was the goddess of Mount Saint, Alay. Alay's talent for light is good. I've decided to take her away from Earth. Her talent will only flourish to its maximum potential in the universe, Biluo explained. Wang Tung nodded and looked at Alay. I didn't expect that we would meet again in such a situation. The universe is dangerous. Take care. Alay's eyes swept across Wang Tung's face as if she was trying to engrave his features in her heart. She then said softly, You too. We'll see each other again. The rear hatch of the QY E-63 spacecraft opened. Biluo's spacecraft left and flew in the other direction. Wang Tung stood by the window as he watched them leave. This was good. Biluo took Alay away. Even if he failed, there will still be someone from Earth who would have a chance to rise. These two women are talented. Roundball said, if all goes well, they might even reach the Cosmos stage. Oh, you're rating them so highly? Wang Tung was surprised. Actually, the Cosmos stage is not too strong in the universe. Roundball lamented, See, Master Nangong also fell. Wang Tung nodded and agreed with Roundball. However, he wasn't worried about himself, as the Cosmos stage was definitely not the end goal for him. Wang Tung, the spacecraft is about to reach the speed of light. Roundball's voice suddenly became serious. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Tung's eyes as he nodded. A few moments later, begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Wang Tung looked at the view outside the window. He could no longer see anything else. The planets and meteorites were blurred, and there was only darkness. He clearly felt the surrounding space had begun to sway. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the blurred QY E-63 spacecraft suddenly disappeared into the universe. Hyperspace travel activated. 1. Chapter 876. Wang Tung felt the spacecraft trembling. The vibrations lasted for more than 10 seconds before they stopped. The surroundings were pitch black. There was no light at all. Hyperspace travel success. This is the dark universe. Roundball appeared beside Wang Tung and said as it looked at the scene outside. Dark universe? Aren't we inside a dimensional rift? Wang Tung hesitated when he saw the familiar scene. Inside a dimensional rift? Well, that's not wrong. Roundball touched its chin and nodded. I came here before, Wang Tung said. What? You came here before? Roundball was shocked. It stared at Wang Tung in astonishment and asked instantly, How did you come here? You won't be able to enter the dark universe if you don't exceed the speed of light. Wait, you possess space talent. Could it be? I escaped from the Darkland with the help of a dimensional rift the dark apparitions were constructing. I blew the dimensional rift only to realize that it was only halfway through construction. I was dumbfounded. Wang Tung shrugged and replied in a helpless tone. Roundball was stunned. Then it burst out laughing. Is it funny? Wang Tung was speechless. You idiot. You ran into someone else's dimensional rift and even blew it up. Weren't you afraid of getting implicated? Roundball said in disdain. You don't understand how dangerous the situation was. Would I blow it up if I had other choices? Wang Tung retorted. Why were you in the Darkland? Roundball asked curiously. Wang Tung explained briefly how he was thrown into the Darkland. Roundball was flabbergasted, lamenting. Your experiences are really interesting. You have already been through so many things even before you reach the planetary stage. It's a miracle you didn't die. Do you think I want to? I don't have a choice. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. For some reason, he felt that this little fellow was gloating. Haha. Roundball covered its mouth and chuckled. Suddenly, it turned serious and said, But you're really lucky to be able to escape from the dark universe. This must be related to your space talent, right? Yes. I found the coordinates of Earth through my connection with my spiritual pet. Then, I used the space array to reconstruct a tunnel to go back. Wang Tung nodded and said, Space talent is indeed heaven-defying. Ordinary martial warriors would have died in the dark universe. Roundball, how much do you know about the dark universe? Wang Tung asked. Not much. The dark universe is extremely mysterious. A martial warrior can only travel through the dark universe on a spacecraft unless he's able to exceed the speed of light, or he has to possess space talent like you. Actually, even if you're able to travel in the dark universe, you can't explore it on a large scale. Thus, the dark universe has always been a mystery to us. Is it? Wang Tong felt a little disappointed. He wanted to get more information about the dark universe from Roundball, but it didn't know much either. Roundball felt frustrated when it saw his expression. It didn't know what to say, so it could only swallow its exasperation. Huh? Wang Tong suddenly gasped softly. What is it? Roundball asked hurriedly. I think I sense a faint connection. What is it? Wang Tong frowned. Although he pondered for a long time, he couldn't find the answer. Connection? Roundball was puzzled too. What could be connected to Wang Tong in this dark universe? Stop thinking about it. Follow me. I'm going to make the battle armor soon. Roundball interrupted his thoughts and floated out. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. He was still contemplating, but he followed Roundball. They walked in the universe spacecraft. The spacecraft was huge, but there were numerous construction robots maintaining the spacecraft, so they didn't need to worry. After some time, they came to a spacious smithery studio. There was a large table in the middle of the room. All kinds of smithery equipment hung around the walls. This was the first time Wang Tong had seen such a high-tech smithery studio. He glanced around curiously. Roundball smiled. It floated to the table and opened its palm. A star core and a crystal-clear star bone appeared on its palm. This is the star core and the star bone from the windstorm giant ape. They contain 3 elements: wind, water, and lightning. They're extremely rare. Even if you don't possess the wind or lightning element, you can activate the runes on the battle armor to release a certain amount of wind and lightning attack. It's extremely useful, Roundball explained. It didn't know that Wang Tong also possessed the wind and lightning elements. Wait, I have these 2 elements, Wang Tong said. Roundball was stunned. It turned to look at him and asked, Are you kidding me? Wang Tong opened his palm. 2 balls of force appeared. One was green, while the other was purple. What kind of monster are you? Roundball stared at him with wide eyes. It contemplated for some time before continuing. You have the 5 basic elements, the space talent, and the wind and lightning element. Oh my God, there's no one else in the universe with your talent. It looked at Wang Tong as if he was a monster. It couldn't believe its eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 877. All right, you can continue, Wang Tong said nonchalantly after flicking away the 2 balls of forces. Roundball suddenly felt dispirited. However, its eyes lit up quickly, and it said, Since you have wind and lightning force, I can add the wings of wind and lightning to your battle armor. Wings of wind and lightning. Wang Tong was stunned. Yes, wings of wind and lightning. Roundball nodded. With them, your speed can increase by 2 to 3 times. That's amazing, Wang Tong exclaimed. Looking at all the martial arts in the world, only speed could never be defeated. If he could raise his speed by 2 to 3 times, he could kill opponents a few levels higher than him. The wings of wind and lightning is actually a battle technique, but it is too expensive. I've only seen it once, but I worked hard and managed to decipher the principle behind it. I then made runes to create wings of wind and lightning that could be engraved on battle armor. Although it isn't as powerful as the battle technique, it's an incredible item, Roundball said proudly. Wang Tong gave a thumbs up. Roundball's smithery mastery must be profound, as it was able to create a weapon out of a battle technique. Ha ha! Quick, didn't you say that you have many star cores and star bones? Take them out. I can't wait to start making the battle armor. Roundball got excited, and its eyes were sparkling. It urged Wang Tong to hurry. Wang Tong smiled, shaking his head when he saw its expression. He took out all the star cores and star bones he had accumulated. These were all 13 star and above star cores and star bones. He had sold the others. Not bad, not bad. These are all planetary disciple star cores and star bones, enough to make a planetary level battle armor. With the help of the star core and starbone of the windstorm giant ape, this battle armor can reach the peak of the planetary level. Roundball nodded in satisfaction. It suddenly gasped softly. Then it jumped up and grabbed 2 star bones. Emperor-level star bones. Where did you get these Emperor-level star bones? You have 2 of them. Roundball rushed toward Wang Tung and asked him excitedly. Don't get too excited. It's just 2 Emperor-level star bones, Wang Tung said. Just. Roundball's tone went many pitches higher. It gave him a death glare and continued. Are you trying to anger me to death? Do you know how rare star bones are? Emperor-level star bones are even harder to find. If you put this up for auction, even Cosmo Stage martial warriors will come and snatch it. Really? Aren't you exaggerating? Even Cosmo Stage martial warriors will want it? Wang Tung exclaimed in surprise. What do you think? You don't know how lucky you are. Roundball glared at Wang Tung. Then it sighed and said, if Master Nangong had an Emperor-level starbone for his Cosmos-level battle armor, he wouldn't have died. You can make a Cosmos-level battle armor with these 2 Emperor-level starbones. Wang Tung asked. Yes. However, we need some Cosmos-levelers too. Let me take a look. Master Nangong has probably some leftovers. You can cultivate. We're not making the battle armor today. I need to reorganize my plan. Roundball disappeared to look through its treasures. What were its treasures? Wang Tung didn't know. He shook his head helplessly when he saw the empty, smithery studio. But he was filled with anticipation too. Cosmos-level battle armor. It would be awesome if he had one for himself. Indeed, he should collect more treasures whenever he could. There were always surprises when the time was right. Wang Tung thought to himself happily as he walked out of the smithery studio and headed to the cultivation room. A universe fleet was silently floating outside a wormhole in a part of the Milky Way. A young man was sitting in the command room, leaning against a sofa and enjoying some wine. He was the commander of this fleet. I wonder why they sent me to guard this remote planetary sector. There's no life planet here. This is a waste of my time. The young man complained silently. He had silver hair, and he looked like a human. However, there were 3 silver streaks on each side of his cheek. From his aura, he was a celestial stage martial warrior. It can't be helped. I don't have a powerful family, so they won't send me to those wealthy planets. They will only give me this job, which no one else will do. The silver-haired young man sighed and bemoaned his fate. I heard that some time ago, talented martial warriors from the Federation came to a planet in this planetary sector for the trial. I wonder what kind of planet it is to be chosen as the trial ground. Is there a life planet in this desolate sector? How great will it be if I discover a life planet? I can become a noble immediately. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The silver-haired man started muttering to himself nonstop. At this moment, the screen in front of him lit up, and an elder in a gray gown appeared. Master! The silver-haired young man was shocked. He quickly got up from the sofa and greeted the elder respectfully. Kluk, the elder spoke in the common universal language. I have an order for you. Please go ahead, Kluk replied hurriedly. Guard your planetary sector properly. If anyone comes out, arrest them no matter who it is, the elder said coldly. Even the candidates? Kluk was shocked. Yes, the elder said sternly. Don't harm them if they don't resist. However, if a stranger passes through, arrest him dead or alive. Yes, Kluk could hear the anger and firmness in the elder's voice. After some time, the command room turned quiet again. Kluk straightened his back and let out a long sigh. I wonder what happened. Master seems very angry. No matter what it is, I didn't cause the trouble. I'm just in charge of arresting the person. This is a good chance. If I can perform well in front of Master, he might take notice of me. My future will be bright once he puts in a good word for me, Kluk mumbled. There was an exciting glow in his eyes. The higher authorities from the Olin Federation didn't just send the order to the fleet guarding this wormhole. All the wormholes in this remote planetary sector, with the Earth in the center, were guarded by different fleets. All of them received the order for arrest. The Olin Federation sealed the news immediately when they discovered the presence of the Earth. Only some high-level officials knew about it. Thus, the commanders of these fleets didn't know who they needed to arrest or why. But this didn't prevent them from getting excited. Just like the silver-haired young man, these people didn't have any background. That was why they were sent to guard a wormhole in this remote planetary sector. This piece of news from the higher authorities was a great opportunity for them to rise in rank. None of the commanders wanted to give up this pie that had dropped from the sky. They rubbed their hands in excitement and ordered their martial warriors to be vigilant. They mustn't let any person leave this sector. Wang Tung didn't know that a bunch of celestial stage martial warriors had laid their eyes on him. He was cultivating on his spacecraft when the connection he felt some time ago got stronger. He got up and walked to the window. A bunch of faint light spots was flying over from afar. In this vast and pitch-black dark universe, the spots of light were extremely conspicuous. Wang Tung saw them at once. Round Ball noticed this strange sight and appeared beside Wang Tung. It stared at the light spots in astonishment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 878. A special use of void mayflies. Void mayflies, Round Ball exclaimed. Even without its reminder, Wang Tung remembered what they were. When he first came into this dimensional rift, he had accidentally made a connection with a bunch of void mayflies. He finally understood the origins of the faint connection. It came from the void mayflies. Wang Tung didn't think that after so long, these void mayflies could still find his position when he came to the dark universe. Round Ball's face was almost pasted on the window. It stared at the countless dots of light outside and felt confused. I wonder why these void mayflies came here. TSK, I didn't think that I will have the honor of seeing one of the wonders of the dark universe. It was an awe. One of the wonders of the dark universe. Wang Tung was surprised. You don't know? The void mayflies are one of the few life forms that live in the dark universe. Their lifespan is extremely short. They tour around and reproduce at the same time. When they die, their corpses fall wherever they are. That's how they got the name one-day mayflies. Not many people are able to see the beautiful scenery of them flying in the dark universe, Round Ball said slowly. They have a short lifespan. Wang Tung noticed a detail in Round Ball's words. He frowned. That's right. Everyone knows this. Round Ball continued staring at the void mayflies outside, not noticing Wang Tung's expression. Wang Tung touched his chin and contemplated. Something wasn't right. These mayflies have been alive since the last time it was here. He didn't think they had a short lifespan. Very soon, the void mayflies came close to them and started dancing around the spacecraft. They seemed to have found something and gathered in front of the window where Wang Tung and Round Ball were at. Round Ball widened its eyes in astonishment. It was puzzled. Did they come for me? Wang Tung chuckled secretly when he saw its stunned expression. He walked forward and tapped his finger on the window. All the void mayflies started gathering toward his finger. They seemed to be answering his summons. What is this? Round Ball stared at Wang Tung in amazement. Even if it was an idiot, it could tell that these void mayflies didn't come for it. They were here for Wang Tung. This bastard. Evil. He knew the reason, yet he didn't say it. He must be laughing at it. Round Ball gritted its teeth in anger and glared at Wang Tung. Don't look at me like this. You didn't ask me, Wang Tung said innocently. So it's my fault? Round Ball raised its voice and stared at Wang Tung in disbelief. It seemed shocked by his shamelessness. Of course. Wang Tung nodded. Shut up. Round Ball rolled its eyes. Despite living for so many years, it got teased by a stupid kid that was less than 20 years old. Round Ball felt exasperated and speechless. It took a few deep breaths before it managed to calm its emotions. Then, it voiced out its greatest doubt. Why did they come to look for you? I established a spiritual connection with them. Wang Tung released his spiritual power. It seeped through the metallic walls and went outside. These void mayflies started forming various shapes under the guidance of his spiritual power. A second ago, they were butterflies. The next instant, they formed a giant whale. They seemed to be an extension of Wang Tung's body. Round Ball was dazzled by their performance. You managed to form a connection with them. Round Ball was dumbfounded. It asked in disbelief how. Will you believe me if I say that I did it accidentally? Wang Tung shrugged. Accidentally. Round Ball didn't know what to feel. It felt that Wong Tung was putting on an act. He must be. However, it found no reason to refute him. Oh my, I'm so jealous. Round Ball almost cursed after thinking for a long time. Void mayflies are rare, but they can't seem to do anything besides being an extension of my spiritual power. They can only be used to scout the dark universe. I can't bring them out, so their uses are limited. Why are you jealous? Wong Tung shook his head. Indeed, you don't know anything. Round Ball looked at Wong Tung as if he was a country bumpkin. It said contemptuously, besides being an extension of your spiritual power, void mayflies can also condense spiritual skills in their bodies and give their opponent an unexpected attack. They're a necessary item when you want to sneak an attack on someone. Round Ball's eyes shone brightly. It seemed a little excited. Wong Tung interrupted it with a cough and a weird expression. What? Round Ball asked unhappily. Do you like to be sneaky too? Of course. Isn't it good to be a little sneaky? You don't have to put in so much effort in fighting. If you plan it properly, you can kill someone more powerful than you. Round Ball was exceptionally enthusiastic about this topic. It started chattering non-stop and didn't notice Wong Tung's expression turning strange. This fellow has the same interests as me. Wong Tung chuckled as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, Master Nangong was too righteous. That was why he got tricked by others and died. Sigh. Round Ball suddenly thought of Nangong Yu and lamented. That's right. One can't be too righteous. Wong Ting nodded in agreement. He felt the same way. The main reason why Nangong Yu got schemed by his disciple was that he was too naive. If he was as treacherous as me, I'm not treacherous. If he was as smart as me, he wouldn't have been tricked. Yes, do you think so too? Round Ball seemed to have found its soulmate. It looked at Wong Tung earnestly. Did you ask me if I like to be sneaky too? Does that mean you like to trick others? Haha, come, let's have a good discussion. Wong Tung sniggered. The two of them leaned together and started chatting like two good brothers. What other uses do the void mayflies have? Wong Tung asked after conversing for some time. I've already listed out their main uses. The most important one is condensing skills. Void mayflies can condense all kinds of skills. One thing to note is when the void mayflies establish a connection with another life form, they will be nourished by the life form's spiritual power and their lifespan will be extended. They will no longer be one-day mayflies anymore. Their reproductive ability still exists, so they can multiply quickly, Round Ball explained. I see. No wonder they can live until now. Wong Ting nodded. He was enlightened. You should feel lucky. There's rarely anyone that can establish a spiritual connection with void mayflies. Over the past eras, only a few instances have been recorded. All of them dominated their territories with the help of the void mayflies' growth and became formidable martial warriors. They ruled over the universe and killed numerous enemies. Round Ball's eyes glowed. It said enviously, Do you know what similarity these people have? What? Wong Tung asked curiously. All of them possess strong spiritual power. They're all divine spirit masters. Round Ball answered. Only those with strong spiritual power can have the chance to establish a spiritual connection with the void mayflies, right? Wong Tung pondered as he said. That's right. This is what the later generations concluded. Round Ball nodded. However, besides having strong spiritual power, you need a bit of luck too. Luck? Wong Tung stared at it curiously. Later, many divine spirit masters with strong spiritual power entered the dark universe to search for void mayflies. They hoped to establish a connection with them. But guess what? None of them succeeded. All of them died. Round Ball scoffed. All of them failed. Wong Tung was astounded. He could guess that many people had come to search for these void mayflies, and they must all be extremely powerful and confident in themselves. Yet none of them succeeded. What did this mean? This meant that luck was truly important. His luck must be heaven-defying. How could he have accidentally made a connection with these void mayflies if his luck wasn't amazing? He didn't even use any effort. Round Ball rolled its eyes when it saw his delighted expression. All right, stop being proud of yourself. Let me teach you a way to keep these void mayflies in your consciousness. That way, you can bring them out of the dark universe. Keep them in my consciousness. Wong Tung was stunned. He asked hurriedly, I can bring them away from the dark universe. Of course. Roundball raised his head and said arrogantly, Look, without me, you will need much more time to understand the great use of these void mayflies. Ha ha. Roundball, you're my lucky star. Quick, tell me. Wang Tung laughed happily. It's simple. Form a spiritual bubble and wrap these void mayflies with your spiritual power to give them an environment to survive. Then, you can pull them into your consciousness. Roundball's smile turned brighter when he heard Wang Tung's compliment. All right, watch me. Wang Tung immediately followed Roundball's instructions and formed a bubble with his spiritual power. He wrapped the void mayflies inside. The void mayflies seemed to like the bubble Wang Tung had formed. They floated happily inside it. Keep. Wang Tung pulled half of the void mayflies over. Then, he moved his thoughts, and the spiritual bubble merged into his forehead. It entered his consciousness. Done. Wang Tung was elated when he sensed the void mayflies in his consciousness. Now, you need to learn how to condense spirit in the void mayflies, Roundball said. But I don't know how. Wang Tung said helplessly. You can experiment with them. You have many void mayflies to play around with. They multiply quickly, so you don't have to worry about them dying. All right, I'll try. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He was eager to start. Chapter 879. Even a nobody like you have heard of my name, the spacecraft continued traveling in the dark universe. The dark universe was dead silent. The spacecraft didn't make any sound as it sailed. During the remaining time, Wang Tung studied how to condense spiritual secret skills into the bodies of these void mayflies. His enthusiasm was ignited by Roundball. He truly anticipated how he would use these secret skills in the void mayflies' bodies to launch sneak attacks on his opponents in the future. Somehow, he found this extremely interesting. Thus, these void mayflies who came all the way here to find their owner suffered. Wang Tung had 4 spiritual skills: spiritual spike, spiritual missile, spiritual shield, and spiritual illusion. He planned to use a milder spirit skill for the experiment. After all, these void mayflies viewed him as their owner, so he couldn't bear to torture these poor little things. Spiritual shield and spiritual illusion were relatively milder. They weren't as offensive, unlike the spiritual missile, which would explode instantly if the attack failed. The void mayflies would definitely die if that happened. Even though the void mayflies weren't in any life danger, they suffered tremendously, especially when Wang Tung was condensing the spiritual illusion. The void mayflies got attacked by the spiritual illusion occasionally. They started dancing wildly in the air. No one knew what frightening illusion they saw. Roundball shook its head as it watched to the side. It felt sad for the void mayflies. It had conveniently forgotten that it was the one who asked Wang Tung to use the void mayflies for the experiment. Wang Tung, we're reaching a wormhole soon. We'll be able to leave the Milky Way directly through this wormhole. It will save us much time, Roundball said. Wormhole. Wang Tung stopped his experiment and looked up at Roundball. Yes, it's not far ahead. Wang Tung nodded. He wanted to say something, but stopped. My void mayflies have sensed many signs of life in front, outside the wormhole you just mentioned. Signs of life. Roundball frowned. Its expression changed. It might be the people from the Olent Federation. Wang Tung's expression turned grim. It looks like Well needs some effort to pass through the wormhole. Can you sense how strong those people are? Roundball pondered for a moment before asking. Let me try. Wang Tung closed his eyes and controlled the void mayflies to move closer to the spatial wall. The spatial wall referred to the segregation between the dark universe and the normal universe. One couldn't touch or see it, but it existed. One would be able to pass through this wall when they exceeded the speed of light. The void mayflies were special, so they could sense the situation on the other side of the spatial wall. Wang Tung's spiritual power was pasted on these void mayflies, so he sensed it too. All the life forms appeared in his spiritual vision. After some time, he opened his eyes and said grimly, there should be 15 planetary stage martial warriors and 1 5th-level celestial stage martial warrior. A 5th-level celestial stage. Round Ball ignored the planetary stage martial warriors and placed its attention on the celestial stage martial warrior. The planetary stage wasn't a threat to them. Even Wang Tung had the ability to fight with martial warriors on the last 3 levels of the planetary stage, much less Round Ball. However, celestial stage martial warriors were harder to deal with. Wang Tung's spiritual power had reached the peak of the planetary realm, so he could have a chance if his opponent was at the first 3 levels of the celestial stage. However, that martial warrior was at the 5th level. He wasn't confident. Round Ball didn't have a body, so it couldn't release its full Cosmos stage ability. If not, celestial stage martial warrior would be a piece of cake for it. There are weapons on this spacecraft that can kill a celestial stage martial warrior. Round Ball hesitated. Really? Wang Tung was elated. It's too early to be happy. If the other party has celestial-level weapons, we won't have any advantage. Round Ball shook its head. Shall we evade them? No, these people came for me. If I don't appear, the Earth will be in danger. Wang Tung rejected Round Ball's suggestion immediately. Let's force our way through then. Round Ball gritted its teeth and said, Wait. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He thought of something. I have an idea. What is it? Tell me quickly. Round Ball got excited too. Wang Tung chuckled. The muscles on his face started squirming, and his appearance changed in an instant. He looked like Argus from the Blue Wolf Galaxy. Round Ball was surprised. It floated around Wang Tung and clicked its tongue. You look exactly the same. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, haha. If I use this identity to get close to our opponent, will I be able to sneak an attack on him? Wang Tung smiled. It's a little dangerous, but you have a 70% chance. Round Ball started sniggering too. It's decided then. Wang Tung made the decision. You should be able to sneak an attack on a celestial stage martial warrior based on your planetary realm spiritual power, Round Ball suggested. Wang Tung nodded. This was exactly what he thought. He didn't need to use his planetary realm spiritual power to fight his opponent head-on. It might be better to use it for a sneak attack. The two of them came up with a plan and lowered the speed of the spacecraft. Once the spacecraft went below the speed of light, it came out from the dark universe and returned to the normal universe. This was an unfamiliar planetary sector. A wormhole floated in front of them. A universe fleet was parked beside the wormhole. The other party noticed Wang Tung's spacecraft the moment it appeared. A voice came out from the spacecraft. Please stop and accept our investigation. I'm Argus from the Blue Wolf Galaxy. I'm returning after my trial. Why did you stop me? Wang Tung's voice had turned into Argus' voice. It echoed out from the spacecraft. Argus. The silver-haired Kluk frowned. He ordered the intelligence on the spacecraft to pull out a piece of data. Argus' appearance and background were listed on it. Kluk took a look and signed in disappointment. It's him. I thought it was someone else. I was happy for nothing. Kluk had been waiting for Wang Tung to appear ever since he received the order. He viewed him as his ticket to a promotion. Argus, I've been given an order by the higher authorities to inspect everyone who passes by this area. I hope that you can cooperate with me. Kluk turned polite. Argus came from a powerful background and possessed great potential. He didn't want to offend him. Since it's an order from the higher authorities, he'll accept the inspection. Wang Tung said calmly in Argus' voice. Please leave the spacecraft temporarily, Kluk said. Wang Tung exchanged glances with Round Ball. Then, he opened the cabin door and flew out. Argus, it's you. Kluk didn't suspect anything. He flew out from his battlecraft with more than 10 planetary stage martial warriors behind him. Kluk came in front of Wang Tung and patted his shoulder in admiration. I've long heard that you are the top talent in the Blue Wolf Galaxy. Indeed, you're exceptional. Really? Looks like I'm quite famous. Even a nobody like you has heard of my name. Wang Tung smiled and said arrogantly. Kluk was stunned. His expression turned ugly. Nobody. This fellow called him a nobody. This was too much. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that he was someone important? Kluk's face was as gloomy as the dark clouds. He glared at Wang Tung. I'm sorry. I'm bad at talking. I always say the wrong thing, Wang Tung explained hurriedly. Kluk was stunned. He wondered if Argus was just an inexperienced young man who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know anything about interacting with people. Although it's the truth, I shouldn't have said it directly. I must have hurt your feelings, Wang Ting added. To Kluk, he changed his mind and wondered if he should flip the table. Would he be harming his interest if he flared up? His mind was a mess. He got angered by Wang Tung's words. At this moment, a sharp gaze shot out of Wang Tung's eyes and pierced right into Kluk's eyes. Kluk didn't expect this. They were extremely close, so he didn't have the time to dodge. The sharp gaze stabbed right into his eyes. He howled in pain. Chapter 880. I have to rely on brute force. Spiritual spike. Wang Tung attacked Kluk with a spiritual spike when he wasn't paying attention. With their close distance, the spiritual spike penetrated his eyes and reached his mind. His soul was seriously injured. Kluk clutched his head and screamed in agony. He shot back quickly. Thinking of running away, Wang Tung's gaze turned cold. He released his fist and aimed it at his opponent's forehead. Boom! A terrifying force surged forward. Kluk was still a celestial stage martial warrior. He bore the pain in his soul and released all his force. It quickly formed an earth-brown protective shield in front of him. Bang! Wang Tung's fist aura landed on the shield. The great strength caused the protective shield to sink in, and cracks started to appear on it. Bang! The next instant, the protective shield shattered. Kluk got hit by the residual force and flew back. However, he also made use of this chance to escape from Wang Tung's attacking range. Wang Tung's sneak attack and Kluk's reaction all happened within a few breaths. The other planetary stage martial warriors finally reacted. Their expressions changed, and they crowded around Kluk. Commander, are you all right? A planetary stage martial warrior asked worriedly. Kluk's expression was frightening. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was blood seeping out of them. His soul had suffered a grievous injury, while his mind was hurting like mad. His face was white and hideous. He gritted his teeth violently to resist the agonizing pain. He managed to evade it, but he's still injured. Roundball's voice sounded in Wang Tung's mind. I wanted to kill him in one move, but I failed. Wang Tung's expression turned stern. You're thinking too much. He's at the 5th level of the celestial stage. Killing him isn't an easy feat. Looks like I have to rely on the brute force now, Wang Tung said helplessly. Are you planning to fight him head-on? Roundball asked in astonishment. Do you have a better idea? Wang Ting asked it back. You can do it. He'll cheer you on. Wang Tung. At this moment, Kluk regained his composure and stared at Wang Tung coldly. His voice was icy as he said, Divine Spirit Master, you're not Argus. You're wrong. I'm Argus. Wang Tung replied, I don't care if you're Argus. You won't be able to escape today. Kluk gave his order. Kill anyone that attacks the commander of a fleet. Yes, the planetary stage martial warriors behind him replied in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Thick and dense force erupted from their bodies. Aura of different colors enveloped them like a round ball of light as they dashed towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung's expression didn't change. His gaze turned vicious as he charged toward the planetary stage martial warriors. Before they could attack, he launched his ferocious assault. The 5 basic forces surged out of his body. The power was on par with a 7th-level planetary stage martial warrior. He held a sword in one hand and charged forward as if there were no one blocking him. A sharp sword glow slashed through the air. 2 planetary stage martial warriors died under his sword. 2 people were dead in one move. The expressions of the other planetary stage martial warriors changed. A planetary stage martial warrior emerged behind him with an axe. He released a gigantic axe glow at Wang Tung's back. The force was astonishing. He wanted to chop Wang Tung into 2. Oof. Wang Ting twisted his body and punched his fist out. A terrifying fist glow collided with the axe glow. With a loud explosion, the axe glow shattered under the martial warrior's astounded gaze. Swoosh! Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World Site. Thanks. Wang Tung stabbed his sword out, penetrating his opponent's throat in a split second. Fresh blood spurted out. Another planetary stage martial warrior died. Very soon, more planetary stage martial warriors arrived before Wang Tung. He released his 5 basic forces to the maximum. 5 elements sword conscious erupted one after another. Earth sword conscious, water sword conscious, fire sword conscious. 5 different elements. 5 sword conscious. What kind of monster is he? Kluk furrowed his brows as he watched them from a distance. He couldn't believe his eyes. This fellow possessed all 5 basic elements and had enlightened all the 5 sword conscious. This wasn't something a normal talent could achieve. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Cries of pain were heard one after another. Within a few seconds, most of the planetary stage martial warriors were killed by Wang Tung. Only less than half were left. Damn it! Kluk's expression changed entirely. He stopped being a bystander and stomped his feet, disappearing on the spot. He traveled through space with a scorching glow and shot towards Wang Tung like a meteorite. Wang Tung immediately felt a powerful force crashing toward him. He turned serious and evaded the attacks from the planetary stage martial warriors around him. At the same time, a dazzling blue sword glow erupted from his sword. Giant waves appeared out of nowhere and piled up 100 meters high in an instant. Numerous sword glows intertwined among the giant waves. Nerve-wracking sharp glints were reflected in the water. Water element sword of Ultima, 1,000 crashing ripples. Boom! 100 meters tall waves crashed toward the scorching light ball charging towards it. The battle between fire and water burst out in the universe. The red and blue force collided, giving off a glaring glow of light. The other planetary stage martial warriors were appalled. They hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the explosion. This fellow is not bad. He's at the 2nd level of the planetary stage, yet he can fight with a celestial stage martial warrior. Round Ball complimented silently. Boom! Sometime later, the glaring light disappeared suddenly. A figure was thrown out. It was Wang Tung. Young brat, you're only at the planetary stage. No matter how strong you are, I can still kill you. Kluk's face was ice cold. He held a crimson battle sword and chased after Wang Tung like a beam of light. Oh shit! Danger! Round Ball was agitated. It didn't want its new master to die even before they left the Milky Way. That would be a huge joke. It immediately activated the rune weapon on the spacecraft and aimed it at Kluk. The hairs on Kluk's skin stood up. He sensed the threat of death. He had no choice but to give up his chase and retreat. For a formidable martial warrior, the difference between life and death would be a single thought. Swoosh! A beam of white light shot out from the E-63 spacecraft. It soared through the universe and landed at the spot where Kluk was at. Boom! A small planet was hit and exploded. This was how frightening a weapon that could kill a celestial stage martial warrior was. At this moment, Wang Tung had landed on a meteorite floating in space. He had an idea. He punched the meteor and it shattered below him. This wasn't enough. He dashed towards the other meteorites and punched all of them. They broke into multiple small pieces. Within a few breaths, the meteorites in this area had turned into rocks. They floated around Wang Tung. What's he doing? Everyone was puzzled when they saw this scene. Chapter 881. You predicted everything but your ending heart of magnetic essence. Wang Tung roared in his heart and activated the heart of magnetic essence. The true potential of the heart of magnetic essence was released in its entirety in the universe. The broken meteorites started circling around Wang Tung at high speed. Then they hurled toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the violent explosions, the broken rocks gathered into a huge ball with Wang Tung in the center. It looked like a small planet floating in midair. Boom! Under everyone's astounded gaze, the ball of rock started changing shape. A pair of stone legs stretched out below, and an angular stone head popped out. Boom! Amid another explosion, a pair of stone arms were created. Just like that, an enormous rock giant appeared in front of everyone. This rock giant was many times larger than the one Wang Tung had created when he was on the Earth. It stood erected in the boundless space and gave off a terrifying aura. What's that? A planetary stage martial warrior swallowed his saliva and stared at the rock giant in fear. Kluk's expression turned ugly. He still had lingering fears after evading the lethal attack. Thus, when he saw the rock giant, he squinted. Oomph. Any methods are futile in front of absolute power. He snorted. Brilliant light shot out from his body, and he started burning like the sun. Unexpectedly, he attacked first. He slashed 1,000 feet long sword glow toward the rock giant. Good. I want to know how powerful a celestial stage martial warrior is. Wang Tung's loud and excited voice came from within the rock giant. He controlled the rock giant and started moving it. Although the rock giant was huge, it wasn't slow. The rock arm shot out as fast as lightning and punched at the sword glow. A frightening fist glow erupted from the rock fist. Earth Fist conscious merged to form a shield. Boom! The sword glow destroyed the fist shield and slammed onto the rock arm. The pair of giant rock arms were chopped into two. Do you think you can fight with me just by creating a giant? What a joke. Kluk smirked. He turned into a dazzling ball of fire and crashed towards the rock giant. He wanted to destroy it. Boom! However, at this moment, 6 enormous arms penetrated out of the rock giant's back and blocked the flaming ball Kluk had turned into. The flaming ball froze for a second. Kluk, who was covered in flames, was stunned. Why are there so many hands? Before he could think further, boom, boom, boom. Giant fists punched toward him. Strength of Ultima exploded, and an overwhelming strength gushed out, aiming straight for Kluk. The pressure was startling. The celestial stage martial warrior was forced to retreat. The flames around him trembled as if they couldn't withstand the immense force. Boom! Suddenly, the flames extinguished and Kluk fell out. He stumbled. Ultima! His face turned black. Before this, there was the sword of Ultima. Now, this was another Ultima. This fellow had 2 Ultima skills, and he was an extremely rare divine spirit master. He's not a talent. He's a monster. Kluk's killing intent rose tremendously. Since he had already offended this genius, there was no way he could allow him to live. Is he Master's target? Kluk's mind worked furiously. He remembered the words the Elder in Gray had told him. Kill! With a yell, a scary sword glow erupted from the battle sword in Kluk's hand. Towering flames filled up this patch of space. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, a giant flaming python was formed amid the flames. It slithered above his head, staring at Wang Tung with a cold and sharp gaze. Ultima! This was a sword of Ultima. Die! A sword glow burst out while the flaming python shot out too. It charged toward the rock giant along with the sword glow. Boom! The sword glow came down on Wang Tung along with the hiss of the flaming python, engulfing the rock giant. It started burning. Numerous flaming sword glows intertwined around the flames, creating a terrifying death zone. Oomph! You don't know what you're dealing with. Kluk sneered. He swung his sword and stared at the sea of fire in contempt. He seemed to think that he had already won the battle. Ever since he enlightened his Ultima, he had never suffered a defeat. Even martial warriors a level or 2 higher than him were killed by him. How could a planetary stage brat survive? However, when the fire died down, Kluk's expression changed. He saw a figure submerged in green flames stepping out and appearing in his vision. How was that possible? Kluk's expression turned hideous. He stared at the flames dancing around Wang Tung in disbelief. What fire is this? How can it block my Ultima? I have one question. Who asked you to capture me? Wang Tung had resumed his own appearance. The flames extinguished, revealing his real face. There were no expressions on it. Indeed, you're not Argus. Kluk's gaze turned sharp. I suggest you surrender obediently. The order is sent by the higher authorities of the Olent Federation. You're just a planetary stage martial warrior. Even if you can escape from me, you won't be able to run away from their order of arrest. Before Wang Tung could reply to him, he continued speaking. You must be from a new planet that just got discovered, right? If I'm not wrong, your mother planet is the planet Argus, and the other candidates went too. For some reason, you managed to escape. Stop struggling. It's useless. Even if you escape, the Federation will not let your planet go. Your family and friends will become slaves and be sold to various parts of the universe. They will suffer the lowest status. The disdain on his face grew stronger as he spoke. He seemed to have grasped Wang Tung's background and was commenting on his and the other Earthlings' fate casually. Repeat what you've just said. Wang Tung's expression turned cold. He stared at Kluk without any expression on his face. Why? Are you angry? Are you enraged? Kluk scoffed. You're indeed a talent, but you're a nobody in front of the Olin Federation. No matter how much you struggle, death is your only ending. Did anyone tell you that you talk too much nonsense? Wang Tung asked indifferently. Swoosh! The instant he finished speaking, a golden beam of light cut through the space and appeared behind Kluk. Kluk was appalled. His head turned numb, and a chill shot all the way up his spine, right to the crown of his head. He threw himself to the left without thinking. Swoosh! Naturally, he wasn't able to dodge it in the haste. The lower part of his body got chopped by the beam of golden light. Fresh blood spurted out, and he lost half of his body. It was a gory sight. Celestial stage martial warriors wouldn't die so easily. Kluk was still alive. He screamed in excruciating pain and started scurrying away frantically. He didn't think that the tides would turn within a split second. A second ago, he was still commenting on the fate of Wang Tung and his family and friends with a high and mighty attitude. Now, he was running away like a dog. He was filled with regret. He shouldn't have spent so much time talking to him. At first, he planned to spark Wang Tung's rage with his words so that he would lose his fighting spirit and surrender willingly. This was the only way he could render meritorious service and get noticed by the higher authorities. After all, a living prisoner had more value than a dead one. Yet, Wang Tung remained unaffected by his words. He hit his lethal move into space and gave him the death blow when he let down his guard. Kluk underestimated Wang Tung. He remained vigilant against Wang Tung's divine spirit master's attacks, but he didn't expect this fellow to possess space talent too. This was why he managed to injure him with a sneak attack. Also, Wang Tung had the Golden Crescent Blade, a powerful spiritual weapon. Killing a celestial stage martial warrior wasn't impossible for him. Now, the only thing on Kluk's mind was staying alive. Getting a promotion or rendering meritorious service wasn't important anymore. He escaped with all his might to fight for a chance of survival. You can't run away. Wang Tung's voice sounded close behind him. His soul almost jumped out of his body in fright. Damn it! Why did it turn out this way? Kluk bellowed in anger. He was in extreme fear. You predicted everything but your ending. I feel bad for you. A calm voice echoed behind him. Then, Kluk felt excruciating pain and lost consciousness. His body was cut into pieces by a beam of golden light. Chapter 882. Climb out of his coffin in anger 1. Good job. Round Ball saw this scene and clapped excitedly. Its two short hands were waving wildly in the air. It didn't expect Wang Tung to be able to kill a 5th-level celestial stage martial warrior. After all, Wang Tung was only at the 2nd-level planetary stage. Even if one's spiritual power had reached the peak of the planetary realm, killing a 5th-level celestial stage was not so easy. This kid is a monster. Round Ball's eyes lit up as it muttered. The stronger Wang Tung was, the further he could go in the future. It was overjoyed as it would naturally grow alongside him. After killing Kluk, the golden light transformed back into the Golden Crescent Blade and circled around Wang Tung. There was not a single drop of blood on it. No one could tell that it was a weapon that had taken down a celestial stage martial warrior. The other Olin Federation planetary stage martial warriors turned pale from shock and fled to the fleet without any hesitation after seeing how Kluk got killed. They knew that they had absolutely no chance to escape from him in space. Their only chance of survival was the fleet. There were weapons that could compete with celestial stage martial warriors. Even if they couldn't kill Wang Tung, they could use them to save themselves. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Tung's face. He placed his arms behind his back, and the Golden Crescent Blade turned into a beam of light as it rushed towards the planetary stage martial warriors. Screams followed. The Golden Crescent Blade circled around, and slaughtered the rest of the planetary stage martial warriors. Not a single one was left. Spiritual power at the peak of the planetary realm was strong. Killing a bunch of planetary stage martial warriors was a piece of cake for him. If it wasn't for Kluk, he would have dealt with the planetary stage martial warriors already. All the Olent Federation martial warriors had died. Wang Tung let out a long sigh, and his face went slightly pale. He had expended a lot of energy when dealing with Kluk. He was just trying to put on a front, lest the others felt there was a chance of survival. After all, the difference between them was a total of 12 stages. To fight with him for so long with just his cultivation without getting killed was already a remarkable thing. The spiritual power of planetary stage martial warriors would have reached the Imperial realm at the very least and would be able to survive outside their bodies. Even if they had died, the spiritual body would exist temporarily. Not to mention a celestial stage martial warrior. Out of prudence, Wang Tung used his spiritual power to scan his surroundings for any other spiritual bodies. Sure enough, he sensed 3 spiritual bodies. They were hidden at a meteorite nearby. He wouldn't have realized it if he hadn't scanned his surroundings. Among the 3 spiritual bodies, one was strong and had reached the planetary realm. It was Kluk's. The other 2 were weaker but had reached the Imperial realm. Wang Tung smiled coldly. With a snap of his finger, 3 green flames shot out and landed on the 3 meteorites that hid the spiritual bodies. Boom! The flames burned brightly, and the 3 spiritual bodies let out screams. 2 of the spiritual bodies immediately vanished in the flames. Only the planetary realm spiritual body flew out of the meteorite. It was being burned by the flames as it struggled. The Olent Federation will never forgive you. As it cursed with malice, the planetary realm's spiritual body was finally burnt by the flames. Wang Tung retracted his flames and remained composed. It didn't look like he had just killed 3 people. Attribute bubbles were floating in the space. Pick them up. Wang Tung swept his spiritual power over and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Imperial Realm Spirit *330 come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks Imperial Realm Enlightenment *360 Constellation Force. Earth *3600 star Earth Scripture *650 Imperial Realm Spirit *450 Imperial Realm Enlightenment *400 Constellation Force Metal *5000 star Metal Scripture *1000 Imperial Realm Spirit *420 Imperial Realm Enlightenment *380 Constellation Force Wood *5200 star Wood Scripture *1200 Planetary Realm Spirit *260 Planetary Realm Enlightenment *240 Constellation Force Fire *8500 star Fire Scripture Celestial Stage *800 Flaming Python Sword Ultima *600 more than a dozen planetary stage martial warriors and a celestial stage martial warrior dropped huge attribute bubbles. Wang Tung had gained a lot of them this time. First was the spirit attribute. The planetary stage martial warriors had provided him with 4,200 points of Imperial Realm Spirit, which was equivalent to 420 points of Planetary Realm Spirit. The celestial stage martial warrior, Kluk, gifted 260 points of Planetary Realm Spirit. That added up to 680 Planetary Realm Spirit attribute points. These spirit attributes immediately turned into pure spiritual energy and flowed into Wang Tung's mind, pouring into the constellation that was condensed by spirit. Boom! A large amount of spiritual energy was condensed in a constellation. At this moment, there was a trigger and extremely terrifying spiritual fluctuations broke out. The 680 points of spirit attributes were the last straw that broke the camel's back. The planetary realm spirit reached its limit, and the only way was to move forward. In that spirit constellation, boundless spiritual energy collapsed inward, undergoing an incredible transformation. With the collapse of the spiritual energy, it seemed that it had compressed to a horrifying level. The process lasted for a while. In the end, the spiritual energy gradually condensed into a pitch-black force nucleus. When Wang Tung sensed the black force nucleus, he was dazed. Chapter 883. Climb out of his coffin in anger. 2. How did it become so small and ugly? Before he could finish commenting, boom! Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot out from the pitch-black force nucleus. In an instant, the pitch-black force nucleus turned fiery red. Light blossomed. It was dazzling and scorching. Wang Tung was almost blinded by the light. The spirit looked like a real star now. A powerful spiritual fluctuation came out from the star. A faint spiritual mist seeped out of the nucleus and floated around it. This was the greatest power of Divine Spirit Master. Spiritual power. This was the celestial realm spiritual power. At this moment, Wang Tung's spirit had officially advanced to the celestial realm. It had reached an unprecedented height. This celestial realm spirit was enough for him to trample all the other celestial stage martial warriors. If he was to fight with Kluk again, he wouldn't need to use any slime moves. Killing him would be a piece of cake. This was how powerful the celestial realm spirit was. Wang Tung gave a long sigh. He was overjoyed. He didn't think that he would achieve a breakthrough in his spirit. The spirit realms were like the martial arts stages. There were 9 levels. However, the 10,000 points represented the entire 9 levels. Thus, when Wang Tung collected 10,000 points of spirit attributes, he rose to the celestial realm naturally. It might seem very little, but spirit was harder to raise than martial arts. However, Wang Tung was extremely lucky. He had the spiritual labyrinth left by the Cosmos stage martial warrior, Nangongyu, which provided a large amount of spirit for him. All of these spirit attributes were at the planetary realm. He also accidentally killed 2 celestial stage martial warriors from the Saint Star Pagoda and gained more spirit attributes. Lastly, there were the dark apparitions. Their levels might be low, but they won in numbers. Wang Tung had destroyed an entire dark apparitions troop. Who knew how many dark apparitions there were inside? They donated a whole bunch of spirit attributes to him. After these few rounds of gains, his spirit was pushed to the peak of the planetary realm. Today, he performed a miracle. He managed to kill Kluk alone. Think about it. Was it easy to chance upon these few situations normally? Of course not. Usually, you would never be able to collect so many planetary realm spirit attributes at once. He would need to pick them up little by little from his fellow planetary stage martial warriors. In conclusion, he was lucky. His handsome face allowed him to collect many luck points in his life. This advancement was an expected surprise. Spirit 1/20,000, Celestial Realm. When Wang Tung saw the progress bar of the Celestial Realm Spirit, he became dispirited. He needed 20,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. He sort of expected this, but he still felt depressed. How long would he need to reach that number? This was Celestial Realm Spirit. It wouldn't be easy to pick it up. Not many Celestial Stage martial warriors possessed the Celestial Realm Spirit. Only Cosmos Stage martial warriors would definitely have Celestial Realm Spirit. That meant that Wang Tung needed to get this attribute from Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Honestly, he still wanted to live longer. If he went to look for Cosmos Stage martial warriors for duels, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. If he had 99 lives, well, he could give it a try. Wang Tung shook his head and continued looking at another attribute. Next was enlightenment. The numerous planetary stage martial warriors had provided 3,800 points of Emperor Realm Enlightenment for Wang Tung. This was 380 points of the planetary realm enlightenment. Adding Kluk's 240 points of planetary realm enlightenment to it, he had 620 points of planetary realm enlightenment. Enlightenment 9395/10,000 planetary realm. His enlightenment attribute didn't move up a realm. However, Wang Tung felt the changes to his enlightenment. He had a strange feeling that he had become smarter. Others would never experience this feeling. It felt amazing. Next were the various constellation forces. Most of the martial warriors possessed the 5 basic elements. None of them had the mutated elements. Wang Tung was a little disappointed. He started counting the other force attributes. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the Fire Force had the largest number with 15,600 points. Kluk was a celestial stage martial warrior, so it was understandable that he would drop more Fire Force. The 15600 points of the Constellation Fire Force merged into Wang Tung's body and advanced a level. Constellation Fire Force 10100/30,000. Planetary Stage 3rd level. This was followed by the Constellation Metal Force. 3 of the martial warriors possessed the metal element, so there was slightly more metal force. There were 11,200 points of it. Wang Tang's Constellation Metal Force climbed to level 2. Constellation Metal Force 2,800/20,000. Planetary Stage 2nd level. The Constellation Wood Force was next with 8,600 points. Wang Tang's Constellation Wood Force jumped from the 1st level to the 2nd. Constellation Wood Force 300/20,000. Planetary Stage 2nd level. Constellation Wood Force had always been Wang Tung's weakest force. He didn't think that it would enjoy a small rise. Last, there were 6,800 points of Constellation Earth Force and 6,600 points of Constellation Water Force. His Constellation Earth Force was at the 2nd level of the planetary stage. Now, it arrived at the 3rd level. Only his Constellation Water Force remained at the 1st level. He just needed a bit more to advance. Constellation Earth Force 400/30,000. Planetary Stage 3rd level. Constellation Water Force 9150/10,000. Planetary Stage 1st level. Wang Tung shook his head. It was a pity that his Constellation Water Force didn't advance to the next level. He only needed a little more, but he didn't use his blank attributes. He decided to wait for the next time he picked up Constellation Water Force. Wang Tung also realized, to his surprise, that he had gained a few scriptures. Star Earth Scripture * 2300 star, Wood Scripture * 2100 star, Water Scripture * 3000 star, Metal Scripture * 2600. He already had these scriptures. He knew that these basic element star scriptures were common, but he didn't think that they would be so common. He had just left Earth, killed a few random planetary stage martial warriors, and found these scriptures. How more common could it get? As expected of ordinary goods. Wang Tung muttered to himself. He glanced at the scriptures row on his attributes panel. He had already raised these scriptures to the perfected stage, so their realm didn't change even though more points were added to them. However, many memories appeared in his mind. His understanding of these 4 scriptures reached a new height, exceeding the limit of the scriptures themselves. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He was enlightened. The restriction and reinforcement relationship between the 5 elements seemed to be related to how these 5 elements worked and interacted with one another. As the attribute bubbles merged in this body, the invigorating feeling disappeared. I didn't know that additional attributes can be used this way. Is this like drawing an analogy? Wang Tung wondered to himself. He glanced at the last attribute bubble. It was the Starfire Scripture, Celestial Stage. This was a similar celestial equals stage Starfire Scripture. At first, Wang Tung thought that all 5 scriptures would be planetary stage scriptures. This celestial stage Starfire Scripture was quite unexpected. What would be after that? Heaven stage? Wang Tung's expression turned strange. If that existed, this scripture wasn't a simple set of scriptures. It must be an impressive scripture to be able to continue expanding to higher stages. A normal scripture would have just stopped at one stage. The 800 points of Celestial Stage Starfire Scripture entered Wang Tung's body. The Starfire Scripture on his attributes panel changed. Starfire Scripture, Celestial Stage 500/500, well-versed. Even though this was a Celestial Stage Scripture, it contained the planetary stage cultivation methods that were still maintained at the perfected stage. Thus, Wang Tung's cultivation wasn't affected. The last attribute bubble was an Ultima. It was the Flaming Python Sword. This was the powerful fire sword skill Kluk had executed when they were fighting. He even enlightened the Ultima, so its power was astonishing. To Wang Tung, this was his 3rd Ultima, and it was even a fire element Ultima that was known for its offensive ability. He was elated. It was extremely hard to enlighten an Ultima. Only a real talent could do it. Kluk was a talent too. However, if he knew that the Ultima he took so much effort to get got picked up by Wang Tang so easily, he might climb out his coffin in anger. Chapter 884. What kind of concept is this? Flaming Python Sword. Ultima 500, second level. Looking at the newly added Ultima, Wang Tang nodded with satisfaction. The 600 attribute points were enough to raise the Flaming Python Sword Ultima to the second level. At this time, the attribute bubbles had all been collected. Only a short time had passed. Round Ball did not appear, but shocked voice was ringing in Wang Tang's mind. I didn't expect you to actually kill a celestial stage martial warrior. It's normal. There's no need to praise me. Wang Tang replied calmly. Round Ball was at a loss for words. Can you not be so thick-skinned? Am not. My skin is very thin. Wang Tang snickered. Scram. Round Ball rolled its eyes. It would lose its temper because of Wang Tang's shamelessness. It was done. We should go. Wang Tang stopped smiling. Round Ball was taken aback, not expecting Wang Tang to switch so fast. He was still smiling just now, but he suddenly got serious that it was caught off guard. Please keep reading 0NMYB0XN0VL. C0M, do you still want the Olin Federation's battlecraft? Wang Tang asked. Let's go up and have a look. A planetary-level battlecraft is not worth much. Besides, an Olin Federation's battlecraft wouldn't be easy to sell. We can only see if we can dismantle any parts, Round Ball replied. Both of them then came to the battlecraft with bad intentions. Look, Round Ball smirked. As an intelligent life form, it easily hacked into the main control room of the battlecraft. Can it be done? Wang Tang asked. Don't worry. This battlecraft's intelligence system is just a brat. Its level is much lower than mine. Dealing with it will be a piece of cake, Round Ball said proudly. Sure enough, in just a moment, the battlecraft's hatch opened. Wang Tang stepped inside and came to the main control room with Round Ball's guidance. The main control room was not large and was much inferior to Wang Tang's QY-E63 spacecraft. He took a quick glance and lost interest immediately. Wait for a while. I'll order the robots to dismantle the useful parts. Then, we'll see if there's anything good on this battlecraft, Round Ball spoke while moving. Suddenly, engineering robots walked out from the bottom of the battlecraft and dispersed to different sections. They then began to operate under Round Ball's control. These engineering robots were originally on the battlecraft. Their levels were not high and had average intelligence. Hence, they did not cost too much. However, they were diligent in performing their tasks assigned by the intelligence system. They were the best cheap labor available. Hey, I found something good, Round Ball suddenly said with surprise. What did you find? Wang Tang was stunned and asked. Celestites, Round Ball exclaimed. Celestites. Wang Tang felt that the name was somewhat familiar. It's a rare type of, or with wind attributes. A ton of this can be sold in the Great Qian Empire for 10 GQC. Round Ball explained. 1 ton for only 10 GQC. Wang Tang looked at Round Ball speechlessly. He felt that it was making a mountain out of a molehill. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M only. Round Ball glared at Wang Tang. Do you even know what 10 GQC means? The Great Qian Empire is a high-tier civilization. 1 Great Qian Empire coin is equivalent to 1,000 units of a medium-tier civilization's currency. And 1 unit of a medium-tier civilization's currency is worth 1,000 units of a low-tier civilization's currency. Wang Tang's eyes widened as he interrupted, which means 1 GQC is equivalent to 1,000,000 Olin Federation's currency. Now you know. Round Ball wrapped its arms and chuckled. F***K. Wang Tang cursed. Although he knew that the gap between the 3 different tiers of civilization was huge, he didn't expect it to be this huge. 1 unit of a high-tier civilization's currency was equivalent to 1,000,000 units of a low-tier civilization's currency. What kind of concept was this? At that moment, Wang Tang suddenly remembered that he had obtained a lot of Celestites from the Dark Apparition's military camp when he went on his first military mission. However, the bad thing was that he had sold most of them and only left a little for himself. After all, Those ores weren't useful for him, and it was better for them to be exchanged for money back then. And he sold those Celestites for a few billion of Earth's coins. It wasn't even enough for Olent Federation's currency. He was fuming now that he thought about it. What's wrong? Roundball couldn't help but take a few steps back. It asked carefully when it saw the scary look on his face. I have lost countless billions. Wang Tung turned and walked away. No, I have to return to Earth. Roundball was a little stunned and held him back frantically. What are you doing? You finally came out, and now you want to go back? You must be crazy. You don't understand. Wang Tung wanted to vomit blood in depression. What is going on exactly? Tell me, and I'll see what we can do. Roundball was helpless. Sometimes it thought that Wang Tung was very mature, unlike a young man in his 20s. Other times, he was childish and was like a big kid who made others speechless. And Wang Tung said it. Roundball was also speechless after listening to it, and kept lamenting, "What a waste, what a waste." Yeah, you'd think so too. If I went back to get those Celestites, I would have to spend hundreds of millions of coins. I wouldn't make a loss. Wang Tung did his calculations. He knew that if he was going to the Great Qian Empire, he would definitely need money. Now, he was just a poor man. Wang Tung was like a country bumpkin carrying $1,000 in his pocket. Although he had earned quite a sum in the valleys, it wasn't even enough for a good meal in the big city. Someone like him who was used to being wealthy on Earth would not be able to stand being a poor man. Although Roundball felt pity for him, it still stopped him and said quickly, "We have no time to waste now. People from the Olent Federation will come soon. However, it seems that Earth does have many treasures now. The most important thing is to gain control of Earth so that you can develop it in the future. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish." Wang Tung wasn't stupid. He understood immediately and nodded. "You're right. I almost have my priorities wrong. Let's obtain autonomous control of Earth first." "That's right." Roundball heaved a sigh of relief. "I have another piece of good news for you." "What good news?" "I found the source of Celestites from the Battlecraft's database," Roundball said mysteriously. Chapter 885. It'll kill whoever that comes. "What?" Wang Tung was shocked. "Where?" "On a planet with no signs of life. The coordinates are in the database," Roundball chuckled. "Based on its calculation, there are at least 30,000 tons of Celestites on it. 30,000 tons of Celestites is 300,000 GQC. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. As a rich third generation, he hadn't been this excited over money for a while. It wasn't easy. He was doing it for survival. All thanks to the commander of this fleet. This huge Celestite mine is worth 300 billion OFC. He probably wanted to take private possession of it, so he didn't report it, and it landed in our hands. Roundball gloated. "That's 300 billion OFC. I won't report it either." Wang Tung shook his head and lamented. He took a deep breath. This is how humans are. Roundball seemed emotional. "Shall we take a look at the mine first?" Wang Tung asked. "Please keep reading Zero in MYB Zero's novel." "Come, there's no hurry. The planet hasn't been discovered, so we should still head to the Great Qian Empire first. Then, we'll think of a way to mine it. It's impossible to quickly mine 30,000 tons of ore. We'll need lots of mining equipment." Roundball shook its head and answered. "All right, let's leave first," Wang Tung said helplessly. "Yes, the battlecraft has been dismantled. I have taken all the valuable parts." Roundball gave a delighted smile. "Let's go." Wang Tung nodded and prepared to leave the battlecraft. "Wait!" Roundball suddenly shouted. "What is it now?" Wang Tung stopped in his tracks. "There's a call notification. It's a mandatory call that must be picked up. If I didn't block it, it will be connected instantly." Roundball's expression changed as it said. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. "Answer it. Answer it." Roundball was dumbfounded. "Are you sure?" "Yes, connect it." Wang Tung nodded calmly. "All right, it'll listen to you." Roundball didn't know what Wang Tung wanted to do, but it believed that he wouldn't make a meaningless decision. Beep. An image appeared on the main screen. There was an elder wearing a gray gown on it. This was the person who gave Kluk the order. The instant he appeared, he noticed something amiss. He stared at Wang Tung with an indifferent and icy gaze. "Who are you?" he asked in the common universal language. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Tung from Earth. Wang Tung remained composed and replied to him with a smile. Earth. The elder understood what he meant. You're the person who escaped from the trial planet. Please keep reading on my box novel. Calm, the trial planet? Is this what you call my mother planet? Wang Tung's gaze turned frosty as he scoffed. The elder in gray didn't notice the flash of coldness in Wang Tung's eyes. He asked arrogantly as if he was Wang Tung's superior. Where's Kluk? Dead. You killed him. The elder's expression turned grim. A terrifying aura exuded from his body. Even though he was just an image on the screen, the aura still hit Wang Tung head-on. Oomph. Wang Tung snorted. The spirit constellation in his consciousness started to heat up. A fierce spiritual fluctuation floated out of his body and collided with the aura of the elder in gray. Boom! The two forces crashed in midair and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Tung stood in his original position stably. However, he had turned more serious. Cosmo Stage Martial Warrior. Based on the elder's aura, he was definitely not a Celestial Stage Martial Warrior. He was at the Cosmos Stage. Wang Tung barely managed to withstand the confrontation because his spirit had just advanced to the Celestial Realm and the elder wasn't here in person. Even so, he didn't back down. He remained expressionless and composed. Even if his opponent was a Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior, he wouldn't be able to climb through the screen and grab him. There was nothing to be afraid of. No wonder Ma Tian and Ning Honglang died there. I didn't think that an anomaly like you would appear on the trial planet. The elder's expression turned grim as he continued glaring at Wang Tung. Wang Tung didn't deny it. You won't be able to leave the Olent Federation. The elder saw Wang Tung's expression and knew that Ma Tian and Ning Honglang's death must have something to do with him. I welcome you. Wang Tung's face remained calm, but a powerful killing intent shot out from his body. He'll kill whoever that comes. How dare you? The elder's face turned hideous. No one had spoken to him like this ever since he became a Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior. Yet, this Martial Warrior from the trial planet dared to refute him? He must be tired of living. You can continue flaring up. Bye. Wang Ting asked Round Ball to end the call. The elder still wanted to speak, but the screen had already blacked out. Stupid old man. Wang Tung cursed. Wang Tung, is it really all right to offend a Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior? Round Ball asked with a strange expression. Wang Tung had asked it to connect the call because he wanted to provoke the other party. This was unexpected. I have already offended him. Why would I be worried about that? Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. There will be more martial warriors chasing us now, Round Ball said helplessly. That's good. My aim is to get all his attention on us. There seemed to be a meaning hidden in his words. I see. Round Ball was enlightened. Let's go. Wang Tung turned around and walked out of the battlecraft without any hesitation. Round Ball followed him while mumbling, Honestly, I felt quite good when you scolded that Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior. You're lacking experience. To think that you're an intelligent life form, but you haven't experienced this before. Wang Tung shook his head. Round Ball's mood went down the hill. It had lived for more than 1,000,000 years, only to get educated by this small brat. They left the battlecraft and returned to their QY, E-63 spacecraft, setting sail again. The spacecraft shot into the wormhole ahead like a beam of light. Boom! At the same time, the battlecraft from the Olent Federation exploded and turned into a huge fireball. It shattered into countless pieces in space. The metal fragments turned into junk and floated in this empty darkness. Gradually, peace resumed in this area. The wormhole continued to float silently in the dark. The Olent Federation. There were 9 main galaxies in the Olent Federation. Every galaxy was guarded by a Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior. At this moment, above the main planet of the Milky Way, the Milky Planet, an ear-piercing and furious roar was heard echoing out of a huge palace. Immense pressure spiraled around the palace like a terrifying giant beast had been enraged. Send 10 fleets and let 9th-level Celestial Stage Martial Warriors lead them. Chase and kill this man. A cold voice resounded in the palace. 1. Chapter 886. Time *1. The QY E-63 spacecraft set sail again. It went into the wormhole and headed straight for the Great Qian Empire. The wormhole is an extremely peculiar presence in the universe. It's a narrow tunnel that's able to connect two different spaces. It might also be a space tunnel that connects a black hole and a white hole. Hence, it's called a gray tunnel. Regardless, you can travel through space instantly using a wormhole, or rather, travel through time. Round Ball happily showed off its knowledge in the command room of the spacecraft. Time travel. There was a strange glow in Wang Tung's eyes. He had never come into contact with this mysterious field. Time was hard to grasp. It was many times more mysterious than space. Round Ball smiled when it saw Wang Tung's interest was piqued. It continued. When the universe was born, everything was in chaos. Then it operated by itself, and time and space came into being. These 9 basic elements form the physical universe: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and dark. They encompass everything. Chaos. Wang Tung seemed to have caught something. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark. He had everything. He even had the space talent. Please keep reading Zero in MYB Zero's novel. Come, you should already count your luck since you possess the space talent. This is already very impressive. But if you want to have the time talent, I only have one word for you: difficult. Extremely difficult. Close to impossible. Round Ball turned serious. It shook its head and continued. Only the deities can touch time. Ordinary beings won't be able to feel it at all. In the past, there were talents in the universe that possessed the time talent. What do you think happened to them? What? Wang Tung played along. He had to admit that Round Ball had ignited his interest. People born with the time talent must be immensely powerful. But based on Round Ball's tone, their ending didn't seem good. They were corroded by time. Those who played with time get devoured by it, Round Ball said after a moment of silence. Corroded by time? Wang Tung frowned, contemplating the meaning. Someone used his time talent too early, which resulted in his physical body aging drastically because his lifespan wasn't long enough. In the end, he died an unwilling death. Others drew lessons from their predecessors and focused on building their foundation in the early stage of life. They only started using their time talent after reaching a high stage and gaining a longer lifespan. During their cultivation, they gained many benefits. They were indomitable. However, even martial warriors at the eternal stage are nothing in front of time. Some got devoured by time and disappeared from the physical world. It was as if they had never existed. One Round Ball explained to Wang Tung slowly. It seemed to be warning him of the dangers. Space is the same. It is mysterious. We can only grasp a section of it. There are too many unknowns out there. Since ancient times, many formidable martial warriors have been devoured by space. The people who possessed the time talent were renowned characters too, but none of them escaped death. Thus, don't rely on your talent too much. Cultivation is still the key. Wang Tung nodded to express his agreement. He felt a little emotional. His journey had been extremely smooth. He relied on picking attributes to raise his ability. Compared to those talents, he didn't have to care about such worries. It felt amazing just thinking about it. Cough. Wang Tung pulled his thoughts back and asked, "Does anyone have Chaos Force?" Winky face, please keep reading on my box novel. Come, what did you say? Round Ball turned its head abruptly in astonishment. It didn't understand his question. Does anyone ever have the Chaos Force? Wang Tung repeated. He felt that Round Ball probably heard wrong. Why are you asking this? Round Ball asked him back in shock. Nothing. I'm just curious, Wang Tung replied casually without changing his expression. Curiosity kills the cat, Round Ball said earnestly. I've never heard of anyone possessing the Chaos Force. Even if there is, we might not be able to reach that level. But trust me, Chaos Force will probably never appear. It's even rarer than the time talent. Don't think too much. Why not? Wang Tung was unwilling to give up. Do you really have to get to the bottom of it? All right, let me tell you. Round Ball snorted in anger. It sat down cross-legged in midair in front of Wang Tung so that it could look him in the eye. Placing its hand on its shin, it continued. Let's not talk about being born with this talent. I have never heard of something like that. As for acquiring it during cultivation, that's unrealistic. You should know that the chaos force comprises all the elements I mentioned just now. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, space, and time. Wang Ting nodded. Then he frowned. What about ice and poison? Aren't they counted? Ice and poison are mutated elements. They are not the basic elements. Round Ball shook its head. Please continue, Wang Tong said. If you want to form the chaos force, you need to possess all 9 basic elements, as well as the space and time talent. The probability of possessing all these forces and talents is 1 out of a billion out of a billion. Let's talk about the dark force. Besides dark apparitions, normal living creatures won't be able to control it. Once you delve into the dark, you won't be able to climb out of the abyss. You also need to maintain a balance between all the forces. There mustn't be a single mistake or you will explode and die. This is the only way you can merge all the elements. This is as difficult as possessing all the force and talents. It might even be harder. It started to frown as it spoke. It didn't think that anyone could do it. You are thinking too much. I honestly admire you for having such bold and unrealistic thoughts. Round Ball rolled its eyes at Wang Tong. Then it turned and floated away. All right, I'm not going to waste time on you anymore. I have to forge the battle armor. Have a good cultivation. Try to raise your ability as much as you can before our enemies come. It disappeared immediately after it finished speaking. It had merged into the main body of the spacecraft and could go anywhere it wanted. How convenient. Impossible? Wang Ting muttered to himself. Suddenly, he saw a few attribute bubbles floating in the space in front of him. He stared at them and released his spiritual power immediately, pulling the attribute bubbles over. Time asterisk 1, 2 time asterisk 1 time asterisk 1. There were only 3 bubbles and 3 points of attributes in total. However, Wang Tong still widened his eyes in surprise. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He was flabbergasted. Time attribute. This was the time attribute that Round Ball said was even more mysterious than space. Chapter 887. Is it difficult to master spiritual kinesis control? Time. Wang Tong managed to enter a territory forbidden to most ordinary people. And it was an out-of-the-blue encounter, coming without even giving him a chance to prepare himself. 3 points of time attribute were quite little, but they meant much to him. They allowed him to possess the time talent. As the attributes entered his body, an unpredictable change occurred. A mysterious force seemed to have dawned on him and was transforming him. He felt a hint of enlightenment. It allowed him to gain some understanding of the power of time. Wang Tong lifted his hand and closed his eyes to feel the passing of time. At this moment, he felt that he was immersed in the power of time. He felt the time river shrouded in layers of mist roaring into the future. It was irreversible, and there were dazzling lights shimmering in the river. He could barely see it through the haze. It felt like an illusion, lustrous and dazzling. However, this image only lasted for a split second. It disappeared quickly. Wang Ting opened his eyes. There was a mysterious glow. He let out a long sigh, and it was gone. What did Round Ball say just now? Please keep reading Zero in MYB Zero's novel. Wang Tong asked himself. He smiled brightly. At first, he thought that forming the chaos force would be a strenuous task. After all, normal people wouldn't be able to curb the difficulties. But he managed to receive the time a tribute Round Ball said was impossible. Was this fate? Heavens were aiding him. There was nothing impossible. Even if it weren't the heavens, his system was helping him. Wang Tong believed that with the help of his system, he would be able to create the chaos force soon. As a bug, there was a chance he could complete what others couldn't. Wang Ting shook his head and sat down on the seat in the command room. He released his spiritual power to all corners of the spacecraft so that he wouldn't miss any more time attribute bubbles. He even released a number of void mayflies to scout further areas in search of time attributes. Everything would come to those who wait. The time attribute appeared again. Time asterisk 1 time asterisk 2, he picked up the 2 attribute bubbles. One of them contained 2 points of time attribute, totaling another 3 points. At the same time, he noticed a pattern. The time attribute bubbles mostly appeared in areas where time and space were distorted. The greater the distortion, the more the number of attribute bubbles. Wang Tung smiled. He started looking out for distortions in the universe. As expected, he found 4 attribute bubbles in the next area of distortion. Please keep reading on myb0xn0vl.c0m time *2 time *3 time *1 time *2. There was a small whirlpool in this area where space and time were distorted. Wang Tung picked up 8 points of time attributes here. He was elated. These 8 points of time attribute allowed him to have a deeper understanding of time. His time talent started to become stronger too. He could clearly feel himself getting more powerful. It was a peculiar feeling. It felt like the old days when he had just started practicing martial arts and collecting attribute bubbles. Their numbers were negligible when compared with his gains now, but he was able to feel his power increasingly clearly. It was satisfying. Now, he managed to experience it again. Soon, he regained his senses and felt a little speechless. It had been a while since he was overjoyed to find single-digit attribute points. He didn't know if he should be happy or blame himself for having a weak composure. I should take a look at Round Ball. It has probably started making the armor. Wang Tung got up and went to the smithery studio. His spiritual power continued searching for time attributes outside. This was a must. In the smithery studio, Round Ball had already started forging. Hammering sounds were heard continuously, but they were only heard when the door opened. The room was soundproof. Wang Tung was used to this environment. Mind you, he was a master-level blacksmith. He had seen all kinds of smithery studios. To his surprise, when he entered the smithery studio, he realized that he had never seen anything like this. A round ball floated in midair with its arms crossed in front of its chest. It was in a serious mode. 2 large purple iron hammers were hammering a pitch-black piece of metal violently. The 2 large hammers went down one after another, like 2 companions with great chemistry. Their cooperation was impressive. Round Ball looked like the evil parent watching over its children's homework. Wang Tung touched his chin uncontrollably when he saw this scene. Using spiritual kinesis to control the tools seems like a good idea. You need to reach the small achievement level for your spiritual kinesis control skill if you want to do this. Round Ball glanced at him and said, "Is it hard to master the skill?" Wang Tung asked. After interacting with Round Ball for many days, he knew that it possessed spirit. Thus, he wasn't surprised. As he walked into the smithery studio, he felt a heat wave blowing into his face. This came from the artificial flame burning below the smithing table. This was a high-temperature flame created using flame-type runes. It was very convenient. He also picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him along the way. These attribute bubbles dropped when Round Ball was forging the battle armor. This was the reason why he came. Spiritual kinesis control *30 smithery *100 smithery *120 spiritual kinesis control *35 smithery *105 celestial realm spirit *10-2 Round Ball had been at work for some time. So many attribute bubbles had accumulated in the room. It was fortunate that Wang Tung came early. It would be a waste if these attribute bubbles disappeared. Wang Tung counted his gains. He received 360 points of spiritual kinesis control, for 150 points of smithery, and 40 points of celestial realm spirit. Overall, the gains were not bad, especially for spiritual kinesis control. This was the skill Round Ball mentioned a moment ago, the one Nangon you had left behind. He hadn't started learning it. However, the 360 points of attributes allowed him to reach the foundation stage instantly. Spiritual kinesis control 360/1000 Foundation. Wang Tung was surprised when he noticed that he needed 1,000 points to reach the next stage. Normally, the foundation stage only required 100 points. It looked like the spiritual kinesis control was indeed difficult to master. The smithery attributes were added, but there was no change in his level. He was still at the master level. However, Wang Tung managed to receive much Grandmaster-level knowledge about smithery. This was a better gain than master-level knowledge. It allowed his smithery mastery to rise tremendously. Chapter 888, Grandmaster, Blacksmith, 2850/3000, Master. Wang Tung looked at the secondary job section and realized that his blacksmith attribute was on the verge of a breakthrough. He was elated. Round Ball was at the Grandmaster level, which came after the Master level. There were no Grandmaster blacksmiths on Earth, and they all had high statuses in the universe. In a sense, although they were not on the same level as a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, their statuses were much greater than Celestial Stage martial warriors. This was because Grandmasters were distinguished guests of many Cosmos Stage martial warriors. They needed battle armor and weapons forged by the Grandmaster blacksmiths. This was what Round Ball had told Wang Tung when he was bragging about it. That was why Wang Tung wanted to be a Grandmaster blacksmith badly. In any case, one's status in the universe was very important. His strength wasn't at the Cosmos Stage now, but if he became a Grandmaster, his status would naturally rise. Round Ball didn't know about his blacksmith level. Wang Tung planned to shock it and enjoy its reaction. Wang Tung harbored malicious thoughts in his mind, and then looked at the last Celestial Realm Spirit attribute. Please keep reading Zero in MYB Zero's novel. Kama's spirit had just reached the Celestial Realm. An increase of 40 points was a slight improvement. Is it difficult? Round Ball couldn't help but roll its eyes when it heard Wang Tung. You are always talking big. Do you know difficult it is to cultivate spiritual kinesis control? I took 3 years to become proficient. After it finished speaking, Round Ball muttered in its heart, that was close. I almost told him the actual time I took. A genius like me can't be taken lightly by this brat. 3 years. So long. Wang Tung exclaimed in surprise. Round Ball became depressed and snarled. Go away. You don't know anything at all. You will know how tough it is when you start cultivating. 3 years is considered a short time. Someone like you will take at least 30 years, and you might not even make it. Wang Tung smirked and didn't refute it. He walked closer to watch Round Ball do some smithing. With his talent, eyes, and attainments, he could learn a lot without picking up attribute bubbles. Besides, the guidance of a Grandmaster blacksmith was very useful. Not everyone had the opportunity to experience it. That was why Wang Tung didn't take it seriously, and Round Ball didn't shun him either. Other Grandmaster blacksmiths would never give others an opportunity to observe them unless it was for their direct disciples. By the way, don't you have the emerald glazed flame? Let me use it. It will speed up the forging process, Round Ball said. When it mentioned this, it couldn't help but get a little jealous. A divine flame like that was possessed by a stupid boy like Wang Tung. What a waste. Wang Tung didn't know that Round Ball was complaining about him. He didn't hesitate and summoned his emerald glazed flame. An emerald flame appeared in the air. However, this was not the time to change the flames yet. Round Ball didn't speak and continued to forge the piece of black metal with the artificial flame. The clanging of metal didn't stop. After about 3 minutes, Wang Tung suddenly flicked his fingers and the emerald glazed flame landed on the smithing table. Swoosh! The black metal instantly turned red, revealing strips of forged lines on it. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0Vel. C0M. When Round Ball was about to ask Wang Tung to change the flames, he was already onto it. On top of that, the timing and the heat were just right, and it couldn't find the slightest fault in it. It was really surprised. It was only for a moment, though. The Grandmaster blacksmith got back to its senses and continued to control the 2 hammers to forge. Now that the emerald glazed flame was blazing, the forging speed was much faster. Round Ball immediately felt the benefits of a divine flame and was even more envious of it. At the same time, it wanted to clear its doubts. Have you dabbled in smithery before? I've learned a little. Wang Tung replied humbly. More than a little. Round Ball squinted at him. That precision and perfect change of flames. That smooth transition. It was no different from what it was capable of. An ordinary blacksmith couldn't have done it. Wang Tung smiled and sat down. He continued to observe quietly and picked up the attribute bubbles that were dropping from Round Ball. Spiritual Kinesis Control, *80, Celestial Realm Spirit, *15, Smithery, 105 smithery asterisk 120 as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. Wang Tung's mind shuddered. Countless insights integrated into his memory, and his blacksmith mastery was elevated as it crossed the threshold. Grandmaster. At this moment, his blacksmith mastery had surpassed the master level and reached the grandmaster level. Blacksmith, 60/10,000, grandmaster. Roundball could never imagine that Wang Tung reached the grandmaster level just by observing it by the side. What a terrifying speed. Time went by, and 3 days passed in a flash. In those 3 days, Roundball had finished forging Wang Tung's customized battle armor, including that pair of wings of wind and lightning. And Wang Tung picked up a lot of attribute bubbles, which improved his blacksmith mastery. Blacksmith, 620/10,000, grandmaster. Similarly, his spiritual kinesis control had improved as well, advancing to the well-versed stage. Spiritual kinesis control, 350/5,000, well-versed. To get past the well-versed stage, he would need 5,000 attribute points, 5 times the foundation stage. No wonder Roundball took 3 years to reach the small achievement stage. If he really took it step by step, 3 years was indeed a short time. People who were not talented would take much longer. Besides that, Wang Tung had also obtained 280 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. It was a sizable sum. Wang Tung was very content. At this moment, he was standing in the smithery studio with Roundball and looking at the battle armor in front of him. The battle armor stood directly on the ground. It was black-red and with flame-like patterns carved on it. The helmet protected the head well. However, it looked somewhat ferocious. It was like a head of a vicious beast. The entire battle armor looked exquisite, like a piece of art. But the helmet, for a while, Wang Tung didn't know how to describe it. An elegant beast? What elegant beast? Wang Tung couldn't complain. He was suspicious of Roundball. It was either making fun of him or there was a problem with its eyes. You designed this thing? Wang Tung rubbed his eyebrows and asked helplessly. That's right. It was designed by yours truly. How is it? It looks good, right? Roundball was very proud. Back in those days, I went to Great Qian Empire's best college to study design. One Wang Tung. I see. Chapter 889. Wild Gentleman? Wang Tung was too lazy to care about Roundball's boasting. He sized up the red-black battle armor before fixing his gaze on the metallic pair of wings at the back. The wings were properly retracted. Before he turned to the back, he couldn't see any signs of the wings from the front. This pair of wings were made of extremely light and thin feathers. The pieces of feathers stacked onto one another, so the wings didn't take up much space when folded. The metallic feathers were green and purple. There were spots of purple patterns on the green surface. It was beautiful. These are the wings of wind and lightning. Roundball's eyes were glowing. It seemed extremely satisfied with its work. Wang Tung was impressed too. He caressed the green-purple feathers lightly and felt the sharpness of the feathers. He could also sense the faint lightning and wind element runes on them. He was delighted with this product. Roundball gave him a huge surprise. This battle armor and the wings of wind and lightning are both at the cosmos level. When you wear it, you can reach celestial stage speed and can handle the attacks from celestial stage martial warriors. You will be indomitable in the celestial stage, Roundball explained. But it will be another story if you meet some rare, formidable celestial stage monsters. After all, those people can fight with cosmos stage martial warriors, so you can't judge them based on common sense. Cosmos stage speed. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Please keep reading Zero in MYB Zero's novel. Comp speed was the key. His cultivation was only at the planetary stage. If he didn't possess celestial realm spirit, he wouldn't be able to reach cosmos stage speed. But with the wings of wind and lightning, everything was different. Moreover, he could use them together with his celestial realm spirit, so his speed could be on par with the first 3 levels of the cosmos stage. Try it on. Roundball smiled when it saw his excited expression. Okay. Wang Tung didn't reject the offer. This armor was designed for him. There was no better time to wear it. Acknowledge the armor first by dripping a drop of blood into the core. The battle armor will remember your gene formation. It will be yours to use from now on. Round Ball pointed at the chest area of the battle armor. The chest area flicked open, revealing numerous runes squeezed inside the core. Wang Tung dripped his blood inside, and the runes lit up as if they were alive. The light followed the lines of the runes and spread to the rest of the battle armor instantly. You can wear this armor with a single thought, Round Ball said. Wang Tung followed its instructions, and the battle armor immediately dashed towards him like a bolt of red-black lightning. It covered his body like liquid and turned into the shape of armor again. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The armor was a perfect fit. It gave off a red-black metallic glow. Under the bright lights in the Smithery studio, it exuded a sharp and chilly aura like a ruthless and ferocious god. Oh my! Wang Tung was astounded. He had seen battle armors and even donned one before, but they weren't worn like this. The battle armor he got from the alien candidates would split into different parts before combining into armor again on his body. Yet this one covered his body like a liquid. It was amazing. Haha, this is a special function available to Cosmos-level battle armor. The metal can change state freely, so you can wear it faster than other lower-level battle armor. It's more convenient, too, Round Ball smiled and said. Good riddance. Wang Tung touched the battle armor on his body and felt the cold temperature of this perfect armor. He clenched his fist. His movements were as agile as if the armor wasn't present. Please keep reading on myb0xn0vl.c0m. If you're not using the wings of wind and lightning, you can keep them in the hidden compartment behind your back. That way, no one can tell that you have such a powerful escaping feature, Round Ball said. Oh, this design is good. Wang Tung moved his thoughts, and the wings behind were automatically kept in the hidden compartment. The battle armor looked normal. Does this armor have a name? Wang Tung asked. I named it the Wild Gentleman. What do you think? Round Ball got excited when it mentioned the name. He looked at Wang Tung in anticipation, hoping to gain recognition from him. Wang Tung felt speechless. The corners of his lips trembled violently. Wild Gentleman? What kind of name is this? He knew that he shouldn't place all his hopes on Round Ball. This fellow was bad at designing and naming. Yet it didn't seem to know its flaws and even felt proud of itself. What did you say? I didn't hear you properly. Never mind. The name is not important. Let's talk about it in the future. Wang Tung dug his ear and pretended that he didn't hear Round Ball. F***K, what do you mean? Are you questioning my naming sense? Let me tell you, this battle armor will be called the Wild Gentleman. Since I made it, I have the right to name it. Round Ball glared at Wang Tung, acting stubborn. I'm going to test out the power of this battle armor in the cultivation room. Wang Tung turned around and strode outside. He couldn't wait to test the speed of this pair of wings. Round Ball was furious. It mumbled unhappily as it followed behind him. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud explosion. The spacecraft shook violently. What happened? Wang Tung turned serious. Damn it, we're under attack. Luckily, the defense shield blocked it. Round Ball's expression turned ugly. It lifted its hand. An array of light appeared in front of them. The situation outside the spacecraft was displayed at the end of this beam of light. 10 spacecraft were closing in on them at a fast speed. There was still a distance between them, but they had already launched their attacks. Beams of light shot through the universe, heading straight for the QY E-63 spacecraft. Olent Federation. Wang Tung and Round Ball saw the Olent Federation symbol on the spacecraft. Their expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect their enemies to arrive so quickly, even following them into the wormhole. Good timing. I can use them to test the power of my battle armor. Killing intent oozed out of Wang Tung's eyes as he took a large step forward. Going out? We're in a wormhole. Even Cosmo-stage martial warriors don't dare to step out into a wormhole casually. Are you looking for death? Round Ball stopped him immediately. Have you forgotten that I have space talent? Wang Tung continued walking. Besides the power of space, the power of time also exists in the wormhole. You'll be dead if you get sucked into a time current. Round Ball caught up with him and said sternly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Tung didn't tell Round Ball that he had just gained the time talent, and could evade time currents. Thus, there was nothing to be afraid of. Round Ball still wanted to persuade him, but the cabin door opened, and Wang Tung flew out like a ray of light with his red-black battle armor. This fellow! Round Ball stomped its feet in anger. There was nothing it could do. Chapter 890. Detonation. Wang Tung rushed out of the spacecraft and activated his shadow merging secret skill. His body blended into the darkness and seemed to disappear completely into the wormhole. Although the level of shadow merging could not keep up with his strength, it was still enough to conceal his body in such an environment. Moreover, the martial warriors were unable to get out of the spacecraft. They couldn't find him because of the spacecraft's heavy protection. Round Ball's eyes were focused on Wang Tung, but soon it was a little astonished when it failed to find his traces. This fellow is full of tricks. It muttered and saw attacks from the Olent Federation coming one after another. Gritting its teeth, it returned to the main control room. Under its control, the QI-E63 traveled in the wormhole and dodged the attack successfully. At this moment, Wang Tung unfolded the wings of wind and lightning. Wind and lightning force were injected into them. The runes on the wing's surface suddenly lit up, and a trace of green wind wrapped around each wing. Lightning was danced on the surface and produced a faint sound of thunder. Boom! With a light flap, the wings of wind and lightning reached the speed of a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He almost instantly vanished from his spot, rapidly nearing the 10 spacecraft. Wang Tung activated his eyes of essence and spiritual sight and peered inside the spacecraft. The metal shell couldn't stop his eyes of essence. He saw through the spacecraft and determined the opponent's strength using spiritual sight. One by one, balls of light appeared in his field of vision. Please keep reading Zero in MYB Zero's novel. Wang Tung immediately understood the power level of the spacecraft. 9 of the spacecraft had 3 celestial stage martial warriors and 10 planetary stage martial warriors each. The celestial stage martial warriors were around the 6th and 7th levels. The spacecraft in the middle had 5 celestial stage and 15 planetary stage martial warriors. Among the 5 celestial stage martial warriors, 3 were on the 5th level, while 1 was on the 7th level. The last one was a 9th level celestial stage martial warrior. His light was the most dazzling. There are so many celestial stage martial warriors. It seems they think very highly of me. Wang Tung sneered and decided to save the spacecraft in the middle for the last. Concealed by shadow merging, no one discovered his tracks. He came to the bottom of one of the spacecraft. However, when he saw the bottom, he wanted to curse out loud. Damn it, why is this thing so high-end? There's not even a hole for me. Wang Tung swore and contacted Round Ball. He could only seek its help. Round Ball laughed out loud. I thought you were so great that you wouldn't need my help. Wang Tung, wait and see how I'm going to hack into their system and open the hatch for you. Round Ball didn't continue talking. It smiled smugly and started working. It was an intelligent life form of an extremely high level. The other intelligent systems were relatively rigid. They were mainly used for operating the spacecraft and had very limited functions. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult for Round Ball to thwart the opponent's defense and hack into their systems. Very soon, the hatch of the spacecraft opened. The martial warriors from Olent Federation didn't notice it at all. Round Ball transferred a layout diagram into Wang Tung's mind. Its voice could also be heard. This is the internal layout of the spacecraft. The places marked with eye-catching red dots are the surveillance areas. Thanks. Wang Tung was stunned for a moment. With the layout, he would be much more relaxed and could evade the cameras accurately. He would remain undetected by the celestial stage martial warrior in the main control room. I didn't expect you to be such a daredevil and travel through wormholes. Be careful not to die. Round Ball snorted. Don't worry. I won't die, Wang Tung said with confidence. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL.C0M. Actually, you don't have to fight them face to face. You can just destroy the spacecraft's energy core and the entire spacecraft will be scrapped. The martial warriors will naturally be buried in the wormhole, Round Ball suggested. Good idea. Wang Tung's eyes flashed. He had originally wanted to go toward the balls of light and kill the martial warriors. But Round Ball's idea was much simpler. Wang Tung located the position of the energy core from the layout and mapped out an optimal route. He chose a direction and put away the wings of wind and lightning before sprinting in the passage in front of him. He suddenly realized that with an intelligent life form's help, an extremely difficult task like invading an enemy's spacecraft had become so simple. He didn't even encounter a single obstacle on the way, reaching the energy core. However, the spacecraft still had a last line of defense. There was a sealed door barring his path forward. It was made of an unknown black metal and looked very heavy. This is a celestial-level alloy. Cut it with your golden crescent blade. Round Ball said casually. Wang Tung realized that the door couldn't stand against the golden crescent blade. By using spiritual kinesis, the golden crescent blade slashed forward and split the door open easily. The door that could withstand a celestial stage martial warrior's attacks slammed onto the ground. A large furnace-like device appeared in front of Wang Tung. Shaped like a sphere, it was covered with runes that spread around. It was glowing with red light. Pipelines that connected to the spacecraft were all over it. Do you have something like a time bomb? Round Ball suddenly asked. No. Why? Once you destroy the energy core, it will explode immediately. You will probably get hurt if you stand so close to it. Why didn't you say that earlier? Wang Tung was speechless. I forgot about it. Round Ball felt guilty. I finally know how Senior Nangon died. He must have been killed by an unprofessional, intelligent life form like you. Wang Tung said quietly. Round Ball. Wang Tung didn't speak anymore and walked to the energy core. Taking out an energy stone, he inscribed runes onto it. A makeshift time bomb was completed just like that. Wang Tung smiled slightly and placed the energy stone on the energy core. He then directly blasted the bottom deck of the spacecraft with the golden crescent blade and rushed out in an instant. Beep, beep, beep. A loud siren suddenly blared in the spacecraft. 1. Chapter 891. F***K. Is he a bug? A shrill siren rang in the spacecraft. A red light blinked in the entire Olent Federation spacecraft. What's happening? The 3 celestial stage martial warriors in the command room shouted. They were shocked. Alert! Alert! Abnormality detected in the energy core. The intelligence on the spacecraft repeated a warning continuously. What? How can there be a problem with the energy core? Quick, send someone to inspect. The 3 celestial stage martial warriors detected something amiss and gave their orders one after another. However, before they could finish the sentence, the entire spacecraft exploded. An Olent Federation universe spacecraft was turned into space debris in the blink of an eye. What is going on? The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the people on the other 9 Olent Federation spacecraft. The celestial stage martial warriors on the spacecraft looked in the direction of the explosion in unplanned unison. Please keep reading Zero in MYB Zero's novel. There was a 30-year-old man in the main spacecraft in the middle. He had a grim expression, and there were tiny, dense black scales covering his face. He looked similar to the talent from the Urose galaxy, Loggins. They were probably from the same race. He stared at the notification screen coldly. The command rooms of the other 9 spacecraft were connected to the main spacecraft. They maintained contact all the time. But at this moment, one of the screens had blanked out. Number 6 spacecraft has exploded, the 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior from the Black Scale race said in a cold voice. What happened just now? A celestial stage martial warrior that looked like a human asked behind him. Did they get hit by our opponent? Someone guessed. No. Something went wrong with the energy core of the number 6 spacecraft. The 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior replied. The energy core is tightly protected, and we have inspected it carefully before taking off. Why will there be a problem? The celestial stage human martial warrior frowned. He was confused. Inform the other 8 spacecraft and ask them to send people to protect their energy cores in case of an invasion. The 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior gave a sharp look and ordered. Yes, the other martial warriors understood his intention. Since it wasn't the spacecraft problem, someone must have infiltrated the internal structure of the spacecraft. However, everyone found it unbelievable. They didn't know how their opponent managed to infiltrate their spacecraft without getting detected. Outside, Wang Tung scanned the destroyed spacecraft and released his spiritual power. He swept all the attribute bubbles dropped over to him. There were 10 planetary stage martial warriors and 3 celestial stage martial warriors in the spacecraft. He mustn't waste their deaths. Constellation Force, Earth, * 3200 Emperor-level Earth talent, * 380 Planetary Realm Spirit, * 300 Star Fire Scripture, Celestial Stage, * 900. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. C0M Constellation Force Metal. * 3600 Emperor-level Metal Talent, * 410 Planetary Realm Spirit, * 360 Constellation Force, Lightning. * 1800 Emperor-level Lightning Talent, * 200 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 300 Star Lightning Scripture, * 100. Countless attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body. He glanced through the attributes and planned to count his gains after blasting all the Olent Federation spacecraft. However, a few attribute bubbles caught his attention. There was a lightning element martial warrior. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He felt his lightning force reaching its limit. He just needed an opportunity to convert his lightning force into constellation lightning force, and it would be able to advance to the planetary stage. The star lightning scripture had appeared, so all he lacked was the time to convert his force. But Wang Tung felt like complaining when he saw the name of the scripture. This is definitely a series of scriptures. Well, at least he had a lightning element scripture. It didn't come easy. Mind you, he had spent many brain cells trying to find ways to get mutated element scriptures. The lightning element was an unexpected gain. The other martial warriors possessed the 5 basic elements, so there was nothing special. However, after collecting all the force attributes, his ability rose. Wang Tung smiled. His gaze landed on the next spacecraft. He decided to repeat his actions and blow this spacecraft into pieces. Be careful. They're sending people to guard the energy core. Round Ball's voice appeared in his mind. They moved quite quickly. Wang Tung turned serious. However, it didn't disrupt his plans. He was already planning to kill these martial warriors. Since they wanted to die earlier, he didn't mind wasting some effort to claim their lives personally. Round Ball sent Wang Tung the image of the internal structure of the spacecraft. After finding the position of the energy core, Wang Tung used his eyes of essence and spiritual sight to confirm his enemy's abilities. At the energy core, there were 1 celestial stage and 3 planetary stage martial warriors standing guard. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Mister, we're in a wormhole. No one will be able to pass through the wormhole space and infiltrate our spacecraft, right? One of the planetary stage martial warriors asked. Be on your guards. A person might not be able to do it, but a robot can. The celestial stage martial warrior glared at him and replied sternly. The planetary stage martial warrior didn't dare to speak anymore. He remained watchful of his surroundings. If anything happened to the energy core, all of them would be dead. At this moment, Wang Tung appeared behind the passageway they were at. There was only a wall between them. He looked through the steel wall and stared at the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. He was thankful for the design of this spacecraft. There were passageways everywhere. He was just a wall away from his opponents, but they couldn't see him. However, he could see them with his eyes of essence and lock their positions in accurately. Wang Tung raised his hand. The golden crescent blade silently appeared in front of him. Then, it darted out abruptly and started cutting through the steel wall, heading straight for the celestial stage martial warrior. Oh shit! The celestial stage martial warrior was flabbergasted. He jumped to the side hurriedly, but the golden crescent blade moved too quickly. It slit his neck directly. A blood-curdling scene was created. Although the celestial stage martial warrior's body had moved to the side, the head was still floating in mid-air. After a few seconds, the head was thrown back. The celestial stage martial warrior's head looked at its body in astonishment. How is this possible? After this thought, his vision went black. He was dead. The other 3 planetary stage martial warriors were dumbfounded. Their expressions changed, and they wanted to escape. However, the golden crescent blade chased after them and minced their bodies, leaving them deader than dead. Done. Wang Tung walked through the wall opened by the golden crescent blade. He glanced at the dead bodies indifferently and picked up the attribute bubbles around them. He also took their space items while at it. After some time, he left the spacecraft. Boom! The spacecraft exploded behind him. Wang Tung didn't look back. A real man never looked back at the explosion. He continued flying to another spacecraft. This explosion caused a huge ruckus on the main spacecraft. Explosion. Another spacecraft had exploded. Everyone's expression was ugly. The 9th level celestial stage martial warrior's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. 2 spacecraft were destroyed consecutively, yet they didn't detect anything. They didn't even know why there was an explosion. The atmosphere on the remaining spacecraft turned extremely tense. Everyone was worried that their spacecraft would be next. Boom! At this moment, another spacecraft exploded and turned into space debris. The 3rd spacecraft. Ask all the martial warriors to gather at the energy core and leave only 1 martial warrior in the command room. Quick! The 9th level celestial stage martial warrior shouted. He had turned green in anger. The martial warriors on the remaining 7 spacecraft started moving and rushed to the energy core. But the explosions continued. Boom! The 4th spacecraft. Boom! The 5th spacecraft. Boom! The 6th spacecraft. All the spacecraft exploded in the wormhole. Finally, there was only the main spacecraft remaining. All the people of the Olent Federation were in silence. They felt a huge pressure on their shoulders, especially the planetary stage martial warriors. Their faces had turned pale as they looked at their leader, the 9th level celestial stage martial warrior. They wanted to retreat. If they continued chasing after Wang Tung, they would be tempting fate. They didn't even know where or who their enemy was. How were they supposed to fight him? Roundball was dumbstruck when it saw Wang Tung destroying the 9 Olent Federation spacecraft smoothly, leaving the main spacecraft with no one to command. There was a long moment of silence before it found its voice again. F***K. Is he a bug? 1. Chapter 892. It had a reason to feel astounded. At first, it felt that destroying 1 to 2 spacecraft was a good enough achievement for Wang Tung. After all, they were in the wormhole, and there were time and space undercurrents everywhere. Moving around was already difficult and dangerous, much less giving the Olent Federation spacecraft the deathly blow. This was almost impossible. Yet, Wang Tung exceeded its expectations. None of them escaped. All of them were destroyed. No one would believe it if this was told to them. Wang Tung finished a task that even a Cosmo Stage martial warrior couldn't complete easily. On top of that, he made it look so simple. Roundball took a deep breath. It felt that it needed to review its understanding of Wang Tung's ability. This fellow was the cream of the crop, even in the universe. The thrilling chase in the wormhole seemed to be nearing the end only a few minutes after it started. The Olent Federation had sent 10 universe spacecraft. They came aggressively to stop Wang Tung. In the end, he bombed them upside down, leaving only 1 spacecraft chasing the QY. E-63 spacecraft controlled by Roundball tenaciously. The atmosphere in the Olent Federation spacecraft was oppressive. The 9th level celestial stage martial warrior from the Black Scale race gave his order loudly with a grim expression. Attack. Attack and destroy that spacecraft in front. Force beams shot towards the QY. E-63 spacecraft without stopping. The martial warriors on the spacecraft couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. They started attacking frantically after receiving the order. They felt that the explosion of the 9 spacecraft must be related to the convict on the QY, E-63 spacecraft. Once they destroyed their spacecraft, the danger would be gone. Push the defense shield to the maximum to prevent anyone from infiltrating our spacecraft. Activate the life scanning device. Orders spurted out of the ninth-level celestial stage, martial warriors mouth one after another. He didn't dare to show any delay in this life-or-death situation. His mind worked furiously as he thought of the countermeasures. Under his guidance, the planetary stage martial warriors below him started getting busy in an orderly manner. They were still in panic, but listening and executing these commands were the only chance for them to survive. Wang Tung, be careful. The captain of his spacecraft is smart. He has already activated the life scanning device. Do you think your concealing skill can resist it? Round Ball intruded the spacecraft's main computer as it contacted Wang Tung. Life scanning device. Wang Tung blinked. He nodded to express his acknowledgement. He wasn't sure if his shadow merging secret skill could evade the detection of the life scanning device. If he was discovered, he would just fight his way through. Are you done? Wang Tung asked in his consciousness. Wait 2 seconds. 1, 2, okay, done. The cabin door of the spacecraft parted slightly. The crack was just enough to fit one person. Wang Tung slid in, and the cabin door shut tightly. Everything happened in a few seconds at an unbelievably fast speed. The main computer didn't detect Round Ball's intrusion, so it was hard for anyone to notice the infiltration. After Wang Tung entered the spacecraft, he headed straight for the energy core. After destroying 9 spacecraft, he realized something. All the spacecraft were mass-produced. The energy core was in the same position, so it was extremely easy to find. Wang Tung dashed through the steel passageways and avoided all the surveillance cameras. He also executed his shadow merging secret skill. He was like a spirit traveling in the dark. This is bad. The 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior is going to the energy core. Round Ball's voice suddenly popped up. It sounded grave. Okay. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. He didn't slow down and continued rushing. As long as his opponents were not stupid, they would send their strongest martial warrior to guard the energy core. The same went for all the spacecraft he destroyed. However, none of the celestial stage martial warriors on those spacecraft could stop him. He managed to kill them with his surprise attacks. Let's see if this 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior can stop me. The life scanning device worked nonstop. Suddenly, a planetary stage martial warrior noticed something and shouted, "Mister, we detected a faint life fluctuation." It came in from the cabin door and disappeared. Sponsored content, visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. His voice entered the 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior's ear through the communication device. The killing intent in his eyes became sharper, a ruthless smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Scan again. Report immediately if you find his location. Yes. The Olent Federation martial warriors in the command room were motivated. They had found the invader, and they had Mr. Candace with them. He would be able to protect the energy core. If that invader met Mr. Candace, he would definitely be killed. Mind you, Mr. Candace was a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. He had many years of experience on the battlefield and had killed numerous enemies. His battle prowess was frighteningly powerful. He had managed to withstand the attack from a Cosmos stage martial warrior 3 times. These military exploits couldn't be achieved by any other 9th-level celestial stage martial warriors. There was a huge gap between the celestial stage and Cosmos stage. The 9th-level celestial stage might only seem 1 level away from the Cosmos stage, but the chasm between them was almost impossible to cross. Candace's achievements were considered outstanding. While the Olent Federation martial warriors were informing Candace about the intruder, Round Ball also alerted Wang Tung. You've been discovered. They captured a small fluctuation you leaked. I got discovered? It looks like the shadow merging secret skill isn't good enough. Wang Tung shook his head silently. What will you do now? Asked Round Ball. Don't worry. It will take them some time to find me. They'll be more careful from now on. If I let them capture my traces again, they'll use their surname, Wang Tung replied calmly. Round Ball felt speechless when it saw how confident Wang Tung was. Very soon, Wang Tung arrived at the location of the energy core. Candace had already arrived. He was surveying the site vigilantly. A hint of celestial realm spiritual power seeped through the steel walls. Indeed, when Candace reached the 9th-level celestial stage, his spirit had reached the celestial realm too. This was the reason why he was able to withstand 3 attacks from a Cosmos stage martial warrior. The sensitivity of the celestial realm spirit helped him. Wang Tung's mastery of spirit was higher than him, so he managed to evade the other party's senses. At the same time, he was surprised. Interesting, this is a fat sheep. Wang Tung smiled. He covered his entire body with spiritual power in addition to the shadow merging secret skill to prevent any accidents from happening. Then, he moved closer to his opponent like a giant cat waiting to pounce on its prey. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 893. There was only a wall between Wang Tung and Candace. If the wall was removed, they would be facing each other directly with less than a meter between them. Wang Tung was waiting for a chance to land a lethal strike. This was a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. He was different from the other celestial stage martial warriors he had met. This man was at the peak of his stage. Wang Tung would never underestimate the martial warriors at the peak of their stage. Candace frowned. He was able to release his spiritual power out of his body to scan the surroundings, but it was a great load for his body. He wasn't a divine spirit master, so the control of his spiritual power was weak and coarse. Naturally, he would get exhausted easily. Have you found the invader? He contacted the martial warriors in the command room through the communication device. Mister, the person seems to have disappeared entirely after the fluctuation was detected. We can't find him. An agitated and flustered voice replied to him. There was an unknown invader in this enclosed spacecraft, and this person had managed to destroy 9 other spacecraft. No one would feel at ease in this situation. While everyone was shrouded in anxiety, Wang Tung continued waiting for his chance. He moved along with Candace, who was behind the wall. At one moment, Candace got frustrated. He turned his body when he was pacing up and down and showed Wang Tung his back. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. The golden crescent blade flew out like a beam of glaring golden light. The steel wall was sliced open like a piece of tofu. The golden crescent blade penetrated the wall and pounced on Candace's back like a mesmerizing golden poisonous python bearing its fangs. Shit! Candace was an experienced martial warrior. He felt the danger behind him and immediately made his reaction as his expression changed. He let out a loud roar. Force surged around his body. When he stomped his feet, the hard and sturdy metal ground sunk in below his feet. He made use of this powerful explosive force to dart to the side. The golden crescent blade came at a frightening speed. Although Candace moved fast, it still managed to slice off one of his arms. Fresh blood spurted out. Wang Tung frowned. This attack, which he had planned for a long time, only managed to chop off one of his opponent's arms. The effect wasn't desirable, but he didn't stop to ponder. He controlled the golden crescent blade and threw it at Candace again. He wanted to take his life while he was injured. The golden crescent blade slit through the air, charging forward in this 1-meter-wide passageway ferociously. It almost took up the entire space in the passageway. Candace bore with the excruciating pain in his arm and flew back quickly. A bat leaks appeared in his hand at the same time. Force gushed out and congregated into a sharp golden axe glow on the axe blade. Go! Candace bellowed with a distorted expression. He swung his axe, and the golden axe glow collided with the golden crescent blade with a power that could split mountains. A clear metallic ring echoed in the passageway. Their eardrums trembled, and they almost lost their sense of hearing. The golden crescent blade was thrown out and crashed into the walls. It was spinning at a high speed, so the crisscross marks were left on the walls. It was a ghastly sight. Die! Candace's eyes turned red. The excruciating pain in his arm ignited his savage side. He lifted his axe with his remaining hand and rushed toward Wang Tung. He wielded his bat leaks crazily, throwing powerful axe glows out continuously. However, Candace had his worries too. He didn't want to destroy the spacecraft, so he evaded all the important parts. Wang Tung was wearing his red-black armor, which hid his face. The wings of wind and lightning gently flapped behind him. The wind and lightning conscious allowed his speed to increase exponentially as he floated backward. His cultivation was only at the planetary stage, so it was difficult for him to fight with a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior, even if he released all his forces at once. He would be an idiot to fight with Candace head-on. While retreating, Wang Tung continued to control the golden crescent blade with his spiritual power. It flew towards Candace from the other side. The golden crescent blade was spinning at high speed, and its blade was extremely sharp. It was like a terrifying meat mincer under Wang Tung's control. Candace had no choice but to turn around to block it. Wang Tung didn't waste this opportunity. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he released a sword glow to disturb Candace. Candace's expression was distorted. The golden crescent blade was already hard enough to deal with. Wang Tung's additional attacks made him more exasperated. "Fight with me if you dare." Candace was having a hard time. He roared in anger. Wang Tung remained silent. He stood far away and controlled the golden crescent blade to launch an onslaught of attack, not giving Candace any chances of getting near him. He would never fight with this fellow head-on. Sponsored content, visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Isn't it good to stay far away and irritate him? Candace was strong, but every time he pushed the golden crescent blade back, Wang Tung would hurl it back at him with his spiritual power. He had no chance of attacking Wang Tung. He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had all the power, yet no chance to use it. Honestly, Wang Tung's method was atrocious. "Wang Tung, other celestial stage martial warriors are coming this way." Round Ball's voice was heard again. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand at Candace, who was struggling to cope, and dashed towards the energy core. Candace was forced to move backward because of the golden crescent blade. Thus, the sealed entrance of the energy core room was in plain sight. Wang Tung used brute force to break the door down and place the detonation energy stones inside. No! Candace squinted when he saw this scene. He finally understood how the other spacecraft had exploded. The method was so simple. 9 powerful military-use spacecraft were destroyed, and the last spacecraft couldn't be saved either. Anger burned in Candace's heart. He glared at Wang Tung. With one last determined effort, a glaring golden light blossomed on his axe. The golden crescent blade was forcefully thrown to the side. Candace made use of this opportunity to dash toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung was distracted, so his control of the golden crescent blade got weaker just now. This gave Candace the chance to retaliate. However, when Wang Tung saw his enemy charging toward him, he turned and ran away. The golden crescent blade flew back at a faster speed and cut through the bottom of the spacecraft. He dashed out into space. The instant Wang Tung bolted out, a violent explosion occurred in the energy core. Terrifying waves of energy swept through the spacecraft, reducing it to a ball of fire. Candace didn't manage to escape in time and got swallowed by the raging energy waves. "We're done at last." It's indeed hard to kill a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. Wang Tung sighed and lamented as he looked at the flaming spacecraft. "It sounds strange when you say this." Round Ball was speechless. "I'm being serious," Wang Tung said sternly. "All right, I can tell. You're boasting seriously," Round Ball replied. Wang Tung felt that Round Ball misunderstood him. Was he someone who loved to boast? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 894. The last Olent Federation spacecraft broke down and disappeared deep in the wormhole. All the martial warriors on the spacecraft were dead. No one survived, not even a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. After these martial warriors died, attribute bubbles started to appear in space. The martial warriors' bodies had turned into ashes during the explosion, so there was nothing left besides these attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Metal, Asterisk 36,000 Emperor, Level Metal Talent, Asterisk 1200 Celestial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 800 Planetary Realm Enlightenment, Asterisk 2400 Star Metal Scripture, Celestial Stage, Asterisk 3300 star cleaver bat leaks. Asterisk 1400 constellation force. Earth. Asterisk 12,000 emperor. Level Earth talent. Asterisk 650 planetary realm spirit. Asterisk 2200 planetary realm enlightenment. Asterisk 2000 star Earth scripture. Celestial stage. Asterisk 2100 constellation force. Water. Asterisk 6800 emperor. Level water talent. Asterisk 500 planetary realm spirit. Asterisk 1800 planetary realm enlightenment. Asterisk 1800 star water. Scripture. Celestial stage. Asterisk 1900 Wong. Tong couldn't control his smile after he collected the attribute bubbles. There were too many of them. There were numerous martial warriors on the spacecraft, so Wang Tong gained a large number of attributes too. Moreover, he hadn't counted his gains from the other 9 spacecraft. This was a great harvest for him. Wang Tong returned to the QY-E63 spacecraft excitedly. He ignored Round Ball's naggings and locked himself in the cultivation room. Why is he in such a hurry? Round Ball was puzzled when the door got shut in its face. It touched its round head, but it didn't plan to pry into his secrets. Wang Tong locked himself in the cultivation room because he didn't want to be disturbed. Thus, it wouldn't enter without a reason. Wang Tong sat down cross-legged in the cultivation room and concentrated on his attributes panel. He didn't count the attributes he had absorbed before this, so they had already become part of his cultivation and enlightenment. He could only understand how much he had improved through the changes on his attributes panel. First, he looked at his spirit and enlightenment. Enlightenment, 550/5000, celestial realm, spirit, 3750/50,000, celestial realm. It was undeniable that his spirit rose tremendously. There were more than 3,000 points of it now. It was many times greater than before. Mind you, this was the celestial realm spirit. It wasn't easy to raise it. The 9th level celestial stage martial warrior had made the most contribution. Only his spirit reached the celestial realm. Wang Tong still remembered the 800 points of the celestial realm spirit he collected a moment ago. This attribute bubble probably made the most contribution. As expected, that martial warrior was a big fat sheep. Wang Tong was pleasantly surprised by his enlightenment attribute. Unexpectedly, it had reached the celestial realm too. The celestial realm enlightenment was at a very high level. Normally, if one's enlightenment reached the celestial realm, it meant that celestial stage scriptures wouldn't be a problem. Of course, this didn't mean that one could not understand celestial stage scriptures or battle techniques with the planetary realm enlightenment. He just needed more time. After all, a stupid person could become successful after putting in much hard work. But to martial warriors, there was no time to waste on the path of cultivation. The faster the better. It would be great if they could resolve it in 3 seconds. Next, he looked at the talent attributes. He finally noticed that many of his talents had risen to the Emperor level. Emperor level metal talent, 3250/10,000 Emperor level wood talent, 2800/10,000 Emperor level water talent, 3400/10,000 Emperor level fire talent, 4100/10,000 Emperor level earth talent, 3850/10,000 Emperor level wind talent, 800/10,000 Emperor level lightning talent, 650/10,000 Emperor level ice talent, 150/10,000 Emperor level dark talent, 1940/10,000. All of them were Emperor level talents. The gains of the 5 basic elements were especially great. Most of them had reached more than 3,000 points. He didn't think that there would be wind and lightning element martial warriors in the spacecraft. They had helped these 2 talents rise a little. Now, he just needed Emperor-level poison talent and Emperor-level light talent. He continued looking down. Suddenly, he stopped at a column called the Special Talents. Emperor-level sword talent, 800/10,000 Emperor, level blade talent, 1500/10,000 Emperor, level axe talent, 3200/10,000 sponsored content. Visit Rietal Me for extra chapters. Wang Tong was stunned before joy overtook him. When did these 3 weapons-related talents reach the Emperor level? The rise of these 3 talents would be of great help to the enlightenment of his sword, blade, and axe-related battle techniques in the future. This was why some sword talents and blade talents were able to reach such high mastery in their field. One's talent was a crucial factor. However, Wang Tong felt a little frustrated because the greatest gain came from the axe talent. He didn't want to be a rough and muscular hunk. Shaking his head, he continued, looking down. He stopped at the force section. Constellation Metal Force, 41500/70,000. Planetary Stage, 7th level. Constellation Wood Force, 38,000/50,000. Planetary Stage, 5th level. Constellation Water Force, 35600/50,000. Planetary Stage, 5th level. Constellation Fire Force, 12,000/60,000. Planetary Stage, 6th level. Constellation Earth Force, 8,000/60,000. Planetary Stage, 6th level. Constellation Dark Force, 6,000/30,000. Planetary Stage, 3rd level. Wang Tong was in a daze. Then, he was overwhelmed with happiness. All 5 basic elements had reached the 5th level and above, especially the Constellation Metal Force. It had reached the 7th level. This was incredible. He remembered the 9th level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior and understood why. The guy had gifted 36,000 points of Constellation Metal Force alone. Adding the attributes dropped by the other Martial Warriors, it was understandable why it reached the 7th level. After all, there were many Celestial Stage Martial Warriors. The attributes they dropped would definitely be greater than Planetary Stage Martial Warriors. Besides the 5 basic elements, Wang Tong's Wind and Lightning Force had a sizable gain too. Both reached the peak of the 13-star General Stage. He just needed to convert them into Constellation Force, and they would reach the Planetary Stage. Wang Ting took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked at his scriptures column. Star Metal Scripture, Celestial Stage 400/1000. Well-versed. Starwood Scripture, Celestial Stage 760/1000. Well-versed. Star Water Scripture, Celestial Stage 680/1000. Well-versed. Starfire Scripture, Celestial Stage 350/3000. Small achievement. Star Earth Scripture, Celestial Stage 720/1000. Well-versed. Star Lightning Scripture, 100/300. Foundation. All the scriptures for the 5 basic elements had reached the Celestial Stage. He also had a Star Lightning Scripture. This meant that he could convert his Lightning Force into Constellation Force now. The Celestial Stage scriptures allowed his Constellation Force to reach the requirements of the Celestial Stage. This meant that the purity of his Constellation Force met the requirements to execute Celestial Stage battle techniques to their fullest. Celestial Stage battle techniques required Celestial Stage purity Constellation Force. If not, the effects would be greatly reduced. Wang Tong knew that the Celestial Stage purity was different from the Planetary Stage purity. The former was denser and more refined. Wang Tong might be at the Planetary Stage, but the purity of his forces was more refined and denser than any other Planetary Stage martial warrior. After all, he had absorbed many force attributes from Celestial Stage martial warriors. However, there was one thing bothering him. Did all the martial warriors from the Olent Federation practice the same series of scriptures? Don't they have any other scriptures? The 2 Celestial Stage instructors from the Saint Star Pagoda did give him 2 different scriptures, but he didn't learn them. He decided to master this series of scriptures first. He sensed something interesting in them. There might be Star Wind Scripture, Star Light Scripture, and Star Dark Scripture in the future. He hoped to collect the entire series. He might create some amazing scriptures with them. Wang Tong felt that it was possible. It felt exciting just thinking about it. If he was right, it would be quite fun. Of course, he had the confidence to try it out. He was able to gain proficiency by collecting attributes, so it wasn't difficult for him to convert his scriptures into a more profound one. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 895. After confirming his future cultivation direction, Wang Tong shifted his focus to battle techniques. He didn't receive any battle techniques this time. It couldn't be helped, though. He had killed the martial warriors by destroying the spacecraft, so they didn't have the opportunity to execute any battle techniques. Naturally, the chances of gaining battle techniques were low. Of course, he had other gains. The 9th level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior gave him a Celestial Stage Battle Technique attribute bubble. The Star Cleaver Bat Leaks. The Star Cleaver Bat Leaks was the advanced version of the Planetary Stage Battle Technique, the Mountain Cleaver Bat Leaks, which he had gained some time ago. Wang Tung realized that the naming conventions in the universe were identical. They followed the same sequence. Unfortunately, it was an axe battle technique. His aim was to be a sword and blade master in the universe. This Star Cleaver Bat Leaks didn't fit his image at all. What made him frustrated was the Star Cleaver Bat Leaks skill dropped in Ultima 2. This was an Earth Element Bat Leaks Ultima. While Wang Tung was focused on the Star Cleaver Bat Leaks and the Star Cleaver Ultima, he felt a loud explosion in his mind. A hidden legacy surged out. He saw an image of a towering figure holding a gigantic Bat Leaks and wielding it with frightening power. He seemed to be practicing a profound Bat Leaks skill. Suddenly, the figure raised the Bat Leaks high in the sky. A glaring yellow glow blossomed on the Bat Leaks. The next instant, it slammed down, and the terrifying glow slashed toward the planet in the space in front of him. A scary explosion was heard, and the planet shattered immediately under the powerful slash of the Bat Leaks. It turned into countless meteorites and floated into the depth of the universe. The towering figure disappeared from Wang Tung's consciousness, leaving only a back view in his memory. Wang Tung let out a huge sigh when the scene ended. I didn't think that the Mountain Cleaver Bat Leaks would be so powerful after empowering it with the Ultima. His eyes shimmered as he muttered to himself. Wang Tung carefully sensed his gains. He realized that the 300 points of Ultima attributes allowed his grasp of Star Cleaver Ultima to go from the 1st level to the 2nd level instantly. Based on his prediction of the power of the Ultima, he could definitely kill any planetary stage opponents easily with his current 6th level planetary stage Earth force. It would even possess a threat to Celestial Stage Martial Warriors, killing Martial Warriors at a higher stage than him. Mind you, he was only using his martial arts cultivation to gauge. He didn't include his spiritual power. That meant that he had no problem killing an opponent at a higher level than him with his Star Cleaver Ultima. It was impressive to kill an opponent at a higher stage than him. Wang Tung wasn't boasting. He was stating the truth. Should I find an axe to play? He started wondering to himself. Besides the Star Cleaver Ultima, Water Element Ultima also improved. This Water Element Ultima changed into enlightenment and merged into his memory. Then, Wang Tung realized that his 1,000 Crashing Ripples Ultima rose again. 1,000 Crashing Ripples Ultima, 10 of 1,000, 3rd level. The 1,000 Crashing Ripples Ultima increased from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Wang Tung was elated. The first 3rd level Ultima finally appeared. Ultima was hard to get. Every rise in level meant an increase in the power of the skill. For instance, the 2nd level Star Cleaver Ultima could kill a 1st level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior, while the 3rd level 1,000 Crashing Ripples Ultima could kill a 2nd level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior. Maybe even a 3rd level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior. After counting his Ultima and battle techniques, Wang Tung continued looking at the attributes below. There was nothing much. He received some common universal language attributes, so his language skills rose tremendously. Common universal language, 500/3000 big achievement. What was the use of the big achievement stage for this language? He wasn't planning to be a language master. Wang Tung shook his head. He shifted his focus from the attributes panel and opened the door of the cultivation room. He walked out. You're finally willing to come out. Round Ball appeared in front of him instantly. Its little round nose almost touched his nose. Sponsored content, visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. What are you doing? Wang Tung was stunned. Nothing. I just came to inform you that we're about to leave the Milky Way. Round Ball coughed and replied. Leave the Milky Way. Wang Tung was surprised. He went to the command room with Round Ball, who activated the panorama mode. A distorted segment appeared in front of them. It was like a deep whirlpool. Many attribute bubbles were floating around the whirlpool. Wang Tung was overjoyed. He released his spiritual power and swept all the attribute bubbles over. Indeed, there are space and time attributes. Wang Tung chuckled as he scanned the attributes panel. Space Physique 26550/100000. First rank. There was nothing to say about the Space Physique. It had reached the first rank. Wang Tung didn't know what the rank meant, but it seemed quite amazing. Besides needing a little more attributes, everything was fine. Time, on the other hand, was still a talent. It worked the same way as Space Talent before it evolved into Space Physique. After Wang Tung's hard work, his time attribute had reached 85 points. It was a large amount. He gained his time talent not long ago. The first step was always the most difficult. Also, time attributes were exceedingly rare, so the progress was slow. The E63 spacecraft entered the whirlpool. After some time, they finally returned to the universe through the wormhole. The surroundings were unfamiliar. Everything, including the planets and the stars in the distance, looked unfamiliar. They were in another planetary sector. They had left their hometown and come to a new world. There seemed to be no end to the universe. It was vast and boundless. At the same time, it was cold and lonely. Roundball, disable the panorama mode and continue traveling at the speed of light, Wang Tung said emotionally. Roundball was surprised. He thought that Wang Tung would be attracted and astounded by the endless planetary sector since it was his first time leaving the Milky Way. But he regained his composure after a few seconds and left without any hesitation. I'm going to cultivate. Wang Tung turned around and walked to the cultivation room. Roundball glanced at his back. The universe is vast, but it's cold and lonely. Compared to it, our life is small and insignificant. I must become stronger, strong enough until I can surpass everything and everyone. Wang Tung mumbled to himself with a firm gaze. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896. The anger of the void mayflies, the increase in ability, caused Wang Tung to become complacent. Look, I have killed a 9th level celestial stage martial warrior. Aren't I amazing? This was the funny thought he had. But when he saw the boundless universe and how cold and lonely it was, his heart sank to the bottom. He was so small and insignificant. Why did he have to feel proud? He should go back and cultivate obediently. Wang Tung shut the door tightly after returning to the cultivation room, activating the Do Not Disturb mode. Roundball was speechless. It was curious how Wang Tung cultivated because it felt that he was too gifted. He wasn't a normal person. However, it knew that it shouldn't interrupt anyone's cultivation. This was a taboo, even for an intelligent life form like it. When Nangong Yu was cultivating, it never appeared in his cultivation room without his consent. Wang Tung sat cross-legged in the cultivation room. He thought for a moment and activated his 18 tasks multitasking skill. He started cultivating all his elements at the same time. Please keep reading on MyBoxin 0VL. C0M, this skill was called 18 tasks multitasking. So cultivating 11 forces at once was not a problem. Of course, Wang Tung placed more emphasis on his lightning force. His lightning force was on the verge of converting to constellation force and advancing to the planetary stage. It was normal that he would view it with high importance. At this moment, 11 forces flowed simultaneously in Wang Tung's body like multiple streams. Some flowed calmly while others rumbled and surged forward like a waterfall. There is a limited number of meridians and acupuncture points in one's body, so most skills would have some overlap when it came to using the same meridians and acupuncture points. There wouldn't be any overlaps if a person only used one force. However, when 11 forces flowed at the same time, overlaps were highly likely. A normal martial warrior wouldn't be able to avoid them, and it might result in going out of control. Talents who possessed 2 to 3 forces were considered extremely gifted, but they wouldn't dare to activate 3 forces at once. This was tempting fate. However, Wang Tung didn't follow the norm. With the help of the 18 tasks multitasking skill, every force managed to evade the overlapping point and flowed through his body in an orderly manner. If Round Ball knew how Wang Tung cultivated, it wouldn't be able to close its jaws. No one dared to do this. In the blink of an eye, many days had passed. One day, thunder was heard in the cultivation room. A powerful purple lightning force twirled around the person who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cultivation room. There were sparks of lightning shimmering around him. It was a magnificent sight. The roaring thunder came from within his body. This situation lasted for 10 minutes before it died down gradually. At the same time, a purple star was rising slowly above the sea of nihility in Wang Tung's body. It gathered together with the other constellations above the sea. They started twirling around one another like a group of children chasing and playing with each other. Please keep reading on MyBoxen 0VL. C0M Lightning Force. Planetary Stage, First Level. Wang Tung was elated. It wasn't easy. He worked extremely hard just to advance one mutated element to the planetary stage. This was a landmark in history. Wang Tung focused on the sea of nihility in his body. It was a lively and spectacular sight. There were 5 basic elements: the dark constellation and the lightning constellation. There was an entire group of them. His current achievements were unparalleled, not even talking about what he would achieve in the future. If he threw all his force constellations at his opponent, he would be able to smash a celestial stage martial warrior to death. Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes. A flash of purple lightning flickered in his eyes, which disappeared instantly. Round Ball, how long do we have until we reach the Great Qian Empire? Wang Tung asked his mind. We're halfway there. We went through 2 wormholes and have left the Olent Federation. Round Ball was staring aimlessly at the emptiness outside the control room when it heard Wang Tung's voice. It was elated and replied in a hurry. Oh, continue sailing. It'll resume my cultivation. Wang Tung went silent. Round Ball's expression froze. Hey, come out and talk to me. I'm so bored. Don't keep cultivating. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Round Ball must be extremely bored. It continued complaining and nagging when it didn't receive any reply from Wang Tung. Wang Tung disregarded it and continued his cultivation. He cultivated his force while figuring out how to use his void mayflies. He didn't just cultivate when he was in the cultivation room. Sometimes he would take out the void mayflies and study how to use them. This was his way of relieving boredom and relaxing. There were some effects. As he played with them, he accidentally managed to merge the spiritual shield and spiritual illusion into their bodies. That meant that based on what Round Ball said, he succeeded. But the success rate was a little low. Then, another attribute appeared on his attributes panel. Anger of the Void Mayflies. 10 out of 100 foundation. What's with this name? No one would understand how speechless Wang Tung felt when he saw the name of this skill. He felt that the system was mocking him. But Wang Tung had no choice but to accept it. What else could he do? Was he supposed to oppose the system? Wang Tung took a deep breath and removed all useless thoughts from his mind. He started practicing the anger of the Void Mayflies. Actually, he could use his blank attributes, but he didn't want to waste them. He felt that he should rely on himself. Also, his enlightenment was high, so it would be a waste not to use it. Time flew as he was cultivating. Another 8 days passed. Round Ball's agitated and serious voice suddenly appeared in Wang Tung's mind. Wang Tung, the people from the Olent Federation are here again. Damn it, we have already left the Olent Federation, but they're still chasing us relentlessly. Wang Tung frowned. He had to stop his cultivation and go to the command room. Look, Round Ball pointed at a dot on the screen. They hide well. There must be some powerful concealing device on their spacecraft, but they can't escape my eyes. I still discovered them. I'll take a look. Wang Tung contemplated and decided to act personally. All right, be careful. Round Ball had witnessed how he destroyed the 10 battlecraft earlier, so it wasn't worried about him. Chapter 897, The Dawn of Cosmos Stage. Wang Tung was a daredevil with superb skills. He wore his battle armor and flew out of the QY E-63 spacecraft. Then he executed the shadow-merging secret skill to conceal himself. Roundball sent the exact position of the chasers to Wang Tung's wristwatch. Wang Tung glanced at his wristwatch. After confirming the location, he spread out his wings of wind and lightning and flapped them gently. Wind and lightning energies were released along with a faint thunder. He disappeared on the spot. Planetary stage martial warriors were able to travel in the universe without any external help. Wang Tung had the wings of wind and lightning, so his speed increased tremendously. Traveling through a short distance in space was a piece of cake for him. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Tung finally saw a large dark yellow flying saucer-shaped spacecraft. It was marked with the symbol of the Olent Federation. This spacecraft was bigger than the 10 spacecraft that had chased them many days ago. It was like a battle fortress moving in the universe. Wang Tung's gaze changed. He turned serious. He didn't act recklessly. Instead, he landed on a meteor nearby and activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence to scan the spacecraft. He wanted to get a gauge of his enemy's strength. Energy flowed into his eyes. The situation inside the spacecraft was laid out clearly in front of him. Nothing could escape his gaze. Please keep reading on MyBoxen 0VL. C0M balls of light representing the various martial warriors appeared in his vision. Gasp! He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. F***K, they think too highly of me. There were at least 200 planetary stage martial warriors and more than 50 celestial stage martial warriors in the spacecraft. The numbers were frightening. Even he would have a difficult time dealing with so many people, yet this still wasn't the main point. The crucial factor was there was an extremely dazzling and glaring ball of light. Cosmos Stage. This was a real Cosmos Stage martial warrior. It wasn't a spiritual mark like Nangongyu or a wisp of spirit like Agulus. This was a real Cosmos Stage martial warrior. How was he supposed to fight? I should run away. Wang Tung made his decision almost instantly. He would be tempting fate if he fought face-to-face with a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. In the universe, planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors were nothing. Only Cosmos Stage martial warriors could be considered important figures in their territory. Why was this so? The most direct factor was the difference in strength. Please keep reading on MyBoxen 0VL. C0M Cosmos Stage martial warriors were much more powerful than celestial stage martial warriors. Thus, when he saw the Cosmos Stage martial warriors' ball of force light, he knew that this trip would be futile. It would be hard for him to sneak in and detonate the energy core. Once he was discovered, the Cosmos Stage martial warrior could arrive immediately and kill him. Even if he successfully detonated it, he wouldn't be able to kill the Cosmos Stage martial warrior. His opponent's physical body could withstand the impact of the explosion. Of course, it also depended on the size of the spacecraft. This spacecraft wasn't big enough to kill a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Roundball, prepare to retreat. Full speed ahead. He'll be back immediately. Wang Tung contacted Roundball, his grave voice entering its ears. What happened? Roundball was shocked. This was the first time I heard Wang Tung speaking in such a grim tone. He wondered what he saw. There's a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Wang Tung replied briefly and kept quiet. He needed to face this crisis with full attention. He was hiding behind the meteor and had retracted his aura to the maximum. He knew that the spacecraft wouldn't detect him, but he didn't dare to promise that he could escape the Cosmos Stage martial warrior's senses. Cosmos Stage. Roundball's expression changed. It was in disbelief. They sent a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Is the Olent Federation crazy? At the same time, in the Olent Federation spacecraft, a stern-looking elder in a gray gown suddenly opened his eyes in the command room. There was a sharp glint in them. Mr. Clote, a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior hurriedly greeted him at the side. Attack that meteor! The Cosmos Stage martial warrior called Clote pointed at a meteor on the screen in front of him. Yes, although the other martial warriors didn't understand why, they still obeyed his order and aimed the rune weapons on this spacecraft on the marked meteor. Boom! A beam of light shot out. Wang Tong was preparing to retreat when his expression changed. Damn it, I got discovered. He used his space physique without any hesitation. The power of space surged out of his body, and the air below his feet became distorted. His figure vanished on the spot. Boom! The next second, the beam of light struck the meteor. The huge meteor disintegrated into powder and became cosmic dust. They dissipated in the endless universe. A few hundred meters away from the meteor, Wang Tong appeared following a distortion in the space around him. He looked at the destroyed meteor with lingering fear. He hurriedly pushed his speed to the maximum with the help of the wings of wind and lightning and dashed towards the QY E-63 spacecraft without turning back. Continue attacking. A strange gaze flashed past his eyes when Clote noticed that Wang Tong wasn't dead. He raised his hand and pointed at Wang Tong's position again as he spoke in a calm tone. Boom! The rune weapon changed direction and aimed its muzzle at Wang Tong. It fired a beam of light. Wang Tong felt his head turning numb. His hair stood up, and he had to activate his space talent once again to run away, shifting his position instantly. The beam of light missed. He managed to precariously dodge the lethal blow again. Both attacks failed. Chloe's face turned black. This little mouse is good at running away. A 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior observed Chloe's expression and noticed that he seemed irritated. Hence, he hurriedly came to alleviate the tense atmosphere. This 9th-level martial warrior had long hair and a pair of fox ears. There was also a furry foxtail behind his back. He looked unique. There were many races in the universe. Hence, it wasn't rare to see orcs or dwarves. This 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior was a member of the fox race. Let's play with him then. Chloe's expression turned gentle. He gave a contemptuous look. Don't worry. He won't be able to escape, the 9th-level fox martial warrior said respectfully. Chloe didn't speak. He handed this matter to his 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior from the fox race. A few other celestial stage martial warriors got envious when they saw the fox race martial warrior getting the limelight. There was a huge difference between the 9th-level celestial stage and the cosmos stage. They were all fighting for the chance to escape from their current fate. Now that they were under the wings of the cosmos stage martial warrior, Clote, they had to work hard to perform so as to gain recognition and the opportunity to get more resources. This was the only way they could accumulate their efforts in hope that one day it would pay off and they would reach the cosmos stage. They would be able to dominate their land when the day came.